Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. In 2003, I moved into a brand new house in a small farming community southwest of Phoenix, Arizona. The area sat beneath the quiet presence of the Australia Mountains, and even now, when I think back on it, I can still remember how beautiful everything looked. The skies seemed bigger there. The sunsets stretched across the desert in shades of orange, pink, and purple that almost looked painted. The air felt different too, dry and open, carrying sounds much farther than I was used to. I had spent most of my life in the city, so moving there was not an easy change at first. In the city, there was always noise. There were cars, voices, sirens, people coming and going at all hours. Out there, the nights were a different kind of quiet. Sometimes the only sounds I heard after dark were the distant cries of coyotes, their yips and howls rising through the darkness in a way that was both wild and unsettling. There were tumbleweeds too, real ones, rolling across the road just like in old cartoons. I remember laughing the first time I saw one because I had honestly thought tumbleweeds were just something made up for old Western shows. But they were very real, just like everything else about that place. Even so, I never felt anything strange about the house itself when I first moved in. It was brand new. No one had lived there before me. The land had once been a cotton field, and new homes had only recently been built there. Because of that, I had no reason at all to think anything unusual could be attached to the property. To me, it was simply a new beginning in a quiet, beautiful place. For a while, life there felt normal. The house was clean, bright, and peaceful. I was settling into my new routine and getting used to the slower pace of life in the country. Then, in early 2004, I decided to take in a roommate to help with bills and make things a little easier financially. A friend of mine named Michelle moved in with her little Bichon dog. Michelle was easy to get along with, and at first everything seemed fine. The house felt a little more lively with another person there, and her small dog added a cheerful energy too. Around that same time, I had a ferret named Monsoon. She was playful and curious, always moving around, always finding ways to keep herself busy. Anyone who has had a ferret knows they can be noisy and mischievous, so if something strange happened near her cage, it was easy to blame it on her. Only a few weeks after Michelle moved in, I had to go out of town for the weekend. Michelle kindly offered to watch Monsoon while I was gone, and I was grateful for the help. I came back late on a Sunday evening, tired from the trip and expecting the house to be quiet. But when I walked in, I found Michelle still awake, sitting up and reading. That alone surprised me, because it was getting late. She looked at me with a serious expression and said everything had gone fine over the weekend, but she wanted to tell me about something that had happened. Her tone was calm, but there was enough concern in it to make me pay attention. My bedroom was right behind hers, and she said that while she had been lying in bed, she began hearing noises coming from my room. At first it sounded like boxes being tossed around. She described it as things shifting and hitting each other, like someone was moving stuff with force. Then at one point, the sounds grew much louder. After that, she heard scratching noises. Naturally, she got up to check on Monsoon, thinking maybe the ferret had somehow gotten out of her cage and was getting into things. But when Michelle opened my bedroom door, nothing was out of place. Everything looked normal. Monsoon was fast asleep in her cage, completely still, in the same position she usually slept in. Michelle said she stood there for a moment, looking around, trying to make sense of what she had just heard. But there was nothing to explain it. So she returned to her room. The moment she settled back down, the noises started again. This happened more than once that night. She would hear the sounds, go check, and find nothing wrong. Monsoon was always asleep. Nothing had been knocked over. Nothing had moved. Nothing in the room gave any sign that it had caused such loud sounds. Eventually the noises stopped, and the rest of the night passed without anything else happening. As Michelle told me this story, I listened, but I did not let myself get too worked up over it. Since I had not heard the noises myself, I dismissed it as something simple. Maybe Monsoon had been moving around before Michelle opened the door and then settled back down quickly. Maybe the sounds had come from somewhere else, and only seemed like they were from my room. It was odd, yes, but not enough to make me think something paranormal was happening. At that point, I still believed there had to be a normal explanation. Not long after that, another strange thing happened, this time with both of us there to witness it. One morning, at around 5 o'clock, we woke up to the sound of the doorbell ringing. It was not one ring either. It was ringing over and over, insistent and sharp, the kind of repeated ringing that makes you think someone is in a hurry, or that something must be wrong. I got out of bed, annoyed and confused, because it was far too early for anyone to be visiting. When I stepped into the kitchen, Michelle was already there, looking out the window. Her little dog was in a panic, barking wildly and clearly upset. Michelle looked at me and said, "There's nobody out there." From the kitchen window, we had a clear view of the front door. We both stood there and stared while the bell kept ringing. The sound was clear and constant. There was no question that it was the front doorbell. And yet no one was standing outside. No hand was pressing the button. No one was on the porch. The early morning light made everything visible, and the yard was empty. I remember feeling a cold confusion settle over me as I watched the bell continue to ring with no one there. It was one thing to hear noises and not know where they came from. It was another thing entirely to watch a doorbell ring by itself. Still, I tried to think logically. Electrical problems happen. Wires fail. Buttons stick. There had to be some kind of malfunction. So I dragged a chair into the living room, stood on it, and disconnected the bell. Once I did that, the ringing stopped. It was strange, but I did my best not to turn it into something bigger than it was. I told myself it was probably just a fault in the wiring. Even with Michelle standing there beside me and the dog still upset, I chose to believe there had to be a practical explanation. About a week later, the situation became harder to ignore. One morning, Michelle came pounding on my bedroom door, telling me to come quickly. The urgency in her voice made me jump out of bed without even asking what was wrong. I rushed down the hall, half awake, expecting maybe the dog had gotten out or something had broken. Michelle looked pale and shaken. She told me she had walked into the kitchen in the dark, and her dog had refused to go in with her. He had stopped right at the threshold, and would not move forward. He just stood there whining. Thinking that was strange, she had reached for the light switch. The second the kitchen lit up, she saw the floor. The entire kitchen linoleum was covered in maggots. Not a few. Not a cluster in one corner. Thousands of them. They were everywhere, writhing across the floor in such numbers that the surface itself seemed to move. Michelle said the sight hit her so hard she froze. When I stepped into the kitchen, I felt that same wave of shock. It was one of the most disgusting and unnatural things I had ever seen. The floor looked alive. It was as if the room itself had turned against us in the night. The maggots spread across the whole kitchen. They were not gathered around a trash can or near a spill. They were just there, moving over the floor in every direction. I threw on some shoes immediately and grabbed a broom. Michelle got a dustpan and a handbrush, trying to help, but after only a short time she ran to the bathroom, overcome with nausea. I could hear her gagging while I stayed there in the kitchen, trying to keep myself from getting sick. The dog still would not step inside. He remained at the entrance, whining and clearly disturbed by whatever was happening in that room. I started sweeping the maggots into piles, then into the dustpan, and dumping them into a trash bag. The work was awful. I can still remember the motion of the broom, the sight of the pale bodies twisting against the floor, and the effort it took not to lose control of my stomach. It took me around 45 minutes to clean them all up. By the time I was done, I was sweating, disgusted, and completely rattled. I tied the trash bag shut and carried it outside. I left it there for a moment before coming back into the house. When I returned to the kitchen, there were more maggots on the floor. That was the moment when this stopped feeling like a terrible mess and started feeling deeply wrong. I stared at the floor in disbelief. Where were they coming from? I checked the trash. Nothing. I opened the cabinets. Nothing. I looked under the sink. Under the oven. Around the walls. I searched every place I could think of that might explain them, but there was no source. There was no dead animal, no rotten food, no hidden spill, nothing that should have caused such an infestation. And what made it even stranger was that they had not started from one point and spread out. They seemed to simply exist across the floor all at once. I swept them up again, this time moving faster, my mind racing as I worked. Once they were gone, they did not come back. At least not that morning. I got dressed for work, still trying to process what had happened, and carried the bag with me so I could throw it into the dumpster on my way to the office. At that time, I worked for a traditional Latin Catholic church. I also worked part-time as a licensed massage therapist at a day spa, but that part of my life would become important later. When I arrived at the church, I told the priests what had happened. I expected maybe a practical suggestion, maybe even a joke to lighten the mood. Instead, they took it seriously. Very seriously. They believed something darker might be involved. Hearing that unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. I had been trying to hold on to ordinary explanations, but the priests did not treat it like a random household problem. They believed something might have entered the house, or that something attached to Michelle or one of her belongings had come with her, and was now affecting my home. That idea was hard for me to accept. I was the first person to live in that house. It was new. The land had only been a cotton field before. There was no old history there that I knew of, no tragic story, no dark reputation. How could anything like that happen in a place so new? Still, after the maggots, the doorbell, and the sounds in my room, I could no longer pretend nothing strange was going on. The priests arranged for a man from the church to come bless my house. He was someone who assisted them in exorcisms, which was not exactly comforting information to hear in relation to my home. On a Saturday afternoon, he arrived and began moving from room to room. I followed him quietly as he prayed in Latin, his voice low and steady. At each window, he dipped his fingers in holy water and made the sign of the cross. There was something solemn and powerful about the way he moved through the house. He did not rush. He seemed focused, calm, as if he understood the seriousness of what he was doing. He placed St. Benedict medals in the four corners of the house for protection. He also hung a St. Benedict crucifix in my bedroom. I knew St. Benedict was associated with protection against evil, and seeing those medals placed so carefully around my home gave me a strange mixture of comfort and fear. Comfort because something was being done. Fear because it made the whole situation feel even more real. If there truly was something sinister, then that meant the strange events were not random. They were connected. After the blessing, things changed. The house became quiet again. The strange activity stopped. No more sounds in my bedroom. No more shocking surprises in the kitchen. No more unexplained events that made my stomach tighten with dread. For a while, I thought it was over. I hoped it was over. But then, about 4 months later, something else began happening. I would wake in the early morning convinced I had just heard the doorbell ring. The bell was still disconnected, yet I would sit up in bed with that same sharp sense of having heard it. Sometimes the feeling was so strong that I actually got up and checked. Of course, there was never anyone there. The house remained still. The front door remained closed. Yet I could not shake the feeling that whatever had once rung that bell was now outside, unable to come in. I began to wonder if the blessing and the medals had worked as a barrier, keeping something on the other side of the threshold. It was only a thought, but once it came into my mind, it stayed there. Not long after the maggot incident, something happened at my part-time job that shook me in a completely different way. I was working at the day spa when a woman came in for a massage. She seemed kind and talkative, the sort of client who likes conversation before the session begins. As we spoke, she mentioned that she was religious and very active in her church. Then she said something that caught my attention immediately. She told me she had been trying to convince her mother to stop practicing Catholicism. Since I was Catholic myself, I asked her why. I expected her to talk about differences in belief or family disagreement. Instead, she told me that her mother had called her one night in a panic because her kitchen floor was covered in maggots. The moment those words left her mouth, I felt a shock go through me so strongly it was almost physical. I remember standing there trying to keep my expression calm while inside I felt like my heart had stopped. I asked her when it had happened. As we talked, it became clear that the incident at her mother's house had happened the night before my own kitchen was covered in maggots. She told me that they had searched everywhere for a source and found nothing. She and a friend had gone to her mother's house and read the Bible out loud. Then she said something else that struck me. She told her mother to take down all the religious statues and pictures from the house. I found that deeply upsetting, because my house was filled with religious images, and to me those things had always represented comfort, faith, and goodness. I could not imagine removing them because of fear. In fact, they remained there then, and they remain there to this day. What made the encounter even stranger was that I had not told this woman I was Catholic. I did not know her at all. She was just a client who had come in for a massage. There was no reason for her story to mirror mine so closely, and no reason for the timing to line up the way it did. Yet there we were, two strangers connected by the same horrifying detail, discussing two kitchens flooded with maggots and no clear source for either one. I could not stop thinking about it. Was it a coincidence? Something shared between two completely separate situations? Or had whatever touched my house somehow known that our paths would cross? Even now, that part of the story remains one of the most puzzling to me. After the blessing, the house stayed quiet. Truly quiet. As time passed, even the feeling of hearing the disconnected doorbells slowly faded. Eventually, I reconnected it. Nothing happened. It rang only when an actual person stood outside and pressed it. There were no more swarms of bugs. No more unexplained bells. No more alarming sounds in empty rooms. Life settled back into normal again. Even so, what happened in that house has never left me. I still think about how everything began in such a simple way. First a few noises. Then a doorbell. Then maggots across a kitchen floor with no source. At each step, I tried to be practical. I tried to explain things away. I told myself there had to be ordinary answers because ordinary answers feel safer. They give you something solid to hold on to. But sometimes there comes a point where the normal explanations stop fitting. That is where the real fear begins, not with loud screams or shadows in the dark, but with the slow realization that something is happening which does not make sense. Looking back, what unsettles me most is not any single event on its own, but the way each one built on the last. If it had only been the noises in my bedroom, I could have blamed monsoon. If it had only been the doorbell, I could have blamed the wiring. If it had only been the maggots, maybe I could have found some hidden source I missed. But together, they formed a pattern, and that pattern changed the way I saw the house. A place that had once felt new, safe, and peaceful suddenly felt uncertain. Not always. Not every moment. But enough that I started listening more closely in the mornings. Enough that I watched the front door differently. Enough that the silence in the house no longer felt empty. Michelle's presence in the story has always stayed with me too. The priest believed whatever it was might have come in with her, or with something she owned. I do not know if that is true. I never blamed her, and I still cannot say with confidence what caused any of it. But I do remember how her dog reacted. Animals often notice things before people do, or at least that is what many believe. He would not enter the kitchen when the maggots covered the floor. He barked and panicked when the bell rang and no one stood outside. His fear made it harder to brush the incidents aside, because animals do not react to stories in their own heads. They react to what they sense. As for me, I was left to deal with the strange mix of fear and disbelief that comes when something invades your everyday life in a way you cannot explain. That is what made it so difficult. These were not dramatic movie moments. They happened in ordinary spaces. My bedroom. My front door. My kitchen. places where daily life is supposed to be simple and familiar. That is why it felt so disturbing. The strangeness did not appear in some abandoned house or lonely road. It appeared in the middle of my own home, in the very rooms where I was supposed to feel safest. There were times after all of this when I questioned myself. I wondered if I had connected things too strongly, if maybe the priests had influenced the way I thought about the events, if perhaps fear had shaped my memory. But then I remember Michelle hearing the same sounds. I remember both of us watching the door while the bell rang on its own. I remember the hours spent sweeping maggots into a bag and returning to find more. Those are not vague feelings. Those are things that happened. Whether the cause was spiritual, evil, attached to an object, attached to a person, or something I still cannot name, I know that those events were real. I also think often about the blessing. Whether someone believes in that kind of protection or not, I cannot deny the result. After the house was blessed, the activity stopped. That fact remains at the center of everything for me. Maybe the ritual brought peace because of faith. Maybe it pushed something away. Maybe there is an explanation beyond my understanding. I only know that before the blessing, strange things happened, and after it, they did not. Sometimes people can argue forever over what a thing means, but the timing of it stays fixed in my memory. Years have passed since then, and life has gone on. The doorbell works as it should. The religious images still hang in the house. The fear that once lived in those mornings is gone. But the memory remains very clear. I can still picture Michelle standing in the kitchen window at dawn, saying there was no one outside while the bell rang anyway. I can still see the kitchen floor crawling. I can still feel the way my thoughts raced when that woman at the spa told me about her mother's kitchen being covered in maggots the night before my own. Some memories fade with time, but others stay sharp because they never found a satisfying answer. That is what this story really became for me. Not just a memory of frightening events, but a question left open. What was in that house? Was it something dark trying to get in? Something attached to a person or an object? Something that was pushed back by prayer and holy objects? Or was it a chain of impossible coincidences that happened close enough together to feel supernatural? I do not know. I may never know. But I do know how it felt to live through it. I know how a normal home can slowly begin to feel unfamiliar. I know how quickly confidence disappears when the world refuses to behave the way it should. And I know how deeply unsettling it is when you cannot trust the ordinary things around you. In some ways, that is the kind of fear that stays with a person the longest. Not the fear of monsters you can see clearly, but the fear of small impossible moments that should not happen at all. A doorbell ringing on its own before sunrise. A pet asleep while chaos sounds all around it. A kitchen floor moving with life that came from nowhere. Those are the things that return to me when I think about that house. Those are the details that made it all feel real. And even now, after so many quiet years, I still remember one thought more than any other. When I would wake after the blessing, certain I had heard the disconnected bell ring again, I would lie there in the half-dark and wonder if something was standing just beyond the front door, waiting. Waiting outside the threshold, unable to come in, but not yet willing to leave. That thought alone was enough to keep me awake far longer than I wanted to admit. In the end, whatever it was never came back, or at least not in any way I could see. The bells stopped. The bugs stopped. The house grew quiet and stayed quiet. But some experiences leave behind a feeling even after they are gone, like a shadow that fades slowly instead of all at once. For me, that feeling was the knowledge that sometimes the line between the normal world and something darker may be much thinner than we want to believe. Most days we live without thinking about that line. We cook in our kitchens, sleep in our bedrooms, answer the front door, and trust that our homes are our safe places. Then something happens that makes you pause and realize safety is not always as solid as it seems. That house taught me that. It taught me that fear can enter quietly, one strange detail at a time, until even the most ordinary morning becomes something you never forget. It taught me that faith, whether others understand it or not, can become a lifeline when reason no longer feels strong enough. And it taught me that some mysteries do not end with answers. Sometimes they end only with silence. I am grateful for that silence. I am grateful the strange events ended and never returned. But I still carry the memory of those months with me, and I still cannot fully explain what happened. All I know is that I lived it. I heard about the noises. I saw the bell ring with no one there. I swept the maggots off my kitchen floor with my own hands. I watched the fear in Michelle's face and the dog's refusal to enter the room. I walked behind a man praying in Latin as he marked my windows with holy water. I met a stranger whose story echoed mine in a way that still makes no sense. And after all of that, the house went still again, as though nothing had ever happened. But I remember. And because I remember, I know that what happened there was not something I could simply dismiss. Whether it was evil, spiritual, attached, invited, or something else entirely, it touched that house for a time. Then it was gone. That may be the closest thing to an answer I will ever have. Earlier in that decade, I was working as a licensed massage therapist at a day spa in North Phoenix. It was the kind of place people went to when they wanted to relax, feel better, and forget their stress for a while. The spa offered the usual services you would expect. There were tanning beds, nail care, skin treatments, massages, and all the other normal amenities that make a place feel calm and inviting. From the outside, though, there was nothing special about it at all. It sat in a plain stucco strip mall, one of those places you could drive past 100 times and never think twice about. The building itself was not old either. If I remember correctly, it was probably less than 15 years old at the time. It did not have the kind of history that would make people whisper stories about it. It did not look creepy. It did not feel heavy or dark. It was just an ordinary business in an ordinary shopping center, and because of that, no one really expected anything unusual to happen there. Like most places where people work closely together every day, the staff had their own little routines, habits, and opinions. We all knew each other well enough to notice when someone was acting differently. One of the hairdressers in particular had started complaining that she felt sick whenever she was there. At first, her complaints sounded like the kind of thing people say when they are reacting badly to a smell, dust, or some hidden problem in a building. She kept telling the owners that they needed to check for asbestos. She was convinced something in the spa was making her ill. The strange thing was that no one else seemed to be affected. The rest of us were working there every day without getting headaches, nausea, or anything like that. So naturally, the owners did not think there was a real issue with the building. From their point of view, if only one person was having a problem and everyone else was fine, it was hard to believe there was anything seriously wrong with the place itself. But as time went on, it became clear that this hairdresser did not think asbestos was the real problem. That was just the explanation she had offered at first, maybe because it sounded more reasonable than what she was really beginning to suspect. Eventually she started hinting that she thought there was something else in that building, something beyond a normal physical cause. She believed the day spa was haunted. At the time, the rest of us did not believe that at all. We might have listened to her, but we did not truly accept what she was saying. For most of the staff, it sounded like one of those stories that grows bigger every time it is repeated. I remember feeling skeptical myself, even though I was not the sort of person who dismissed paranormal talk immediately. The truth was, I had been in places before where something felt wrong almost from the start. I had even lived in places where I believed there had been a haunting. When you have had experiences like that, you begin to notice a difference between ordinary discomfort and a place that feels truly off. In my past experiences, I usually knew very quickly when something was not right. There would be a strange heaviness, an uneasy feeling, or an atmosphere that made the hairs on the back of your neck rise even if you could not explain why. The day spa was not like that. I had worked there late at night by myself before, and I had never once felt uneasy. I had never felt watched, never felt that strange pressure in the air that sometimes comes with places people describe as haunted. The rooms felt normal. The halls felt normal. The whole business felt routine and harmless. So when the hairdresser kept talking about sickness and spirits, I found it hard to take seriously. A few weeks later, that same hairdresser suddenly quit. She said she was getting too sick to keep working there. Her departure was abrupt enough that it made people talk. Before she left, she shared one last story with us, and that story stayed in my mind much longer than I expected it to. She told us she had gone to see a psychic. According to her, the psychic told her that the day spa was built on sacred Indian ground. The psychic claimed that the spirit of an old Indian chief was still there in the building. Supposedly, he was angry that the spa had been built on land that he believed was his. The story only got stranger from there. The psychic said this spirit had a crush on one of the staff members, a dark-haired woman, but did not know how to get her attention. There were several of us at the spa with dark hair, so that detail did not exactly narrow things down. I remember listening to all this and not really knowing what to think. On one hand, I have always been the type of person who does not instantly mock stories like that. I have seen and felt enough in life to know that not everything can be explained easily. On the other hand, because I had never personally felt anything at the spa, I had trouble accepting that such a dramatic story could be true. It sounded almost too convenient, too perfectly shaped like the kind of tale people tell after they have already decided a place is haunted. A psychic, sacred ground, an old spirit, a jealous or curious presence trying to get someone's attention. It all fit together a little too neatly. If I had walked into that spa and felt something heavy or strange from the beginning, maybe I would have believed it more easily. But I had not. I had been there after hours, alone in the quiet, and never once felt that I was sharing the building with anything other than silence. Still, even though I did not fully believe the story, I did not forget it either. Once an idea like that gets planted in your head, it stays there in the background, waiting. It becomes one of those thoughts you do not pay attention to until something happens that brings it rushing back all at once. Not long after the hairdresser left, I had a morning at the spa that was ordinary at first, and then turned unexpectedly strange. I was sitting in my massage room, going over my appointments for the day. That was a normal part of my routine. I liked taking a few quiet moments before everything got busy. A massage room is meant to feel peaceful, and mine did. It was set up to help people relax, with soft lighting and little details that made the space feel calm. I had a small fountain in the room too. It was the kind people often keep in soothing spaces because the sound of running water can be comforting. That morning, as I sat there getting organized, I suddenly heard the fountain make a splashing noise. It caught my attention right away because the fountain was not turned on. At first I thought maybe I had imagined it, but the sound had been clear enough that I stood up and went over to check. When I looked inside, I could see that the water was moving. It was not still. It had been disturbed somehow, as if something had just touched it or shifted it. I stared at it for a moment, confused. The fountain had not been running. There should have been no reason for the water to move like that. Yet there it was, rippling as though an unseen hand had stirred it. Even now, when I think back on it, I remember that small moment of pause, that strange feeling of looking at something simple and realizing it was not behaving the way it should. On the opposite side of my massage room, there was a spray-on tanning booth. That morning, the machine had broken down, and the inside of it had flooded with water. Because of that, the owner and I spent some time trying to clean up the mess. We used buckets to scoop up the water and carried them across the hall to dump into the restroom sink. It was messy, inconvenient work, but nothing about it seemed supernatural. Machines fail. Water leaks. Things break. That part was easy to explain, even if it had been frustrating. During one of those trips to the restroom, carrying a bucket of water and focused mostly on the cleanup, I happened to glance up near the ceiling above the restroom door. What I saw made me stop. There, just above the doorway, was a fine mist. It was not a heavy cloud, not smoke exactly, but something light and vapor-like billowing in the air. It had a soft, shifting appearance, almost like a breath of fog hanging where no fog should have been. I stood there watching it for a few seconds, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My first thought was practical, of course. Because the spray-on tanning machine had broken that morning and there was water involved, I wondered if somehow the mist was connected to that. But the machine was broken. It was not running. There was no obvious reason for vapor to be forming there near the restroom ceiling. I looked away for just a second, maybe to set down the bucket or refocus my eyes, and when I looked back, the mist was gone. It had not faded slowly the way steam might. It was simply gone. I scanned the area, expecting to see at least a trace of it, but there was nothing at all. No moisture spreading across the ceiling, no vent blowing something unusual, no sign that anything had been there in the first place. If I had only glanced at it for an instant, I might have convinced myself I had imagined it. But I had stood there and watched it for a few seconds. I knew I had seen something. I just did not know what. The day continued, and for a while nothing else happened. I went back to work, focusing on clients and the normal pace of the spa. But the image of that mist stayed in my head. I found myself thinking about what the hairdresser had said before she left. I was not ready to jump to paranormal conclusions, but I could not deny that the timing felt strange. First the moving water in my fountain, then the mist above the restroom door. Both things had happened on the same morning, and neither of them made much sense to me. Later that day, after I had finished with a client, I stepped out and headed toward the sink to wash up. As I moved through the spa, I saw something that instantly changed the mood of the whole place. There was a woman lying on the floor, collapsed and sweating. The owner of the salon was sitting beside her, holding a cold compress against her head. The scene was serious enough that I immediately stopped and asked what had happened. I was told that the woman had gone into one of the regular tanning beds and had suddenly become very dizzy. She had managed to get out and was trying to reach the restroom when she fainted. She had collapsed right in front of the restroom door. That detail hit me hard because the place where she fell was directly beneath the spot where I had seen the mist near the ceiling earlier that day. I remember looking at that area again and feeling a chill of uncertainty. It is one thing to see something odd and not know what it means. It is another thing for an unrelated event to happen in the exact same place a short time later, especially when that event involves someone collapsing for no clear reason. The woman was sweating badly and looked weak and disoriented. It was obvious she needed help. An ambulance was called, and they came and took her away. After that, the spa settled down again on the surface, but internally I could not stop replaying the connection in my head. The rest of the day passed without anything else unusual happening. Clients came and went. Work continued. Outwardly, the routine of the place returned. But my thoughts kept circling back to the same questions. Had the mist meant something? Was it just some random thing I could not explain, or was it connected somehow to the woman fainting? And more disturbingly, was there any truth to what the hairdresser had said before she quit? Could there really have been something in that building after all? Until that point, I had not taken her story seriously. I had listened to it, yes, but I had held it at a distance. I had told myself that if the spa were truly haunted, I would have felt it. I would have noticed some kind of warning sign. Instead, the place had always felt normal to me. But maybe that was part of what made the whole thing so unsettling. Not every strange place announces itself right away. Not every presence, if there was one, fills a room with obvious dread. Sometimes the unusual enters more quietly. Sometimes it waits until something specific happens before making itself known. I began thinking again about the psychic story, even though part of me resisted it. The idea that the spa stood on sacred Indian ground and that an old chief's spirit remained there, upset and confused, sounded dramatic. But the more I thought about the strange events of that day, the harder it became to dismiss everything completely. The hairdresser had felt sick there when the rest of us had not. She had become convinced something in the place was wrong. She had quit because she believed she could not stay. Then came the story from the psychic, a story that sounded unbelievable at first. And after that, on an otherwise normal morning, I heard water splash in a fountain that was off, saw mist above a restroom door with no obvious source, and later watched that same spot become the place where a woman collapsed. None of that was proof, of course. I knew that. A person can faint in a tanning salon for all sorts of reasons. A machine can break. Water can move for reasons you do not immediately understand. A strange mist might have some simple explanation involving moisture, ventilation, or light. I knew all of that. But knowing those possibilities did not stop the uneasy feeling that had started to grow in me. The logical explanations remained possible, yet somehow they did not feel complete. They did not cover the way everything seemed to line up just enough to disturb me. What stood out to me most was not only the events themselves but the change in my own attitude. Before that day, I had been confident in dismissing the haunting talk. After that day, I was no longer certain. I would not say I fully believed the psychic story, but I could no longer laugh it off either. The spa had gone from being a place that felt plain and ordinary to a place that carried a question mark in my mind. I still worked there. I still moved through the same rooms, greeted clients, and performed my job. But now I noticed things differently. I listened more closely when the building settled into silence. I looked a little longer at empty corners and reflective surfaces. I found myself remembering the mist and the woman on the floor more often than I wanted to. There is something especially unsettling about paranormal stories that happen in places designed for comfort. A day's spa is supposed to be peaceful. It is a place where people go to feel safe, to relax their bodies, to let go of tension. You do not expect anything threatening there. That may have been one reason the whole experience stayed with me so strongly. If something truly strange had happened in an old abandoned building or a dark empty house, it might have felt easier to place. But this was a modern business in a simple strip mall. There was no old architecture, no dramatic atmosphere, no obvious reason for ghost stories to attach themselves to it. Yet sometimes the most unsettling stories are the ones that happen in places where nothing about the setting seems to invite them. I also kept thinking about the detail that the spirit, according to the psychic, was supposedly trying to get the attention of a dark-haired woman. That part had seemed almost absurd when I first heard it. It had sounded too specific in some ways and too vague in others. There were several of us there with dark hair, so it could have meant anyone. But after everything that happened, I could not stop wondering whether there had been some reason the psychic mentioned that detail. Had the hairdresser been the intended focus? Had the woman who fainted somehow crossed into whatever strange path was in that building? Or was the whole story only symbolic? A way of describing a restless presence that was trying to make itself known through disruptions rather than words. Of course, those are the kinds of questions that grow in the absence of answers. Once something strange happens and no clear explanation arrives, the mind begins searching in every direction. It tries to connect things. It revisits details. It wonders whether stories that once sounded foolish might actually contain some truth. That is what happened to me after that day. I did not suddenly become convinced of one exact explanation, but I did become more open to the idea that maybe the hairdresser had sensed something the rest of us had missed. At the same time, I never forgot that I had personally felt nothing wrong there before those events. That remained important to me. I had not walked into the spa and felt oppressed or watched. I had not experienced the heavy atmosphere I associated with truly haunted places. That made the whole thing even more confusing. If something was there, why did it show itself in such small, indirect ways? Why through water, mist, illness, and fainting? Why not through something more obvious? Or maybe that was precisely how it operated, not with dramatic appearances, but with disturbances that seemed almost ordinary until you looked at them together. The memory of that morning stayed especially vivid because of how simple it was at first. I was just sitting in my massage room, going over appointments, thinking about the day ahead. That quiet routine was broken by one splash of water from a fountain that was not even on. Such a small thing. If that had been all, I might have forgotten it completely. But the more the day unfolded, the more that tiny first moment seemed to take on meaning. It became the first note in a strange series of events, each one making the earlier one feel more important. The mist was the part that haunted my memory the most. Water moving can sometimes be explained. Machines breaking can always be explained somehow. Even a person fainting has many possible causes. But that mist hanging above the restroom door, visible for only a few seconds before disappearing, remains the hardest part for me to place in any simple category. It was not dramatic. It did not fill the hall or form a shape. It did not frighten me in the moment so much as confuse me. And maybe that is why it stayed with me. It felt like something half-seen, something just on the edge of making sense, and then slipping away before I could identify it. When I later thought about the idea of an old chief's spirit being angry or restless, the mist seemed to fit that image more than anything else. Not because it looked like a person, but because it felt like a presence passing through, something light enough not to be held, something visible only for a moment. Then again, perhaps that interpretation only came after the fact, shaped by the story I had already heard. Memory has a way of doing that. It takes a strange but uncertain moment and folds it into the narrative that later seems to explain it best. I am aware of that. I always tried to be honest about what I knew in the moment, and what I only started wondering afterward. What I knew in the moment was simple. I saw something strange. Later, a woman collapsed under that same spot. That sequence was real. The rest, I can only question. By the time the day ended, I was left with a feeling I had not expected to have in that place. It was not overwhelming fear. It was not the certainty that the building was haunted. It was something more unsettled than that, a quiet doubt about my earlier confidence. I had thought the hairdresser was mistaken. I had thought she was making too much of her illness and letting stories influence her. After that day, I was no longer sure. Maybe she had sensed something before the rest of us did. Maybe her body reacted in ways ours did not. Maybe she really had been picking up on some presence or energy that the rest of us were too distracted or too skeptical to notice. I never got a final answer. I do not know whether the spa was truly haunted. I do not know whether the psychic had described something real, or whether the story simply attached itself to a place where a few strange events happened close together. I do know that from that day on, I looked at the spa a little differently. It was still the same plain stucco building in the same ordinary strip mall. The tanning beds, treatment rooms, and massage spaces were all still there, unchanged. The routines stayed the same. People still came in hoping to feel good, to rest, to improve their skin, their muscles, their mood. From the outside, nothing about the place changed. But for me, a layer of mystery had settled over it. Sometimes that is how these experiences work. They do not completely overturn your world. They do not always end with proof or a dramatic confrontation. Sometimes they simply leave you with a story you cannot comfortably explain. A moment of moving water. A patch of mist where no mist should be. A woman fainting beneath it. A warning from someone you thought was overreacting. A psychic strange tale that seems ridiculous until parts of it begin to echo in your memory. None of those things alone would have been enough. Together, they formed something I could not forget. Even now, when I think back on it, I still feel that same uncertainty. I can still picture myself standing there with a bucket in my hand, glancing up and seeing that vapor-like mist near the ceiling. I can still picture the woman on the floor later, sweating and weak, and the cold compress in the owner's hand. I can still remember the sudden thought that maybe the hairdresser had not been as crazy as we all thought. That realization was perhaps the strangest part of all. It is unsettling enough when something odd happens. It is even more unsettling when it makes you reconsider someone you had quietly dismissed. If there truly was some spirit there, whether an old chief or something else entirely, then maybe it was not trying to terrify anyone. Maybe it was simply making itself known in the only ways it could. Through discomfort. Through water. Through strange disturbances. Through moments that interrupted normal life just enough to be noticed. If that is true, then the whole experience was less about horror and more about intrusion, about something unseen brushing against ordinary life and reminding us that not everything is fully understood. And if there was nothing paranormal there at all, then what remains is still a strange and memorable sequence of events that happened in such a precise order that they continue to trouble me years later. Either way, the result is the same. The story stayed with me. The questions stayed with me. And that little ordinary day spa in North Phoenix, in a plain strip mall that looked like nothing special at all, became one of those places I can never think about as completely ordinary again. The rest of that day ended quietly, and in some ways that made it even stranger. There was no dramatic conclusion, no final sign, no voice, no shadow, no obvious proof of anything. The calm returned as if the building had decided it had said enough for one day. But once something cracks your certainty, even briefly, it changes the way you carry that place in your memory. From then on, every ordinary detail of that spa sat beside the possibility that something unseen had once moved through it. And whether that possibility was real or not, I have never been able to forget it. So when I look back now, I still cannot say for sure what caused those events. I cannot prove that the psychic was right. I cannot prove that the hairdresser was sensing a haunting instead of reacting to some other problem. I cannot prove that the mist meant anything at all. But I also cannot shake the feeling that those moments were connected in a way that reached beyond coincidence. Maybe that old story about the land and the angry spirit was only a story. Or maybe it was a rough explanation for something real that we only glimpsed in pieces. Whatever the truth may be, the experience taught me something important. Not every unsettling event comes with enough evidence to satisfy the mind. Sometimes all you are left with is a memory, a pattern, and a feeling that something about the day did not belong to normal life. That was what happened to me there. And because of that, I still sometimes wonder whether, for just a little while, something old and unseen had been moving quietly through that spa, trying in its own strange way to be noticed. My family is small, and for many years our life has followed a normal rhythm on the outside. It is me, my husband, and our 3 sons. We have lived in the same house for 12 years now, so this place is not new to us. It is where our children have grown up, where birthdays and holidays have happened, where school mornings and quiet evenings have passed like they do in any ordinary family home. If someone looked at our house from the outside, they would never guess there was anything unusual about it. It looks like a normal home. It feels like the kind of place where people should be able to settle in, feel safe, and build a peaceful life. But almost from the beginning, we knew that we were not alone there. It did not take years for us to notice it. It happened quickly, so quickly that even now I can say with confidence that we knew almost right after moving in that there were other people in the house, though of course not living people. I know how strange that sounds, and I know some people would read that sentence and immediately decide that we were imagining things, or misunderstanding ordinary events, or letting fear shape what we thought we saw. But when you live in a place long enough, and when the same kinds of things keep happening to more than one person, you begin to realize there is a difference between imagination and experience. We did not just have one strange night and decide the house was haunted. This has been going on for years. It has become part of the strange background of our life, something that rises and fades, disappears for a while, and then returns again. My husband sees things all the time. He has always been the one in the house who notices the most. He does not have to be frightened into imagining shapes in the dark. He sees them clearly. And our oldest son, who is 11 now, has seen ghosts since he was very small. That part alone has always unsettled me more than I can fully explain. Children say many things, of course. They have vivid minds. They dream, they imagine, they tell stories, and as parents we are used to sorting through all of that. But my son was not describing made-up monsters or bedtime fears. He would say things that were too specific, too calm, too consistent. He would point things out as though he were noticing ordinary people. Over time, it became harder and harder to tell ourselves it was just childish imagination, especially when what he described matched what my husband was also seeing. What makes living here even stranger is that the activity is not constant. If it were happening every single night, maybe in some odd way it would be easier to understand. But it does not work like that. The house seems to go through periods. Sometimes everything is quiet for several months at a time. During those stretches, life feels normal again. We start to relax. We begin to think maybe things have settled down, maybe whatever was here has moved on, or maybe there is some explanation we just have not figured out yet. Then, without warning, the activity comes back. It might happen for a few weeks, then stop again. It is never perfectly regular. Some nights something will happen 2 nights in a row, then there will be nothing for a night or 2, and then it starts again. That uneven pattern is part of what makes it so difficult. There is no way to prepare for it. There is no schedule. the house just changes. One of the strangest things we experience is what I can only describe as smoke-filled rooms, though it is not exactly smoke. It is more like a huge pale cloud hanging in the air, thick and visible. The best way I have ever found to explain it is this. It looks as if someone took a bottle of baby powder and smashed it open in the middle of the room so that the powder exploded outward and stayed suspended in the air. It is not just a small mist in one corner. It can fill the room enough that when you walk in, you stop right away because something is clearly wrong. It catches your breath, not because it chokes you, but because it is so unnatural to see. Then, just as suddenly as it appears, it disappears. Not slowly. Not like fog lifting. It is simply gone within seconds, as if it had never been there at all. The first few times that happened, I did what anyone would do. I tried to make sense of it. I thought about dust, about light from the windows, about maybe someone shaking out laundry or disturbing something powdery somewhere nearby. But none of those things made sense because the cloud would appear all at once and then vanish all at once. There was never any source for it. No spill. No broken container. No explanation left behind. It was one of those things that made you question your own eyes for a second, until someone else saw it too. That has been one of the hardest parts of all of this. If only one of us had experienced it, it would be easier to dismiss. But in this house, strange things do not happen to just one person. They move through our lives in a way that touches all of us, though not always at the same time. We also hear whispers. Not vague sounds that could be anything. Not the creak of a floorboard or the hum of a vent that your mind turns into a voice. We hear whispers clearly. That is what makes it so unsettling. It is one thing to hear an odd sound in an old house. It is another thing to hear what sounds like someone speaking softly nearby and know there is no one there. Whispers carry a different kind of fear because they feel intentional. A whisper suggests presence. It suggests someone close enough to speak, close enough to be aware of you, but choosing not to fully reveal themselves. Sometimes the whispers are so clear that for a moment you feel the urge to answer, as if someone must have said something to you from the next room. But when you stop and listen, there is only silence. My husband and my son both see a full-bodied man walking around the house very regularly. This is not some dark blur at the end of a hallway or a shadow you only half catch from the corner of your eye. When they see him clearly. By now, we know there was a man who died in our dining room many years ago. He died of natural causes, and his name was Bill. Learning that did not exactly comfort us, but it gave a name to at least one part of what was happening in the house. When my husband or my son sees Bill, they recognize him as a distinct presence. He is not vague to them. He appears like a real person walking through the house. In some strange way, that almost makes him less frightening than some of the other things here, because at least he seems understandable. He seems like someone. The others are harder to define. Because Bill is not the only thing in the house. We are sure of that. Along with him, we see shadow figures. We see shapes too, and I do not even know how to explain that in a way that sounds reasonable, because it is strange even to me and I am the one living through it. When I say shapes, I mean actual shapes, like triangles, circles, squares. I have no idea what they mean or why they appear that way. I do not know if they are connected to the spirits, if they are something completely different, or if they are some kind of visual form we simply do not understand. They do not behave like a person walking through a room. They are just there, present in a way that feels wrong because shapes are not supposed to appear in your home for no reason and then vanish again. Then there are the dark shadows. We do not think those shadows are Bill. Whenever anyone sees Bill, they can see him clearly enough to know it is him. The shadows are something else. They feel different. They move differently. They are more unsettling because they do not have the same almost human quality Bill seems to have. Bill, as odd as it is to say, feels like a ghost with some recognizable identity. The shadows do not. The shadows feel less known, less safe, more hidden. My husband has also seen a woman in the house, but only a few times. The last time he saw her was about 2 years ago. That alone makes us think even more strongly that there is more than one spirit here. There is Bill. There has been a woman. There are the dark shadows. And then there are those strange shapes that do not fit into anything we understand. I know I am not the best storyteller. In fact, one of the reasons I have hesitated to talk about this with others is because I get nervous even trying to explain it. When you say these things out loud, you hear how unbelievable they sound. You start worrying about how people will react. You worry they will think you are dramatic, or unstable, or just looking for attention. But that is not what this is. I am not trying to tell some perfect ghost story. I am trying to explain what life has been like in this house. I am trying to make sense of what happened most recently, because that was different from our usual activity, and it scared my son in a way that shook me deeply. What pushed me to finally reach out for advice was what happened on Saturday night. Today is Monday as I am telling this, and the fear of that night is still fresh in the house. My son was upstairs in his room. It was late. He was not doing anything unusual, just sitting at his computer desk playing a game on his cell phone. The speakers on the computer were turned off. He was just there in his own space, doing what kids do, winding down in the quiet of his room. This is not a child who scares easily. That is important. He has grown up seeing things in this house, especially Bill, and because of that he has developed a kind of strange tolerance to it. The presence of Bill, while odd and unnerving to an outsider, had become something he almost accepted. He would see the ghost man and barely react. That was how used to it he had become. So when he tells me he was terrified, I listened carefully. He said that out of nowhere, noise blasted through the computer speakers at full volume. It startled him so badly that he jumped. His first thought was practical. He reached to turn off the speakers, but they were already off. That detail alone is enough to make your skin crawl, because there is something deeply wrong about sound coming through speakers that are not on. He sat there for a second, already feeling uneasy, just looking around the room. He described himself as paranoid in that moment, and I can understand why. There is something about an ordinary device doing something impossible that changes the air in a room instantly. It is like the world stops following its own rules, and suddenly you no longer feel alone. Then he said the room got cold. Not just slightly cool. Not the kind of cold you notice because the air conditioning kicked on or because a draft came under the door. He described it as a sudden cold, the kind that feels connected to something entering the room. He turned around and looked toward the steps. At that moment, the lamp on his nightstand came on by itself. He did not touch it. No one else was in the room. It just came on. By then he said he could feel a presence, but he could not see anything. That may have been the worst part for him. Usually, when he sees Bill, there is at least something visible, something his eyes can fix on. This time there was nothing he could see, only the overwhelming feeling that something was there with him. Then the room got very bright. That part still unsettles me when I think about it. A lamp turning on by itself is frightening enough. But for the room to suddenly become very bright after that, while he is already feeling a strong unseen presence, is something else entirely. He was petrified. Those were the words that stayed with me. Petrified. This is a child who does not scare easily. This is a child who has seen things that would terrify many adults, and yet he had grown used to them enough that he usually kept his calm. But this was different. He told me very clearly that this presence did not feel like Bill. He said this one was different. That is the part that has stayed with me more than anything else. Not just that he was scared, but that he sensed a difference. We have lived with activity in this house for years. We have learned, in our own strange way, to tell one kind of presence from another. Bill feels like Bill. The woman, when my husband saw her, felt separate. The shadows feel separate. And whatever entered my son's room that night felt different enough from the rest that it scared him more deeply than anything else here has before. As a mother, that changes everything. It is one thing to live with unsettling things in your home when they are mostly strange, mostly manageable, mostly part of a pattern you have learned to endure. It is another thing entirely when your child is scared to death by something he cannot explain, something that feels stronger and different from what he has known before. I have spent the last 2 days replaying what he told me, listening for more details, trying to understand what happened and what I am supposed to do next. That is why I began looking to others for advice. For a long time, I have mostly tried to live with what happens in this house. I did not know what else to do. Sometimes people will tell you to ignore spirits. Some say acknowledging them gives them more power. Others say you should speak firmly and tell them to leave. Some advise blessings, prayer, cleansing rituals, or calling someone experienced. But when you are in the middle of it, when this is your actual home and your actual child, it becomes much harder to know which path is right. You do not want to make things worse. You do not want to invite more activity by reacting badly. At the same time, you cannot simply do nothing when your son is that frightened. I have found myself asking questions over and over. Should I even do anything at all? If I act, will it stir things up more? If I do nothing, am I allowing something harmful to remain in my house unchecked? Is there any way to make them go away? And if there is more than one spirit here, as we believe, would any one solution even work on all of them? These questions have been running through my mind constantly. Because living with a haunting is one thing, but deciding how to respond to it feels like walking blindfolded through something you cannot see. I did reach out to the pastor at my old church. That was one of the first things I did after hearing what happened to my son. I emailed him and explained what has been going on, hoping for guidance, prayer, or at least some response that would help me feel less alone in dealing with this. But so far I have not heard back from him. I am beginning to think that maybe I will not. That brings its own kind of frustration and sadness. When you are scared and you finally decide to ask for help, silence can feel very heavy. It leaves you sitting with all your questions and no clear next step. The truth is, part of what makes this so difficult is that our house is still our home. We cook meals here. We laugh here. We help with homework here. We celebrate birthdays here. The boys sleep in their rooms here. Laundry gets done. Dishes pile up. The television plays. Ordinary life continues even while these strange things happen in the background. That contrast makes everything feel more unreal. There is no haunted mansion on a hill. There is just our family home, where activity rises and falls like weather we cannot control. Some days are calm and normal. Some nights remind us we are sharing this space with something we do not understand. Over the years, I have become almost used to telling myself that if the activity fades again, we will just go back to normal and keep living the way we always have. And usually that is what happens. A few strange weeks pass, and then the house quiets down again. But this time feels different because of the fear my son felt. It feels like a line may have been crossed, or maybe something new has entered the picture. I do not know if that is true, but it is how it feels as a mother listening to her child describe a room turning cold, a lamp coming on by itself, and a bright force filling the room while an unseen presence stands nearby. I think about Bill often now, not because he frightens me the most, but because in a strange way he feels like the known part of an unknown world. We know a man died in our dining room. We know when he is seen clearly. If it were only Bill, maybe I could make peace with that more easily. Maybe I could tell myself he remains in the house for reasons of his own, and means no harm. But the shadows, the woman, the shapes, the whispers, the smoke like clouds, and now this new terrifying presence in my son's room all suggest something more layered than that. It no longer feels like one ghost tied to one death. It feels like a house full of overlapping presences, some calmer than others, some harder to understand, and perhaps one of them much stronger than we realized. When I lie awake at night now, I find myself listening differently. Every sound in the house feels more important than it did before. A floor creak makes me pause. A distant whisper of air through a vent makes me wonder if it is really the vent. If a room seems colder than it should, I notice it right away. I look at my children more carefully too, especially my oldest, trying to judge whether he seems settled again or still disturbed by what happened. Children can try to be brave, but fear leaves a mark. Even if he does not talk about it constantly, I know that night shook him. What troubles me most is not only the event itself but the idea that whatever was in that room chose a moment when he was alone. There is something cruel in that, Something especially disturbing about a presence making itself known to a child who is old enough to understand fear clearly but still young enough to feel helpless against something unseen. Adults can try to reason with themselves. We can tell ourselves to stay calm, to think logically, to pray, to seek help. But when you are 11 years old and alone in your room, and your speakers blast sound even though they are off, and then the room turns cold and your lamp comes on and the air changes around you, terror is immediate and complete. Since that night, I have gone back over every other experience in this house, trying to see whether there were signs pointing toward this. I think about the times the rooms filled with that smoke-like cloud and vanished again. I think about the whispers. I think about the shapes I still cannot explain. I think about my husband seeing the woman years ago, and the shadows that moved differently from Bill. It all feels connected somehow, but I cannot see the whole picture. It is like being handed pieces from several puzzles mixed together, and being told to build one complete image from them. There is also the fear that comes from not knowing what the presences want. Bill, when seen clearly, does not seem to create the same panic as the others. The woman has appeared only rarely. The shadows feel darker but remain hard to define. The whispers suggest awareness. The smoke-like rooms suggest some kind of physical manifestation. And now this latest presence brought cold, sound, light, and overwhelming fear. Was it trying to scare my son on purpose? Was it trying to get attention? Was it simply passing through and its presence was too strong to ignore? I do not know, and that uncertainty is exhausting. I wish I could say there had been one clear moment over these 12 years when everything finally made sense, but there has not been. Instead, there have been dozens of smaller moments, each one leaving us with more questions than answers. A house that goes quiet for months and then wakes up again. A child seeing spirits as if they are ordinary visitors. A husband catching full-bodied figures walking through the home. Shapes with no meaning we can understand. Whispers in empty air. Smoke like clouds that appear and vanish. A known dead man in the dining room. A woman only seen a few times. Shadows that feel separate. And now a night when my son, who is used to seeing ghosts, said with complete certainty that this one was different. That sentence alone has changed the way I think about everything. This one was different. It means there are levels to what is in this house. It means not all presences feel the same. It means there may be something here we have not encountered fully until now. And if that is true, then simply waiting for the house to quiet down again may not be enough this time. At the same time, I am afraid of doing the wrong thing. That fear is real too. People who have never lived with anything like this often imagine there is some simple answer. Call someone. Pray. Cleanse the house. Move out. But when it is your real life, those choices are not simple. What if calling attention to it gives it more strength? What if trying to push it out only angers it? What if the house calms on its own and I stir everything up by acting? And yet, what if I do nothing and my son has another night like that, or worse? That is the place I am in now, caught between fear of action and fear of inaction. I keep hoping my pastor will answer. Even a short reply would mean something right now. A prayer. A visit. Advice. Anything. I think part of me wants the reassurance that someone outside this house will take us seriously and help us decide what to do. Because carrying this alone, year after year, has been harder than I realized until now. You can get used to a haunting in some ways, but you never fully get used to not knowing what comes next. So that is where we are now. 12 years in this house. A family that has learned to live alongside things we cannot explain. Quiet months followed by active weeks. A full-bodied man named Bill. A woman seen only a few times. Dark shadows. Strange shapes. Whispers. Smoke-filled rooms that clear in seconds. And now one night that frightened my son so badly that I can no longer simply tell myself we will ride it out like always. Maybe someone else would say this is all too much to believe. Maybe they would say the house noises, light problems, and imagination can create stories where none exist. I understand why they would think that. But living in the middle of it changes your perspective. Seeing fear in your child's face changes your perspective. Hearing the same kinds of things from multiple people in the same house changes your perspective. At some point, disbelief becomes harder to hold on to than belief. I do not know yet what the right answer is. I do not know whether these spirits can be made to leave, whether they even want to leave, or whether some are harmless while one is not. I only know that something is in this house, something more than one thing, and that what happened Saturday night felt serious in a way our usual activity never has before. That is why I am asking for advice. That is why I am trying to tell this as clearly as I can, even if I am nervous, even if I am not naturally good at telling stories. Because when fear reaches your child in a way that leaves him petrified, you stop worrying so much about sounding foolish. You start worrying about protecting your family. And right now, that is all I want to do. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. About 6 months ago, I had an experience that changed the way I think about Ouija boards forever. After that night, I stopped using one completely, and I have never touched one again. I know people say a lot of stories online are fake or exaggerated, but this one is true. I am 16, and at the time this happened, I was even more curious about paranormal stuff than I am now. My friend Brittany was 17. We were close, and we used to spend a lot of time together. She lived only about 2 minutes away from me, close enough that I could walk to her house whenever I wanted. That night seemed normal at first. It was dark outside, quiet, and honestly kind of perfect for doing something scary just for fun. I had brought a Ouija board over to her house. I had never used one before, but I had heard all kinds of stories about them. Some people said they were harmless. Other people said they could connect you to evil things. The warnings were everywhere, and maybe that was exactly why I wanted to try it. I think part of me wanted to see if any of it was real. I wanted to test it for myself. I remember thinking something like, let's just have some fun and find out if you can actually talk to spirits with one of these things. Brittany was just as curious as I was. We were nervous, but it was the kind of nervous feeling that comes with doing something exciting and creepy at the same time. The kind where you laugh to make it less serious, but inside you are already a little afraid. We went down into her basement to play. That part made everything feel even more intense. Basements already have a different feeling at night, especially when you are young and about to do something you know might scare you. It was quiet down there, and even though it was part of a normal house, it felt removed from the rest of the world. We pulled out blankets and sat on our sleeping bags on the floor. Then we turned off all the lights. Looking back now, that was probably the moment where we crossed from normal curiosity into something we were not ready for. At the time, though, it just felt like part of the experience. We thought if we were going to do it, we should do it the right way, in the dark, in silence, giving the whole thing that creepy atmosphere people always talk about. At first, we were honestly scared to even begin. We sat there for a while, half whispering, half laughing, trying to act brave. The board was in front of us, and the glass pointer was sitting there waiting. We kept looking at each other like we expected the other person to suddenly say this was a bad idea. But neither of us did. We had already set everything up. We had already told ourselves we were doing this. So finally we put our fingers on the pointer and started asking if any spirits were around. Nothing happened at first. That is something I remember clearly. We kept asking the same question again and again, almost like we were trying to force an answer. A part of me was already starting to think it was fake. I thought maybe people just push the pointer without realizing it, or maybe they do realize it and pretend not to. We kept repeating the question, asking if any spirits were there, asking if anyone was with us, asking if anything wanted to talk. Then the pointer moved. It moved to yes. The second that happened, everything changed. Up until that point, it had still felt like a game, like something we were trying because we were bored and curious. But when it moved, we both reacted at once. We were freaking out, but not in a terrified way yet. It was more like a shocked, excited panic. We were laughing and gasping and staring at each other, because even if one of us had moved it without meaning to, it still felt real in that moment. It answered. It did something. The board was no longer just sitting there. We had gotten what we wanted, and suddenly I was not so sure I wanted it anymore. Still, we kept going. Curiosity was stronger than fear at that point. We asked whether the spirit was male or female, and it answered male. That alone made everything feel more specific. It felt less like random movement, and more like something talking back. Brittany asked if the spirit knew me or her well, and it answered yes. That was one of those questions that made my stomach tighten a little, because suddenly it felt personal. Up until then we had only asked general questions. But now we were asking about ourselves, and whatever was answering was saying it knew us. I remember feeling this strange mix of fear and fascination. I wanted to know more, but every answer made the whole thing feel heavier. Then I asked if it was my guardian angel. It moved to yes. At the time, that answer made me feel almost relieved for a second. If it was my guardian angel, then maybe it was not something dangerous. Maybe it was something good. Maybe we had accidentally contacted something protective instead of evil. But even in that moment, there was a part of me that was unsure. The board had already made me feel nervous, and the basement did not suddenly feel safer just because it claimed to be my guardian angel. It was still dark. We were still sitting on the floor with our fingers on a pointer talking to something we could not see. And almost as soon as that question was answered, things got worse. Right after I asked if it was my guardian angel, the lights started flickering. That was the point where fear became real. Not the fun kind. Not the laughing kind. The actual kind that freezes you in place. The basement lights started flickering on and off, and me and Brittany were so scared that we just stared. We should have stopped right then. We should have stood up, turned the lights on, put the board away, and gone upstairs. I know that now. But fear does strange things. Sometimes it makes you run. Sometimes it makes you stay completely still. We were too afraid to move, so instead of stopping, we kept playing. That sounds crazy now, but when you are in the middle of something like that, your brain is not thinking clearly. It was like we had already opened a door, and instead of shutting it, we kept looking through it. We asked it more questions. We asked if it knew my grandma, and it answered yes. That made me uneasy because my grandma was someone personal, someone real, and the board acting like it knew her made everything feel too close to home. The more it answered, the less it felt like a random game. But at the same time, the more it answered, the more I doubted it too. I think that is normal. Part of me was scared, but another part of me still wanted proof. I did not want to believe something impossible without testing it. So we decided to challenge it. We asked if it could do something to prove that it was really a spirit. It felt like a dangerous question to ask, though I did not fully understand why at the time. I think when you ask for proof, you are inviting something to show you more than you are ready to see. I decided to do something on the spot to test it. I called my boyfriend Steve on my cell phone. He had no idea what we were doing. I did not want to tell him because he never believed in any of this kind of stuff. If I had told him we were using a Ouija board and trying to talk to spirits, he probably would have laughed at me or told me to stop playing around. So instead, I just told him to touch a random part of his body and not tell me what he was touching. He kept asking why, and I would not explain. I told him just to do it. I remember how strange that phone call must have sounded to him, but I did not care. I was focused on what the board would do. Then I asked the spirit to tell me what part of his body he was touching. The board began spelling it out. Right foot. I remember staring at the letters as they were spelled out, and feeling my heart start beating harder. When the pointer stopped, I asked Steve if he was touching his right foot. There was a pause, and then he said, "Yeah." "Why? What's going on?" That moment hit me harder than anything that had happened up to that point. The lights flickering had been scary, yes, but this felt different. This felt like proof. It felt like the board knew something there was no normal way for it to know. I started freaking out. Not excited this time. Really freaking out. My chest felt tight, and everything around me suddenly seemed too quiet and too dark. I told Steve what was going on. I started trying to explain that me and Brittany were using a Ouija board and it had just told me what he was touching. But while I was on the phone with him, a screeching sound came across the line. It was sharp and awful, the kind of sound that makes you pull the phone away from your ear. I could barely hear him through it. It was not just static. It felt aggressive somehow, like the sound was cutting through the call on purpose. I panicked and told him I would call him back later. Then I hung up. That screeching sound stayed with me long after the call ended. Even now, when I think back on everything that happened that night, that sound is one of the things I remember most clearly because of how sudden and unnatural it felt. And still, somehow, we kept playing. That is one of the hardest things to explain. You would think after all of that we would have stopped. But we did not. We kept going for hours. Looking back, the best way I can describe it is that it felt addictive. That sounds dramatic, but it is true. Once it started answering, once it started doing things we could not explain, we could not walk away. Every answer made us more afraid, but also more curious. We wanted to know what else it knew. We wanted to know what else it could do. It felt like standing too close to a cliff and knowing you should back away, but instead leaning forward a little more because you cannot stop looking down. We played for about 4 hours that night. 4 hours. When I think about that now, it feels unreal. That is such a long time to sit in the dark with a Ouija board, asking questions and waiting for answers. A lot of the details are blurry now. I cannot remember every question we asked, and I cannot remember every answer it gave us. But I remember the feeling of that night. I remember how time stopped feeling normal. I remember how every little sound in the basement seemed louder than usual. I remember the fear building slowly, like something pressing down on the room. We finally stopped and went to bed, but even then I do not think either of us really felt normal. It was more like we were exhausted from being scared and too overwhelmed to keep going. The next day, me and Brittany woke up and walked over to my house because there was no food at hers and we wanted something to eat. She lived so close that the walk only took a couple of minutes, and the daylight made everything feel less intense for a little while. That is another strange thing about scary experiences at night. Morning can trick you into thinking everything is fine again. The sun comes up, the world looks ordinary, and what frightened you in the dark starts to feel less real. That was how it felt for maybe a short time. But even while we were acting normal, we brought the Ouija board with us to my house. That should tell you everything about how hooked we were on it by then. We were amazed by what had happened the night before. That is the truth. Scared, yes, but amazed too. It was like we were addicted to playing. I do not mean addicted in the casual way people say they are addicted to snacks or music. I mean it felt like we needed to see if it would still work. We needed to know whether the same spirit would follow us, whether it would answer again, whether the whole thing had been real. We got to my house, sat down on the floor, and started using it again. No darkness this time. No basement. Just in my house, in the daytime, acting like what we were doing was normal. We asked if there were any spirits in the room, and it answered yes. Then we asked if it was the same spirit from the night before. It answered yes again. That reply made me feel cold in a way I cannot really explain. If it was the same spirit, then that meant it had come with us, or maybe it had already been there, or maybe it simply was not limited to one place. Whatever the explanation was, I did not like it. But instead of stopping, we kept testing it. That was still our mindset then. Fear mixed with disbelief. We believed enough to be scared, but not enough to stop demanding more proof. So we asked whether it could hide or lose something that we both knew very well, because we were still not fully convinced this was really a spirit. The board answered yes. Then nothing happened. At least not right away. Because nothing happened at that exact moment, we stopped playing. We probably thought the spirit had failed the test, or maybe we were just distracted and getting hungry and tired of waiting. So we put the board aside and started doing other things around the house. Maybe if the story had ended there, I would not be telling it now. Maybe I would have decided it was all just a creepy coincidence. But about an hour later, my dad came in through the door carrying groceries, and he looked angry. I remember asking what was wrong. He said our basketball goal was missing. At first I just stared at him because I thought he had to be mistaken. Our basketball goal was not the kind of thing that could disappear easily. It was planted in the ground by our garage. It was not some loose item that could be knocked over or moved casually. It was a full basketball goal. And me and Brittany had been around the house. We had not seen anyone come by. We had not seen any truck, any strangers, any sign of someone stealing something from our yard. We lived in a great neighborhood. Nothing ever got stolen there. Our neighbors would never have taken it. There was just no normal explanation that made sense right away. The second my dad said it was missing, my mind went straight back to the Ouija board. I know that sounds dramatic, but it is true. Me and Brittany had asked if the spirit could hide or lose something we both knew very well. It had said yes. Then later, something big and obvious from our own yard was suddenly gone. In that moment, it did not matter whether a normal explanation might have existed. It felt connected. It felt like the answer to the challenge we had made. And if that was true, then we had asked for proof and gotten it in a way that suddenly did not feel exciting at all. It felt dangerous. That was the moment I really stopped thinking of the Ouija board as a game. The lights flickering, the answer about Steve's foot, the screeching sound on the phone, the same spirit appearing again at my house, and then the basketball goal going missing after we challenged it to hide something. When all of that came together, it was too much. It felt like we had invited something in, something that liked being tested, something that liked being noticed, and something that was more than willing to answer us in ways we could not ignore. I cannot prove with science that the spirit took the basketball goal. I know that. Maybe someone reading this would say somebody stole it, and the timing was only a coincidence. Maybe that is true. But when you are the one who lived it, and when it happens right after the board says yes, it does not feel like a coincidence. It feels like a response. After that, I stopped using the Ouija board completely. Not for a week. Not for a while. Completely. I have never played again. The fear that settled into me after that was not the fun, thrilling kind of fear teenagers sometimes chase. It was the kind that makes you feel stupid for opening a door you did not understand. I had wanted proof that spirits were real. I had wanted to try something dangerous just for excitement. But once I felt like I actually got proof, I did not want any more of it. Not at all. Brittany, though, did not stop. That part still bothers me. She kept playing with it even after everything that happened. I do not know if maybe she was less afraid than I was, or maybe she became even more drawn to it after seeing what it could do. Over the months that followed, she started seeming different to me. It was not one big dramatic change all at once. It was more like a gradual shift in the way she talked, acted, and focused on the board. She kept asking me to play again. She would bring it up like she was trying to tempt me back into something we had both stepped into together. But I always refused. Every single time. I did not care if she thought I was overreacting. I did not care if she thought I had become boring or scared. I was scared. And I think fear was the smartest thing I had after that. There was something in the way she kept wanting to return to it that unsettled me. It made me wonder whether the board only opens a door for spirits, or whether it changes the people using it too. I do not mean that in a dramatic movie way where someone suddenly becomes a completely different person overnight. I mean more subtly. Like maybe it makes you curious in a way that does not go away. Maybe it makes you want to keep reaching back toward whatever answered, even if it frightened you. Maybe that is part of what makes it dangerous. Not just the contact itself, but the pull that comes afterward, the feeling that you want one more answer, one more sign, one more night of proof. For a while after that experience, I kept replaying everything in my head. I thought about the first movement to yes. I thought about the question about the guardian angel and how wrong that answer feels to me now. I do not believe it was anything good. Not after the lights flickered the way they did. Not after the screeching sound on the phone. Not after the way everything seemed to escalate once we started challenging it. If there was one lesson I took from the whole thing, it was that something answering you through a Ouija board cannot be trusted just because it says the right things. It can say it knows you. It can say it is good. It can say it is your guardian angel. But that does not mean it is telling the truth. That idea disturbed me almost as much as the events themselves. The thought that whatever we were talking to may have lied from the beginning. That it may have known exactly what would make us stay, what would make us feel curious instead of running immediately. If it had answered no to everything, if it had acted hostile right away, maybe we would have stopped sooner. But instead, it answered in ways that kept us involved. It knew personal things. It responded to our challenges. It made us feel like we were speaking to something real, something aware, something powerful enough to keep our attention. And then by the time we realized how frightened we were, we had already spent hours with it. I also kept thinking about Steve touching his right foot. That part especially stayed with me because it felt so impossible. If the board had been wrong, I probably would have laughed and assumed me and Brittany had moved it ourselves without realizing it. But it was right. Exactly right. That one answer was enough to convince me we were dealing with something beyond our understanding. And once I accepted that, the rest of the events became even harder to ignore. The screeching noise on the phone no longer felt like bad reception. The flickering lights no longer felt like coincidence. The missing basketball goal no longer felt random. Everything started fitting into a pattern that terrified me. For a long time after it happened, I was nervous even being alone at night. Not because I was seeing ghosts all over the place, but because I felt like I had done something wrong by opening that connection in the first place. I worried about whether something had followed me. I worried about whether the spirit from Brittany's basement had attached itself to one of us. I worried about whether the board itself had become some kind of doorway we should never have opened. Even when nothing obvious was happening, I could not shake the feeling that once you invite something to prove itself, you do not really get to decide when it is over. That was probably the biggest change in me after that experience. Before, paranormal stories were exciting. They were the kind of thing you talk about with friends, the kind of thing that sounds thrilling because it is happening to someone else. After that, it stopped being entertainment. It became personal. It became something that had reached into my real life and left me with fear instead of fun. I learned the difference between being curious about something dark and actually touching it. I still think sometimes about that first night in Brittany's basement. About how ordinary it began. 2 teenagers in sleeping bags, blankets pulled around us, sitting in the dark with a board we thought would either do nothing or maybe give us a good scare. We were so unprepared for what followed. We thought we were in control because we were the ones asking the questions. But looking back, I do not think we were in control at all. I think the moment that pointer moved to yes, we had stepped into something that was already stronger than we understood. The basement itself felt different in my memory after that too. At the time, it was just a basement. Afterward, every detail of it seemed darker when I remembered it. The silence. The sleeping bags. The lights flickering. The way fear sat in the room with us while we kept asking questions anyway. It all feels heavier in my memory now, like the whole atmosphere was warning us, and we ignored it because we wanted answers more than safety. And then there is Brittany. I still think about how she kept playing after I stopped. I do not know exactly what happened with her after that beyond the fact that she seemed changed. Maybe the board became more important to her. Maybe she liked the feeling of contact. Maybe she was trying to chase the same thrill over and over again. Or maybe whatever we had first contacted with the board had gotten its grip on her more strongly than it did on me. I cannot say for sure. All I know is that when she kept asking me to play again, every part of me wanted nothing to do with it. It was not just fear. It was a strong sense that going back to it would be making the same mistake again on purpose. That is why I tell people now not to mess with Ouija boards. I do not say it because I want to sound dramatic. I do not say it to act like I have some special spooky story. I say it because I learned the hard way that even if you begin out of simple curiosity, you can end up with something that does not feel like a game at all. Maybe some people use them and nothing ever happens. Maybe some people convince themselves it is all in their heads. But I know what happened to me. I know what me and Brittany saw. I know what that board answered. I know the lights flickered right after it claimed to be my guardian angel. I know it told me what Steve was touching. I know that screeching noise came over the phone line when I started talking about it. I know it answered yes when we asked if it could hide something. And I know that not long after, our basketball goal was gone. That is enough for me. If someone asked whether I think Ouija boards can really connect you to spirits, I would say yes, or at the very least, I believe they can open something you are not ready for. If someone asked whether I think all spirits are evil, I honestly do not know. But I do know that whatever answered us did not feel safe by the end. And I know that if something starts by making you feel curious, and then quickly turns your excitement into fear, that is not something you should trust. Even now, 6 months later, I can still feel the fear from that night if I think about it too long. It sits in my stomach the same way. It brings back the same dark basement, the same flickering lights, the same pointer moving across the board while me and Brittany held our breath. Some experiences fade with time, but some stay sharp because they change how you see things. This changed me. Before, I wanted to test whether these things were real. Now I know there are some things better left alone. So for anyone who is thinking about playing with a Ouija board because it sounds fun, because it sounds creepy in an exciting way, or because you want proof that spirits exist, my advice is simple. Forget about it. Do not do it. Do not tell yourself you are just curious. Do not tell yourself you can stop anytime. Do not assume that because you are in your friend's basement, or your own house, nothing serious can happen. That is exactly the kind of thinking that got me into it in the first place. I thought I was trying a game. I thought if something happened, it would just be a story to laugh about later. Instead, I got an experience I wish I could take back. I stopped using the board immediately after that, and I never will again. Some doors are not worth opening, especially when you have no idea what might answer from the other side. And if I could go back to that night, to that moment before me and Brittany turned out the lights and put our hands on the pointer, I would tell myself to leave the board in the box and go do anything else. Anything at all. Because once that night started, it did not feel like harmless fun anymore. It felt like a warning, and it is one I have not forgotten. My mother and I came home late on New Year's night. The air outside had that quiet winter feeling, the kind that makes every sound seem sharper and every shadow seem deeper. My sister arrived at almost the exact same time, dropped off by her friend's parents. It should have felt like a normal end to a long holiday, the three of us returning home tired and ready to settle in for the night. But the second we stepped into the apartment, I felt that same heavy uneasiness all over again. It was the kind of feeling that did not announce itself with a loud noise or some obvious danger. It was just there, waiting for us the moment we crossed the doorway, like the apartment had been sitting in silence, holding something back until we returned. The first thing we noticed was the Christmas tree. It was lying on its side again, stretched across the floor with the lights still glowing. That alone made my stomach drop. I had turned those lights off the day before when my mother and sister left the apartment. I knew I had. I remembered doing it. Seeing that tree down on its side with the lights shining in the dark room made the whole apartment feel wrong before we had even taken our coats off. It was not just that the tree had fallen. It was the fact that this had happened before, and now it was happening again. A strange stillness hung around it, as if it had not simply toppled over, but had been placed there by something deliberate. There was also a bitter cold in the apartment that made no sense. It was not just normal winter cold creeping in through the walls. It felt deeper than that, sharper somehow, as if the chill had settled into the rooms themselves. My mother went straight to the thermostat and checked it. She said it was already turned up to 70 degrees, but the apartment still felt freezing. She frowned, turned it up another 5 degrees, and said she would contact the landlord first thing in the morning. Her voice was steady when she said it, but I could tell she did not like the feeling in the apartment any more than I did. By that point I was exhausted. It had been a long day, and all I wanted was to go into my room, change clothes, and get into bed. I walked toward my bedroom door, already half thinking about how warm the blankets would feel. Then all at once I heard my sister scream. It was not the kind of scream someone lets out because they are surprised for a second. It was a full, terrified scream that cut through the apartment so sharply it sent a jolt right through me. I spun around and ran back out into the hallway. My mother was already rushing in the same direction, and we met outside my sister's bedroom door. The door was shut. For a second everything seemed to freeze. My sister was inside. We could hear the fear in her but not her words, and somehow that made it worse. I reached for the door handle, and the second my fingers touched it, I nearly jerked my hand back. It was freezing cold. Not cool, not chilly, but icy, like metal left outside in the dead of winter. That cold did not belong inside a bedroom door in a heated apartment. Even now, that detail stays with me because it felt so unnatural, like touching something that had no business being that cold. We opened the door and went inside. My sister was standing in the middle of the room, tears streaming down her face, her eyes wide with fear. She looked like she could barely breathe, like whatever she had seen had shocked the voice right out of her. And when I looked around the room, I understood why. Her clothes had been taken out of her dresser and closet and thrown everywhere. Not piled neatly, not even tossed in one direction, but scattered all around the room in a wild, senseless way. Some of them were hanging from the mirror. Others had been thrown up onto the ceiling fan. Some were half falling off the bed, some were spread across the floor, and others were caught on furniture in ways that made no sense. It looked as if the room had been hit by a furious storm that only existed inside those four walls. Then I saw the dolls. She had 2 dolls on her bed, ordinary dolls that had always been there, and both of them had been twisted into something horrifying. Their plastic heads had been removed and placed beside them, with the faces pushed into the pillow. I remember staring at them, unable to process what I was looking at. There was something so cruel and deliberate about it. It did not look random. It looked like a message, though I had no idea what that message was supposed to be. The whole room had gone beyond simple vandalism or mischief. It felt personal. It felt angry. I just stood there with my mouth hanging open, trying to take in the sight. My mother reacted faster. She turned and ran to check the door and window for signs that someone had forced their way in. Of course, there were none. No broken lock, no damaged frame, no sign at all that anyone had entered from outside. That only made it worse. If no one had come in, then how had this happened? I backed out of my sister's room and ran straight to my own. Part of me already knew I was going to find the same thing, and part of me still hoped I would open the door and see everything exactly the way I left it. I opened it and stopped in the doorway. My room looked almost the same as hers. My clothes were everywhere, thrown across the room without any pattern. There were no dolls in my room, but the books on my shelf had been pulled down and were lying all over the floor. What made that detail especially unsettling was how they had landed. I had around 100 paperbacks on that shelf, maybe more, and every single one of them was on the floor face down. Not one had landed face up. Not one. That detail has stayed in my mind for years because it felt too exact to be accidental. If someone had just swept them down in a hurry, surely at least a few would have landed differently. But they had all fallen the same way, as though placed there with intention. At that point the 3 of us did the only thing left to do. We went to my mother's room and opened the door, almost bracing ourselves for another disaster. But her room was nearly untouched. Nothing looked disturbed except for her pillows. She had 2 heart-shaped pillows that always sat in the middle of her bed. One had my name stitched into it, and the other had my sister's name. Both of them were on the floor, upside down, side by side. That was all. No clothes thrown, no drawers emptied, no furniture disturbed. Just those 2 pillows with our names on them, knocked onto the floor and turned upside down. It was such a small thing compared to the chaos in our rooms, but somehow it felt even more disturbing because it seemed targeted. It was as if something had moved through the apartment and made sure to leave a mark in each of our spaces, and in my mother's room it had chosen the pillows with our names. By then my mother, who rarely let anything shake her, was beginning to look truly frightened. She had already been through more in life than most people I knew, and not much rattled her. But this did. I could see it in the way she moved and the way her face had gone tight and pale. She told us she was going upstairs to knock on the neighbors' doors and ask if they had seen or heard anyone around our apartment. My sister and I just stared at her and nodded. We were both still too shocked to say much. The way the building was set up, the only way to get to the upstairs neighbors was to go outside, around to the side of the house, then up the stairs and knock on their doors. I heard the front door open and close behind her, and suddenly it was just me and my sister standing in that apartment with all that cold silence pressing around us. I looked at her. She was still crying, still shaking. I felt shaken myself, but I knew we needed to do something ordinary, something that would make the apartment feel less overwhelming. I told her we should go into the kitchen, make hot chocolate, and sit in front of the television for a while. I told her we could clean up my bed enough for her to sleep with me that night since I had a double bed, and we would leave the rest of the mess until morning. That seemed to calm her a little. At least it gave her something simple to focus on. It gave both of us something simple to focus on. So we walked down the short corridor into the kitchen. I took out the cocoa and the milk and started moving automatically, trying to cling to routine. I opened the cabinet to get a pan, and that was when the laughing started again. It was exactly like the night before. That is what froze me where I stood. The sound did not come from one room or one corner. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, like it was moving through the apartment on some invisible speaker system. It was not warm laughter, not the kind you hear at a family gathering or from people enjoying themselves. It was cold, strange laughter, the kind that makes your skin tighten because it does not sound like it belongs anywhere near you. I did not even need to ask my sister if she heard it. One look at her face told me she had. Her eyes locked on mine, and I knew she was hearing the exact same thing. We ran. Neither of us spoke. Neither of us hesitated. We took off for the front door at the same time, desperate to get out of that apartment. My mother was just coming back up the walk from the side of the house to the door, and for one strange second everything slowed down. I saw my mother coming toward us, and behind her, about 20 feet away, I saw the gray woman. She was there again. She was hovering about 7 feet off the ground just like before, suspended in the darkness in a way that made no sense at all. She looked gray, distant and yet terribly clear at the same time, and she was waving at me. I could not see her eyes because it was dark, but I could feel her looking at me. That is the only way I know how to describe it. I could feel the stare. It pressed on me with the same certainty, as if she had been standing inches away from my face. Somehow I also knew she was smiling, the same way she had before. I do not know how I knew it. Maybe it was the shape of her face, or maybe it was simply something that came over me in that moment. But I knew it, and that made the sight of her even worse. I stood there frozen for a few moments, staring at her in complete shock. Everything around me seemed far away. My sister was beside me, my mother was coming toward us, the apartment was behind me, but all I could focus on was that gray woman suspended in the dark, waving like she knew me, like she had been waiting for me to look. It was my mother's voice that finally snapped me out of it. She asked me if I was going to move and let her inside. I stepped aside automatically, and as I turned back toward the window to see if the woman was still there, she was gone. Just gone. My mother looked out and asked me what I had seen. I shook my head and told her it was nothing. I did not say anything more, because my sister was already so frightened that I could not bear the thought of making it worse. My mother then told us what the neighbors had said. Our direct upstairs neighbors had heard some movement in the apartment, and some laughter, but they had assumed we were home. When my mother told them we had not been there, they said they had not seen anyone coming or going. They had been home all day and all night the night before, and no one had passed through as far as they knew. That only deepened the fear in me. If no one had come in or out, then what had done that to our rooms? What had knocked the tree over? What had laughed through the apartment? And why did the cold feel so unnatural, as if it was not really tied to the weather or the furnace at all, but to whatever presence was there? That night, somehow, we slept without incident. Maybe we were too exhausted to do anything else. Maybe whatever had been in the apartment had already done what it wanted. We repaired what damage we could in the rooms and tried to restore some sense of normal order to the place. There is something strange about cleaning up after an experience like that. Folding clothes, putting books back on shelves, standing dolls upright again if you can bear to touch them. It all feels wrong, because those ordinary actions are being used to erase something that should never have happened in the first place. You keep expecting another sound, another cold draft, another laugh from nowhere. But the apartment stayed quiet. The next morning my mother called the landlord. To his credit, he came over within an hour. He checked the furnace and said it was working properly. That did not explain the freezing air we had felt, but there was nothing more he could say. He changed the deadbolts on the front door and the back door, even though we never used the back door. I remember standing there watching him do it and thinking how useless it seemed. The visitor in that apartment had not needed a key. Locks were for people. Whatever had been with us had no use for locks. For a while after that, things settled down. The apartment quieted, and the tension slowly eased, at least on the surface. Days passed. Then weeks. The memory of that night stayed vivid, but daily life has a way of pressing forward even when you are still carrying fear. We cleaned, slept, ate meals, moved through the rooms, and tried to pretend things were normal again. On the outside, life continued. But underneath it all, I never forgot the tree on its side with the lights on, the icy cold doorknob, my sister standing in the middle of her torn-apart room, the books face down, the pillows with our names upside down on the floor, the laughter in the kitchen, and the gray woman hovering in the dark and waving at me. What made everything even more disturbing was how deliberate it all felt. The chaos in our bedrooms had not been random. It had been arranged in ways that seemed meant to frighten us. The books all face down. The dolls decapitated and posed. The pillows with our names turned over. It felt like a presence that understood enough about us to know what would shock us most. That thought stayed with me long after the physical mess had been cleaned up. It is one thing to think a place might be haunted by something restless or confused. It is another thing to feel like whatever is there is aware of you and capable of choosing its actions carefully. For a few months, though, the apartment went back to seeming almost ordinary. The landlord had done what he could. The furnace worked. The locks were new. Nothing else happened right away. But the calm did not last. By the time spring came and the weather thawed, the gray woman returned. That is perhaps what stayed with me more than anything. It was not just a single night of fear. It was not a one-time event you could explain away or bury under other memories. It was a pattern, a presence that receded and then came back again, as if tied to the apartment, or tied to us, or perhaps tied to me in a way I could not understand. The gray woman did not feel like a passing image or a trick of the light. She felt like something aware, something that had chosen to make itself known, and something that was not finished with us yet. When I think back on that New Year's night now, I realize the apartment itself had already warned us the second we came in. The tree down on its side with the lights burning. The cold that did not match the thermostat. The silence that felt too still. It was as if the place had been waiting for us, holding its breath until we stepped inside. The scream from my sister's room was only the moment that shattered any remaining illusion of normality. After that, every room in the apartment seemed touched by whatever was there. My sister's room carried its panic and violation. My room carried its deliberate cruelty. My mother's room carried its quiet message through those upside-down pillows with our names on them. Even the kitchen, which should have been the safest place at that moment, became the stage for that awful laughter. I often think about how quickly fear can turn a home into something unrecognizable. An apartment you know well, an apartment where you have eaten and slept and lived like any family, suddenly becomes a maze of questions and hidden danger. Every doorway feels different. Every room feels changed. You start paying attention to small things you once ignored. You notice cold spots. You notice silence. You notice the weight of shadows. And once you have seen something like that gray woman floating in the dark, waving at you, there is no simple way to go back to believing everything has an ordinary explanation. Even my mother, who had seen enough hardship in life to keep calm through almost anything, could not hide how shaken she was. That frightened me too. Parents are supposed to be the steady center when everything feels wrong. Seeing that even she was unsettled made the whole thing feel far more serious. She checked for forced entry because that was what a practical person does. She spoke to the neighbors. She called the landlord. She followed every sensible step available to her. But none of those steps could touch the real problem. There was no broken lock to fix what had happened in those bedrooms. There was no furnace repair to explain the icy doorknob or the freezing air. There was no new deadbolt that could keep out something that hovered 7 feet off the ground and vanished into darkness. That was what slowly settled over me in the months afterward. Not just fear, but the understanding that whatever had been in that apartment existed outside the kinds of solutions people usually trust. If a person had broken in, the police could have been called. If the furnace had failed, a technician could have fixed it. If neighbors had made noise, that could be explained. But nothing about that night fit into normal categories. The neighbors heard laughter and movement when no one was home. Our belongings were disturbed with impossible precision. The cold refused to match the thermostat. And the gray woman appeared beyond the window like she had stepped from somewhere outside the world we understood. As spring came on and signs of life returned outdoors, I should have felt relief. Winter was ending. The deep cold should have lifted. The nights should have felt lighter. But instead, spring brought back the thing I feared most. The gray woman returned. Her presence did not feel like the end of a story. It felt like the beginning of something ongoing, something patient and persistent. The apartment had quieted for a time, but it had not become safe. It had only gone still. That is what makes these experiences so hard to explain to anyone who has not lived them. People imagine a haunted event as one dramatic moment, one scary night, one thing that happens and is over. But living through it is different. It becomes part of the atmosphere of your life. It changes how you move through a space. It changes how you react to sound, cold, silence, and darkness. It changes what you believe a room can hold when no one is looking. And once you realize that locks, thermostats, and daylight do not really protect you from what is there, a different kind of fear settles in. It is quieter, but in some ways stronger. That New Year's night remains one of the clearest memories of my life because every detail of it felt sharpened by fear. I can still picture the tree lying on its side, the lights glowing softly as if nothing were wrong. I can still feel the shock of that freezing door handle under my hand. I can still see my sister's dolls with their heads removed and turned into the pillow. I can still see my books scattered across the floor face down, one after another, like something had made sure they all landed that way. I can still hear the laughter rising through the kitchen just as it had the night before, impossible to place and impossible to ignore. And most of all, I can still see the gray woman hovering in the darkness behind my mother, waving at me with that terrible calm. It is strange what stays with a person. Not just the big images, but the tiny details too. The cocoa and milk on the kitchen counter. My sister starting to calm down just before the laughter began. My mother asking me to move so she could get in the door. The landlord changing locks that meant nothing to the real intruder. These ordinary little moments stand beside the impossible ones in my memory, and together they make the whole experience feel even more real. Because that is what haunting really does, at least in my experience. It takes the ordinary and twists it just enough that you can never look at it the same way again. And though things did quiet for a while after that night, it was never truly over. The gray woman returned with the thaw, as if winter had only paused her for a little while. And when she came back, I understood something I had not wanted to accept before. Whatever was tied to that apartment had not simply visited us. It belonged there, or at least it had claimed some place there, and it was not ready to leave. Many years ago, when I was a very young child, my family lived in Spanish Harlem in New York City. That is where I was born and raised, and even now, after so many years, I can still picture parts of that place very clearly in my mind. Some memories from childhood become blurry with time, but a few remain sharp no matter how many decades pass. This is one of those memories for me. It has stayed with me all my life, and even now, as I am nearly 60 years old, I can still remember the feeling it left behind. I was only about 4 or 5 years old when it happened. At that age, a child does not fully understand the world yet, but children still know when something feels wrong. They may not have the words for it, and they may not be able to explain what they are seeing in a way adults find believable, but they know when something does not belong. That is how it was for me. I saw an old woman, or maybe a hag is a better word, though when I was that little I would not have used a word like that. To me, she was just an old lady, but not like any old lady I knew. She never said anything to me, not even once. She never called my name, never reached for me, never spoke a single word. She only stared at me, and there was something about that stare that chilled me even as a small child. It was not kind. It was not warm. It was not even curious in a normal way. It was a strange, creepy kind of look, the kind that makes you feel frozen for a moment, even when you do not fully understand why. I saw her maybe 3 times. It was not every day, and it was not enough for it to become something I got used to. In a way, that made it worse. If something strange happens every day, part of you might grow numb to it. But when it appears only once in a while, it keeps all of its power. Each time feels like a shock. Each time leaves you with the same fear, the same confusion, the same questions. At that age, I did not have answers. I only knew that this old woman was there, that she looked wrong in some deep way, and that no one else around me seemed to be reacting to her the way they would react to a normal person standing in the room. As I remember her, she was very old and very small. She was petite, slight, almost fragile-looking in size, but there was nothing weak about the impression she gave me. She wore her hair in an old-fashioned bun. Even when I was a child, I could tell that her appearance was from another time. She did not dress like anyone I knew. She wore a long gray dress, and over it she had a white apron. That detail has stayed with me very clearly. The apron especially made her seem old-fashioned, like someone from long before my time. She did not look like any relative of mine, not like a neighbor, and not like anyone I had ever seen coming or going in the building. She seemed completely separate from the world around me, as if she belonged to some other place, and somehow had appeared in ours. The thing that has always stayed with me most strongly is that she never spoke. Sometimes people think silence makes something less frightening, but that is not always true. In my case, the silence made her more disturbing. If she had said something, maybe I could have made sense of it, even if only a little. But she said nothing. She only stared. There was no comfort in her face. There was no sign that she wished me well. She did not smile in a friendly way. She did not move toward me like a grandmother or auntie might. She simply looked at me in a way that made me feel I was seeing something unnatural, something I should not have been able to see at all. When I told my father about the old lady I had seen, he listened. That part is important to me when I look back on it. Some adults dismiss children too quickly. They say, "You were dreaming," or "You imagined it," or "You just saw a shadow." But my father did not laugh at me. He asked me a serious question. He asked if she had ever said anything to me. I told him no. I said she just looked at me. Even now, that exchange stays with me because it tells me my father must have thought there was at least a possibility that what I saw was real in some way, or at least real enough to deserve an honest answer. He did not seem shocked by my description. He did not rush to tell me I had made it up. He simply wanted to know whether the old woman had spoken to me. When I said she had not, that was the end of it, at least at the time. But I have often wondered what my father was thinking in that moment. Did he know more than he said? Had he sensed something in that apartment himself? Did he ask that question because he wondered whether whatever it was had some message or intention? I have never known the answer. According to one of my older sisters, who has since passed away, there were other strange things happening in that apartment too. She said items would disappear from the kitchen. That was one of the stories she told later on when the family would sometimes talk about those old years. Things would be there one moment and gone the next, without explanation. In a busy household, It is easy to misplace things, of course. Dishes get moved, utensils end up in odd drawers, groceries get forgotten. But this was not ordinary confusion. She spoke of it as part of the strange atmosphere in that home. She also mentioned odd lights seen on the bedroom ceilings. That detail has always stayed in my mind because it fits with the kind of thing people struggle to explain. Strange lights are not like a missing spoon or a misplaced cup. Lights on a ceiling, appearing where they should not be, suggest something more difficult to dismiss. At the time, though, I was too young to understand any of that. I did not know about hauntings. I did not know about spirits. I did not know what adults might call supernatural. I only knew I had seen an old woman who did not belong, and that her presence frightened me in a way no ordinary person ever had. Childhood fear can be simple, but this was not like fear of the dark or fear of a stranger. It had a different quality. Even then, I knew she was not simply another person in the apartment. I knew, without being able to explain it, that what I was seeing was strange in a deeper way. Years passed. Life moved on the way life always does. Families grow, people age, children become adults, and old apartments become part of memory. But certain things never leave you. This never left me. I carried the image of that old woman through the years. I did not forget the white apron. I did not forget the gray dress. I did not forget the bun in her hair or the stillness in her face. Most of all, I did not forget that stare. There are things you forget from childhood because they were ordinary, and there are things you remember because they were not. This belonged to the second kind. Then, many years later, something happened that made the whole experience feel even more real. One of my older brothers passed away. During his services, my sister happened to mention that he had seen the old lady too. That hit me hard. Up until then, this had always been my memory, my experience, something I held inside and sometimes questioned even though I knew what I had seen. But hearing that my brother had seen her too changed everything. It meant I was not alone in it. It meant there was another witness, another child from that same family and that same apartment, who had seen the same strange figure. That kind of confirmation matters deeply in a story like this. When a memory has lived inside you for decades, having someone else unknowingly confirm part of it makes it feel even more solid. At the same time, it also brought sadness, because by then my brother was gone. I had no chance to ask him what he had seen, how often he had seen her, or whether she had ever spoken to him. I could not sit down with him and compare details. I could not ask if he had noticed the same bun, the same apron, the same strange stillness. I could not ask how he felt in those moments, or whether he had told anyone at the time. That is one of the things that still bothers me. Knowing there was another witness should have brought some closure, but instead it also left me with more questions than I could answer. A door opened and then closed immediately, and I was left standing there wishing I had known sooner. That knowledge still mattered though. It mattered because it told me that whatever was in that apartment had not attached itself only to me or only to my imagination. It had been there in a way another family member also experienced. That gave more weight to everything my sister had said about the disappearing kitchen items and the strange lights. It made the apartment feel, in memory, like a place where more was happening than any one person fully understood. Maybe every member of the family noticed something different. Maybe some saw and some only sensed. Maybe some chose not to talk about it. Families often do that, especially years ago. People kept strange things to themselves more often back then. They did not always want to be laughed at, labeled crazy, or dismissed as superstitious. That is another reason I have thought about this so much over the years. Experiences like these rarely happen in a neat way. You do not gather everyone around the table and compare notes, while the haunting is going on. Usually, people are confused. Some are frightened. Some do not want to speak about it. Others convince themselves it was nothing. Only much later, often after years have passed, do bits and pieces come together. One person remembers an old woman. Another remembers lights. Another remembers things vanishing from the kitchen. Another may have felt watched but never said so. By then, the details are harder to recover. People have died. Memories have faded. Lives have moved on. All that remains are fragments. Still, those fragments matter. They build a picture. In my case, they built a picture of that old apartment in Spanish Harlem as a place where something otherworldly had once moved through the rooms. I do not say that lightly. I know people use dramatic words too easily these days. But I do not know what else to call an old woman in an old-fashioned dress and white apron, silently staring at a child, when another child in the same family saw her too, and when other strange things were also happening in that home. Now I am almost in my 60s, and that tells you how long this memory has stayed with me. We forget many things from early childhood. Most people do not remember much from age 4 or 5 at all. Yet I remember her. I remember her clearly enough to describe her still. That alone tells me what kind of effect it had on me. It was not a passing image. It was not a dream that faded by breakfast. It was something that settled deep in my mind and stayed there, untouched by time. It also shaped the way I see the world. I have a very open mind about the paranormal and the supernatural, and that old woman is one of the main reasons why. I know what skepticism sounds like. I understand why people want normal explanations. But once something like that happens to you, especially so young, it changes the way you look at reality. It does not necessarily make you believe every ghost story you hear. It does not mean you stop thinking carefully. But it does make you less quick to dismiss the unknown. It teaches you that not everything fits into ordinary categories. It teaches you that the world may hold things we do not fully understand, things that appear only briefly but leave marks that last a lifetime. In recent years, I have gone back east to visit family, and whenever I do, I make it a point to pass by that old apartment building. I look up at the window where my family once lived, and every time I do, the memory returns in a strong way. The building still stands. That alone is remarkable. It has survived while so much else has changed. The streets change. The people change. Neighborhoods evolve. Families scatter. But the building remains, carrying all those layers of life inside it. When I stand there and look up, I know I had an encounter with something otherworldly in that place. I do not have to prove it to anyone standing beside me. I know it. The memory lives in me as surely as the building still stands there in brick and stone. That feeling grew even stronger because of something I did through the internet. Over the years, the world has changed in strange ways. Information that once would have been impossible to find can now sometimes be reached with a few searches and phone calls. Out of curiosity, and maybe because that old question had never truly left me, I was able to track down the company that now manages the building. I actually called and spoke to the manager, a friendly gentleman named Tony. I explained my reason for calling. I know that was probably an unusual phone call for him to receive. Most people do not contact apartment managers to ask about spirits in buildings. But to his credit, he was gracious. He did not mock me. He did not rush to end the conversation. He told me that no, he had never heard of any strange activity at the building. At the same time, he said he would keep my phone number and contact me in the future if anything of that nature ever came to light. I have to admit, I was surprised by his answer. A part of me had expected that maybe over the years other tenants might have reported odd things. I know what I saw. I believe there were spirits in that apartment, and I believe at least 2 other apartments in that building may have had strange activity as well. So hearing that the manager had never heard anything was unexpected. But when I thought about it more, I realized there are many reasons that could be true. Buildings change over time. Managers change. Tenants come and go. Renovations happen. Stories are lost. People stay silent. Not everyone wants to be the person who says, "I think my apartment is haunted." That silence may be especially true in old apartment buildings, where many different families live over many decades. Some may see something and never mention it. Some may hear things at night and convince themselves it is just pipes or neighbors. Some may have a priest bless the place and then move on with their lives. Others may experience nothing at all. Hauntings, if that is what they are, do not always unfold in a clear or constant way. One person may live for years in a place and never notice anything unusual, while another has one unforgettable encounter. That does not make the encounter less real. It only makes the whole subject more mysterious. I also have to remember that the building has gone through renovations over the years. The front looks entirely different now from how it looked when my family lived there. That matters too. Buildings change physically, and sometimes those physical changes alter how a place feels. Hallways get redone. Windows are replaced. Walls are painted over. Apartments are reshaped. A place may still stand, but it may no longer carry the same outward face it once had. Even so, beneath those changes, the age of the building remains. It is very old, at least 85 years or more. Old buildings hold stories, whether written down or not. They hold lives, deaths, grief, laughter, fear, loneliness, illness, arguments, births, and memories from people who are long gone. Whether or not one believes in ghosts, it is easy to understand how some places seem to gather a presence over time. When I think about that old woman now, I sometimes wonder who she might have been. Was she once a tenant in that building? Did she belong to an earlier generation in Spanish Harlem, tied somehow to the apartment where my family later lived? Was the white apron part of her daily life when she was alive, something she wore while cooking or cleaning? Was the bun in her hair the way women of her generation commonly wore it? If so, maybe what I saw was not random at all. Maybe it was the lingering image of someone whose life had once been tightly bound to that place. Or maybe I am trying too hard to fit human history onto something more mysterious. The truth is, I do not know. And perhaps not knowing is part of why the story has stayed so powerful. Another thing I have often wondered is why she showed herself to children. If my brother saw her and I saw her, maybe children were more open to noticing her than adults were. That is something people say often about paranormal experiences, that children are more sensitive because they are not yet trained to dismiss what they see. I do not know if that is true in every case, but in ours it feels possible. Maybe adults in the apartment only noticed missing objects and strange lights, while the children could actually see the figure connected to those events. Maybe that is why my father asked so carefully whether she had ever spoken to me. Maybe he already suspected there was more going on in that place than anyone wanted to say aloud. The fact that she never spoke has remained one of the deepest mysteries to me. On one hand, I am grateful for that. A silent stare was frightening enough. I do not know what I would have done if she had actually said my name or spoken from the doorway or the corner of a room. On the other hand, her silence means there was no message, no clue, nothing direct that could help me understand why she appeared. If she had spoken, maybe the encounter would feel less incomplete. But because she only stared, all I am left with is her appearance, the feeling she gave me, and the certainty that she was not of this world in the ordinary sense. Over time, I have told this story the best I can, always trying to stay true to my memory and not at what I do not know. That matters to me. I do not want to turn a real childhood memory into a dramatic tale just to impress people. The truth is enough. I saw an old woman in my family's New York apartment when I was about 5. She wore her hair in a bun, had on a white apron over a long gray dress, and never said a word to me. She stared at me in a way that frightened me deeply. Years later, I learned my brother had seen her too. Strange things were happening in the apartment according to my sister. The building still stands today, and even after all these years, I still feel that what I encountered there was something otherworldly. Sometimes I imagine the people who live there now. Maybe they moved through the rooms with no sense at all of what happened in earlier years. Maybe the apartment feels perfectly ordinary to them. Maybe that is how these things work. Places can hold stories without showing them to everyone. Or maybe now and then someone sees something out of the corner of their eye, or feels watched in a quiet room, and then says nothing because they do not want to sound foolish. That possibility seems very real to me. Many people are hesitant to mention unusual experiences because they do not want to be labeled. They do not want family, friends, landlords, or neighbors thinking they are unstable. So they stay quiet, and the building keeps its secrets. Maybe some families had the apartment blessed. Maybe some brought in priests or prayed over the rooms and never told anyone outside the family. Maybe some simply moved out and chose not to look back. Or maybe no one after us ever really saw or experienced anything at all. That is possible too. Paranormal experiences are not like plumbing problems. They do not happen for everyone in the same way. They are uneven, selective, almost personal. That makes them hard to pin down and hard to prove, but not necessarily untrue. I think that is one reason this story still matters to me after so long. It reminds me that truth is not always easy to share, especially when the truth sounds unbelievable. Yet some things remain true whether other people accept them or not. I know what I saw. My brother saw her too. My sister remembered other strange happenings. The old apartment in Spanish Harlem was, for us, a place touched by something beyond the ordinary. I cannot give a name to that old woman. I cannot tell you why she was there or what she wanted. I cannot say whether she was tied to that apartment alone or to the building as a whole. All I can say is that she was real to me, real enough to leave an imprint that time never erased. And maybe that is enough. As I grow older, I find myself thinking less about proving the story and more about honoring the memory of it honestly. There is something humbling in carrying a mystery for so long. It teaches you not to rush toward fake certainty. It teaches you that some questions stay open, and some experiences remain suspended between memory and mystery forever. That old woman has become part of my life story, not because I saw her often, but because I saw her at all. 3 brief appearances were enough to shape the way I understood the unseen world for the rest of my life. When I pass that building now, I do not just see brick and windows. I see the doorway to one of the earliest and strangest experiences of my life. I see the place where a child first learned that there are things in this world not everyone can explain. I see the window of the apartment where my family once lived, and I remember standing there as a little boy, face to face with an old woman who had no business being there, and yet was there all the same. I remember the fear, the confusion, the silence, and the deep certainty that she was something other than a normal person. That certainty has never left me. So I tell the story plainly, just as I remember it. I was a child in Spanish Harlem. I saw an old woman in my family's apartment. She wore a bun, a long gray dress, and a white apron. She never spoke. She stared at me in a way that frightened me. My brother saw her too. Strange things happened in the apartment. The building still stands. And after all these years, I still believe I had an encounter with something from beyond the ordinary world. That is the truth as best as I can tell it, and it has stayed with me longer than almost anything else from childhood ever has. For most of my life, I struggled with something that terrified me long before I ever touched a spirit board or started thinking seriously about the supernatural. I was a very bad sleepwalker. And when I say bad, I do not mean the harmless kind people joke about, where someone walks into the kitchen half asleep or mumbles a few strange words and goes back to bed. What I experienced was much worse than that. It was violent, confusing, and deeply disturbing, not just for the people around me, but for me too. For years I tried to understand it. I researched sleepwalking as much as I could. I read about night terrors and other sleep disorders, and some of what I found sounded a lot like what I was going through. But at the same time, some parts of my experience felt very different from anything I was reading. That difference stayed in the back of my mind for a long time. My sleepwalking episodes were not mild. They were dangerous. There were times when I became physically aggressive while not fully awake. Once I chased my roommate's son and tried to hurt him. Even remembering that now fills me with shame and fear, because that was a child, and I was not in control of myself. There were other times when I punched doors, walls, chairs, and furniture. I broke things. I scared people. I scared myself too, though at the time I did not always understand what was happening until afterward. It was like something took over my body while my mind was trapped behind it somewhere, unable to fully stop what was going on. The 2 scariest experiences for me were not even the most violent ones. They were the ones that made me question what exactly was happening inside me. The first was a time when I woke up during one of these episodes and thought to myself, very clearly, "Oh no, not again." That thought was sharp and aware. It was not some confused dream feeling. I knew what was happening. I knew I was in the middle of another sleepwalking episode. But even with that awareness, I could not stop it. I kept going. I continued what I can only describe as a sleepwalking rampage, and that deeply upset me afterward. The fact that I could be aware on some level and still not regain control made it all feel far more frightening than simple sleepwalking should have felt. The second experience happened during a period when I had not slept for about a full day. At that time, I was working night shift, and my body was already under stress from lack of rest and the strange hours. One day, my roommates were getting ready for work, and I was already dressed and prepared myself. I sat down in a chair for just a few minutes and nodded off. It could not have been more than 10 minutes. My roommates were still moving around the house, getting ready to leave. Then I stood up and walked over to my roommate. I just stared at her. Her husband looked at me and said, "Yo bro, you okay?" That was when I woke up. The strange thing was that during that whole moment, I could see them. I was aware of their presence, but my vision felt shaky, almost like the world was vibrating or slipping out of focus. Then when I fully came to after he asked me if I was okay, I felt my heart pounding incredibly fast. I looked down and saw that my hands were clenched into fists. They were shaking badly. My whole body was flooded with adrenaline. It felt like I had been on the edge of doing something violent without understanding why. That moment stayed with me because it made me realize how close I could come to something terrible, while barely conscious. It was not just embarrassing. It was dangerous. Those experiences left me with a lot of questions. I wanted answers. I wanted a reason for why this was happening to me. Was it really only a sleep disorder? Was my brain somehow breaking into episodes of aggression while I slept? Or was there something else going on, something darker, something outside the normal explanations? At the time, I did not know. I only knew I was frightened of myself in ways I did not know how to explain to other people. That fear and confusion eventually connected with another terrible mistake in my life. Me and some friends started messing around with the Ouija board. I know people say all kinds of things about them, and I also know a lot of readers are naturally skeptical when a story turns in this direction. I understand that. I really do. But I am telling you exactly what happened as honestly as I can. At first, the board only gave us half-garbled messages, confusing little responses that did not feel clear enough to mean much. After a while, though, we thought of another way to communicate that seemed more effective. I am not going to explain how we did it, because I do not want anyone else trying it. I mean that seriously. We got very lucky during that communication, and even with that luck, it was very, very dangerous. I strongly advise against using Ouija boards or any other form of spirit communication. I know curiosity is powerful. I know people want proof. But some doors are not worth opening, and I learned that the hard way. What came through during those sessions was both frightening and strangely comforting at the same time. That combination is one reason the experience affected me so deeply. It was not just horror. It was horror mixed with answers, or what at least felt like answers. And when you have lived for years with something terrifying inside your own life, even terrifying answers can feel like relief. I know that as the reader, you may be skeptical. Honestly, you should be careful with stories like this. I was skeptical too before some of this happened to me. But after what I experienced, and after what I believe I learned, I began to look at other people's stories differently. I could read some accounts and think, yes, that sounds true. I could read replies from people trying to help and think, yes, that person actually understands what this feels like. Once you go through something that shakes your entire worldview, your way of reading these things changes. One of the most disturbing things we discovered during the communication was that yes, demons are real. That may sound extreme, but that is where my experiences eventually led me. They are real, and they will try to interfere with any kind of spirit communication you attempt. That was one of the first patterns that became clear to me. We would try to communicate, and something darker would cut in. At the time, that realization frightened me deeply, because it meant we were not just exploring some neutral unknown. We were stepping into something actively dangerous. Another thing I came to believe strongly was that a lot of the spiritual advice people give is wrong, especially certain modern ideas that sound comforting but do not actually protect anyone. I became convinced that things like crystals, salts, and a lot of New Age practices would not help in the kind of situation I was dealing with. In fact, I came to believe they could make people feel safe when they were not safe at all. That is a dangerous thing. False comfort can lead people deeper into trouble. At some point during the communication, I asked whether I was being possessed during my sleepwalking episodes. The answer I got was yes. I know how unbelievable that sounds, especially if someone is coming at this from a purely medical or skeptical point of view. I understand that. But that was the answer I received, and not only that, I was given the name of the demon supposedly involved. I was told that I would hurt someone if this continued. That hit me hard, because it connected directly with the fear I had already been living with for years. I had already chased a child in my sleep. I had already broken things. I had already woken up with my body in violent tension and my mind lagging behind. So when I got that answer, it did not feel random. It felt like a terrible explanation for the very thing I had been afraid of. Then I asked the question that mattered most to me. I asked how I could get rid of this demon. The message that came back was very clear. It said, Jesus and love. That answer changed my life more than anything else in this story, because at that point I was not a Christian. In fact, I was very anti-Christian. I had a lot of negative feelings toward Christianity. I thought Christians believed in a myth the same way people once believed in the Greek gods. I thought religion was man-made and forced on people. I did not respect it. I certainly was not looking for Jesus as an answer to anything in my life. If anything, I would have rejected him immediately if someone had tried to preach him to me back then. But then something happened during the communication that I could not ignore. When darker presences tried to interfere, I used the name of Jesus, and the effect was immediate. They were frightened by it. It cleared up the communication long enough for us to get straight answers again, at least for a while. That was the beginning of a complete shift in my beliefs. I was not looking for that outcome. I did not want it. It was not something I expected or hoped for. But when I needed help, that name seemed to carry power in a way I could not deny. Because of everything that followed, I ended up learning things that I now feel compelled to share, especially for people who are suffering from fear, possession-like sleep states, demon harassment, hauntings, or any desire to experiment with spirit communication. I know this may sound preachy to some readers, and I understand that. I once would have rolled my eyes at a person talking this way. But what I am sharing comes from what I believe saved me. The first thing I came to believe is that demons are real, the other side is real, and spirit guides and angels are real as well. Before this, I would not have said that. I would have dismissed it all as superstition or mythology. But after what happened, I could no longer fit my experience into the materialist view of life I had been living with. Too much lined up. Too many things happened that changed not only what I believed but what I experienced physically and mentally. The second thing is that rituals, by themselves, do not really work. Or if some do, very few do. I became convinced that most rituals people rely on are weak or useless against truly dark spiritual attacks. One exception I came to believe in was something described as a family ritual, where blood family gathers and asks thankfulness from God. There may be more to that than I fully understand, but what I learned convinced me that family and sincere gratitude toward God carry a different kind of power than empty ritual actions. The third thing, and the most important, is that Jesus and love are what save you from demons. That may sound simple, but I came to believe it very deeply. Demons hate. That is the core of what they are. They act from hate, they spread hate, and they feed on it. They want control, or they want destruction. The communications made it clear to me that demons want one of two things from people. Either they want to control you, or they want to shorten your life by pushing you toward death. They look for vulnerable moments. They attack in sleep, in fear, in confusion, in weakness, in isolation. And if you are suffering from that kind of thing, I learned that saying something like, In Jesus' name, be gone, actually works. I know many readers will struggle with that. I would have too once. But in my experience, that was not empty language. It had force. The fourth thing I learned was that spirit guides cannot read your mind, but angels and demons can. That idea unsettled me when I first heard it, because it meant our thoughts are not as private as we assume in spiritual matters. It also helped explain why some things seemed to know details they should not have known. Again, I understand how strange that sounds. I am only telling you what I came to believe from those experiences. The fifth thing I was told is that reincarnation is real. That was another belief that once would have sounded vague or abstract to me. But it fit into the larger picture of the afterlife and the spiritual world I was beginning to see in a new way. The sixth thing was that the Torah is the most accurate version of the Bible, while the New Testament is less accurate in some ways. That is a complicated idea, and I am not trying to turn this into a theological argument. I am simply recounting what came through and how it influenced the way I later approached religion and spiritual truth. The seventh lesson was a warning. Demons can and will jump at any chance to take over during practices like automatic writing and Ouija communication. That is why I keep repeating this warning. People think they are playing a game. They think they are talking to some harmless spirit, some relative, some guide, some curious presence. But darker things are waiting for those openings. They are opportunistic. They want access. That is what made me become so strongly opposed to these practices afterward. The eighth thing was about backward speech. I was told demons use backward speech, and if you ever get a message that seems reversed or twisted, you should immediately test the spirit by asking, "Do you love Jesus?" According to what I learned, a demon can lie about many things, but not about that. I was also told that if you ever see a spirit, and it appears as a shadowy figure, you should be very cautious, because shadows are not good. That idea also matched many stories I had already heard and dismissed before. Suddenly they sounded different to me. The ninth thing was another warning to verify constantly during spirit communication. Use the name of Jesus. Use love. Test what is coming through. Make sure you are not being deceived by something darker pretending to be something helpful. Because that deception is one of the main dangers. And the 10th thing was that if you are in trouble, Jesus is there for you, and Michael the Archangel is there for you too. I came to believe Michael can be in more than one place at once, and that he can help banish evil spirits that want to harm you. Again, years before, I would have laughed at myself for saying something like that. But once I was living through what I believed was possession and spiritual harassment, I stopped laughing. I know all of this can sound preachy. I know talking about Jesus this much can make some readers shut down. The only reason I keep returning to it is because I once hated everything about him and everything connected to Christianity. I was not raised up to become a believer through easy faith or comfort. I was the opposite. I rejected it. I thought it was all nonsense. But when I was desperate, when I was afraid of what I might do in my sleep, when I thought something dark might be controlling parts of my life, that was where the help came from. The change in me after this was not only mental. It was practical and immediate. I no longer sleepwalk. That alone is one of the biggest reasons I cannot dismiss what happened to me. For years, sleepwalking had been a real and dangerous problem. Then after everything I went through spiritually, after turning toward Jesus and love instead of hate and fear, it stopped. I am also no longer afraid in the way I used to be. I can be alone. I can sit in the dark without panic. I do not live with constant fear of spirits anymore. My life became calmer. I no longer feel hunted or vulnerable in the same way. That does not mean I think I understand everything perfectly now. I do not. I still know there are mysteries. I still know people will doubt this story, and honestly some should. Blind belief is not wisdom either. But I also know what changed in my life. I know what I used to be like. I know what used to happen at night. I know the fear that came with waking into violence, with clenched fists and surging adrenaline, with the sense that something inside me was not fully mine. And I know that all of that stopped after I turned in a direction I once would have mocked. If you have never lived through something like this, it may sound impossible. If you have lived through something similar, some of it may sound painfully familiar. That is why I share it. Not to scare people for entertainment, not to sound wise, and not to force beliefs on anyone in a shallow way. I share it because I know what it is like to be terrified by what happens to you in sleep, by what you might do to others, by the possibility that something dark is touching your life in ways you do not understand. I also share it as a warning. Do not play with spirit communication. Do not assume curiosity is harmless. Do not assume you are in control just because you are the one asking the questions. There are things that will answer, and not all of them mean you well. Some of them hate you without knowing you. Some of them see your fear and weakness as opportunity. Some of them want your attention only so they can attach themselves more deeply. Before all this, I thought the world was flat in a spiritual sense. I thought there was only the visible world and whatever people invented in their heads to explain what scared them. After all this, I could no longer believe that. I came away convinced that there is another side, that the spiritual world is real, that good and evil are more real than most people want to admit, and that love is not just a soft idea but an actual force that pushes darkness back. That may be the strangest lesson of all. After all the fear, all the sleepwalking, all the danger, all the communication, the deepest answer I got was not just Jesus, but Jesus and love. Not power. Not control. Not secret knowledge. Not rituals. Love. Real love, the opposite of the hatred that drives dark things. That changed how I saw not only religion, but life itself. I once believed Jesus was only a story from the Middle East that people used to control each other. I once rejected Christians and their beliefs almost out of instinct. But when I was in trouble, when I needed help, when I was frightened in a way I had never been before, He was there for me. I know that sentence will mean different things to different readers. Some will believe it, some will question it, and some will reject it entirely. I cannot control that. I can only say that it is true to my experience. Today I can live my life without constantly worrying about spirit attacks. I do not go to bed afraid of what I will do in my sleep. I do not wake with my body shaking and my heart racing from another violent episode. I do not dread being alone in darkness. I feel peace where I once felt fear. And because of that, even if some readers think I sound preachy, I would rather risk sounding that way than stay silent about what helped me. So this is my story. For years I lived with violent, terrifying sleepwalking that seemed to go beyond what I could explain. Then I got involved in spirit communication, made choices I now deeply regret, learned things I never wanted to believe, and came face to face with what I believe was the reality of demons and the spiritual world. In the middle of that, I was given a message I never expected to accept: Jesus and love. I resisted it at first because it went against everything I thought I believed. But when I tested it, it worked. And because it worked, my life changed. I no longer sleepwalk. I no longer live in fear. I no longer hate the one I once mocked. And if there is one thing I want anyone reading this to understand, it is this: do not go looking for darkness just because you are curious. Some questions cost too much to ask the wrong way. If you are in trouble, if you are being harassed, if you feel something is attacking you in sleep or fear or isolation, seek help from what is truly good. In my case, that good met me where I was, even when I wanted nothing to do with it. And I believe that is why I am finally free. I was born and raised in Tucson, Arizona, and I spent my entire childhood in one house until I reached middle school. That first house was the only home I really knew when I was young. It was where all my early memories lived, where life felt familiar, where every room and hallway made sense to me. Then, when I was older, my family moved into another house. It was older than the one we had been living in, but it was nicer in many ways. It was bigger, more custom-built, and looked like the kind of house that should have felt like an upgrade in every sense. My father's job had started doing very well around that time, and moving into a better home felt like proof that life was going in a good direction for our family. My parents were very religious, and I was raised the same way. Faith was a normal part of life in our home. Because of that, Whenever something strange happened during my childhood, it was usually explained in one of two ways. Either I was imagining things because I had an overactive mind, or what I was experiencing was brushed off as some kind of spiritual attack in a general sense, something to pray about and move on from. For a long time, those explanations were enough. Children are used to adults explaining away what they do not understand, and if your parents are certain, you tend to accept their certainty. Looking back now, though, I think I may have always been a little more sensitive to the paranormal than most people. I noticed things. I felt things. There were moments that unsettled me in ways I could not explain. But as long as nothing happened that was too direct or too undeniable, those old explanations held together well enough. That changed with the house we moved into when I was entering middle school. By that time, my father's work was doing well enough that we left our smaller subdivision house and moved into a larger custom home. The house was at least 20 years old, which is not ancient by most standards, but old enough to have its own history and its own feeling to it. It had only had 2 owners before us. The older couple we bought it from seemed nice enough. They were polite, normal on the surface, the kind of people you would not immediately think much about. Still, there was something a little off about them. Nothing dramatic. Nothing so obvious that it could be pointed at and named. They were just a little strange in a way I noticed, even if my parents did not. My parents thought they were perfectly fine. Maybe they were. But that was not what stayed with me. What stayed with me was the feeling I got the very first time I stepped inside that house. It happened instantly. I did not need to live there for weeks or have anything strange happen first. The second I entered that house for the first time, I felt that something was not right. It was not a voice in my head. It was not some dramatic movie moment. It was simply a deep sense of unease that settled over me in a way I could not explain. The house looked fine. It was bigger than our old one, and in many ways should have felt exciting. But instead of excitement, I felt discomfort. There was something in the atmosphere that seemed wrong from the start, though I could not have told anyone why. For the next couple of years, nothing major happened. That is important, because if strange events had started immediately, it would be easy to connect the uneasy feeling with later experiences and think memory was just shaping the story. But that is not how it happened. For quite a while, there was only that slight feeling of uneasiness. Life went on. My family settled in. We used the rooms, made memories there, followed our routines, and on the outside the house became our home. The uneasy feeling never fully left me, but it faded enough into the background that I learned to live with it. Then I became a freshman in high school, and things changed. One detail about the previous owner stuck in my mind because of the way it came back later. The old woman who had once lived in the house had some kind of condition that made it hard for her to walk properly. I only saw her once, but I remember her very clearly. She was moving slowly across the carpeted living room, and because she could not lift her feet the normal way, they made this dragging, scooting sound against the carpet as she moved. It was a distinct sound, one of those little things you do not think will matter later, but then it returns at exactly the wrong time and becomes unforgettable. One night during my freshman year, I was up late writing a paper. I had stayed up much later than usual, and by about 3 in the morning the whole house was silent. Everyone else was asleep at the far end of the house. I was alone, focused on my work, tired but still awake enough to keep going. Then I heard it. I heard those same scooting footsteps crossing the living room. The second the sound reached me, I knew exactly what it reminded me of. It was not just footsteps. It was that dragging, scooting sound the old woman used to make because she could not lift her feet. It came clearly from the living room, and hearing it in the middle of the night sent a shock through me. I jumped up immediately, turned on the light, and searched the house from one end to the other. I checked every room I could. I looked through the house carefully, expecting to find someone awake, or at least to find some ordinary explanation for what I had heard. But there was nothing. My family was still asleep in their rooms at the far end of the house. No one was walking around. No one had been in the living room. That was enough to end my homework for the night. Whatever confidence or focus I had before that was gone. I did not sit back down. I did not try to reason with myself in the moment. I went straight to my room, locked the door, and tried to get some sleep. Even then, sleep was not easy. The sound had unsettled me deeply because it was too familiar and too specific. If it had just been a random creak or a sound from the pipes, maybe I could have ignored it. But it was not random. It matched something real from my memory, and that made it feel far more disturbing. The next morning, though, I did what many people do after a frightening night. I tried to explain it away. I told myself I had been up too long. I had been staring at a computer for hours. I was tired. My mind was probably playing tricks on me. In daylight, with the house feeling ordinary again, that explanation seemed possible enough to lean on. I did not want to jump straight to something paranormal. I did not want to be the person who insisted a house was haunted because of one unexplained sound in the middle of the night. So I pushed it aside, at least outwardly. But even though I tried to dismiss it, the experience changed my behavior. The next night I did not spend any extra time out in the living room after the rest of my family went to bed. I stayed away from that part of the house once everyone was asleep. I may have tried to explain the sound away in my head, but some part of me had already accepted that I did not want to be alone in that space late at night anymore. At that time, my room was in an unusual part of the house. It was really more like a large walk-in closet that the previous owners had used as a small workroom and storage area. It was separate from the main bedrooms and located at the far end of the house, down the hallway that led toward the garage. It had no window at all, just one door opening into the hall. During the day, if the door was closed, the room was as dark as a cave. No light came in. At night, I had to leave the door open if I wanted any light at all, because even the dim ambient light from the dark hallway was enough to help me find my way out if I needed to. It was not a comforting room. It was enclosed, isolated, and dark in a way that felt heavier than an ordinary bedroom. Because of the night before, I was already more uneasy than usual about the dark. Still, I fell asleep fairly quickly. I do not know what time it was when I woke up. I do not know what sound or feeling pulled me out of sleep. All I know is that suddenly I was fully awake and alert. There was no sleepy drifting or slow return to awareness. One moment I was asleep, and the next I was wide awake, lying there without moving, trying to figure out what had woken me and whether something else was about to happen. At first, nothing did. The room was still. I listened carefully, expecting to hear something, but there was only silence. After a little while, I decided to get up and check the rest of the house. I thought maybe I had heard a sound from somewhere else, or maybe I had just woken for no reason. But the moment I turned toward the door, everything changed. A feeling of absolute danger and evil hit me all at once. That is the only way I can describe it honestly. It was not ordinary fear. It was not the kind of nervousness you feel when you hear a strange noise and wonder what caused it. This was overwhelming. It was instant, complete, and unlike anything I had ever felt before or since. It was as if the room itself had turned hostile, as if every part of me knew I was in the presence of something deeply wrong. I looked toward the doorway. Standing there, somehow outlined against the faint light coming through the open doorway, was a huge figure. I am a big person. I am 6'2" and around 200 pounds of muscle, so it takes a lot for something's physical size to impress or intimidate me. But this shape was massive. It looked at least 1.5 feet taller than I was, and far broader. It filled the doorway in a way that felt impossible. It was not detailed enough for me to describe a face or clear features, but it had presence, size, and shape, and from it came something I can only call hatred. Not anger in the ordinary sense. Not just menace. Hate. And evil. I know those are strong words, but I do not know any better ones. Whatever stood there radiated a darkness so intense that even now, years later, I can remember how it felt more clearly than how it looked. The temperature in the room changed immediately. It went from cool to absolutely freezing. Not just cold enough to notice, but cold in a violent, unnatural way, like the air had been emptied of warmth all at once. Then I felt something slam into my chest. It was not like a punch from a visible person. It was more like force without form, a crushing weight that hit me and drove into me at the same time. My throat seemed to close. I literally felt as though someone was kneeling on my chest and strangling me. Breathing became almost impossible. I could not move properly. I could not fight back against it. I could not even fully understand what was happening fast enough to do anything useful. In that moment, I truly believed I was going to die. That thought was not dramatic. It was not an exaggeration afterward. In that room, under that crushing force, I believed I was being killed by something I could neither see clearly nor physically fight. And what terrified me even more was that the fear went beyond the simple fear of death. It felt like whatever this thing was wanted more than my life. That may sound hard to understand, but that is exactly how it felt. It did not feel like an attack that ended with my body. It felt like something reaching deeper, towards something more important, something beyond the physical. That was what made the terror so complete. I cannot tell you how long it lasted. Time did not feel normal in that moment. I also cannot tell you exactly what caused it to stop. There was no spoken word, no sudden action I took that broke the attack. All I know is that just as I thought I was going to black out and die, the weight lifted. The pressure came off my chest. My throat opened. I could breathe again. And with that I could feel that whatever had been there was gone. The room was mine again. Or rather, I was alone in it again. When I looked around, my room was a complete mess from the struggle. Things had been knocked around. The room had the signs of a violent confrontation, even though there had been no visible person in it with me. The temperature had returned to normal, or at least to what it usually was. That sudden return to ordinary reality was almost as disorienting as the attack itself. One moment I had been pinned under freezing evil, convinced I was dying, and the next I was in my dark room, breathing hard, with only the mess around me to prove something had happened at all. As soon as I was able, I turned on the light in my room. Then I turned on the hallway light. Then the lights in the kitchen. Then the living room. I wanted every light on. I did not care if I woke the house or burned every bulb out. I needed light. I needed the whole place lit up because darkness had become unbearable. The only physical signs left by the experience were the mess in my room and a very faint red ring around my neck. That detail mattered to me because it confirmed that this had not been just some bad dream. Dreams do not leave a room torn up around you and marks on your neck. The next morning, I told my parents what had happened. I told them everything. And they responded the way they always had. They dismissed it. They said it was in my head. They suggested I had been dreaming. They explained it away with the same kinds of reasons they had always used. But I know I was not asleep. And I know I am not crazy. What happened that night was real. I did not imagine the freezing air, the crushing weight, the huge figure in the doorway, the terror, the struggle, or the mark on my neck afterward. It happened. And once it did, there was no way I was ever going to sleep in that room again. What has stayed with me most strongly over the years is not just the fear, but the quality of the fear. I was and am a large man. I am not afraid of anything living on this planet in the usual sense. Physical danger from another human being is one thing. Animals, violence, threats you can name and fight. Those things do not strike me the way that thing did. That night I was filled with absolute terror, but not only for my body or my life. It felt like I was in the presence of something that wanted something worse, something deeper, something beyond simple harm. That is the part one still cannot fully explain. And then, just as strangely as it came, it never happened again. As far as I can tell, whatever was in that house went back to complete rest afterward. There were no more attacks like that one. No repeated appearances in the doorway. No second night of pressure and strangling. The house, as far as I could tell, returned to silence. That almost makes it harder to understand. If it had happened over and over, perhaps I could have formed some pattern from it. But it did not. There was the uneasy feeling when we first moved in. Then the night I heard the old woman's scooting footsteps crossing the living room. Then the night in that dark room when I woke into pure evil standing in my doorway. And after that, stillness. That stillness did not make the experience easier to dismiss. If anything, it made it feel more isolated and more intense, like something had chosen one moment to reveal itself fully, and then retreated again. I have thought about that many times. Was it tied to the house itself? Was it connected somehow to the previous owners? Was it awakened by something, or disturbed by something, or simply waiting for the right person and the right moment? I do not know. I have never had answers to those questions. I do, however, remember every part of what mattered. I remember sensing from the first day that the house was not right. I remember hearing the old woman's dragging steps in an empty living room at 3 in the morning. I remember sleeping in that small dark room at the end of the house with no window and only one door. I remember waking suddenly, fully alert. I remember looking at the doorway and seeing a shape too large to be human. I remember the hatred radiating from it, the freezing air, the force in my chest, the closing of my throat, and the certainty that I was dying. And I remember surviving, standing in the aftermath, breathing hard under bright lights, knowing that what had happened was not some nightmare I could laugh off in daylight. People can say what they want about sleep paralysis, dreams, stress, imagination, and fear. I understand why they reach for those explanations. They are safer. They make the world feel more manageable. But the truth is that not every experience can be folded neatly into a normal explanation without leaving something important out. In my case, too much was left out by those explanations. Too much was real. The mark on my neck. The mess in the room. The specific footsteps the night before. The way I knew from the first day in that house that something was wrong. Those things matter. To this day, I do not fully understand what was in that house. I do not know if it was attached to the property, to the history of the previous owners, or to something else entirely. I do not know why it only showed itself that one night in such a violent way and then disappeared back into silence. I do not know what it wanted. I only know how it felt, and how profoundly that one experience changed the way I think about fear and the unseen. There are many kinds of fear in life. There is fear of injury, fear of being overpowered, fear of pain, fear of death. What I felt that night included all of those, but it also went beyond them. It felt like standing on the edge of something much darker than death alone. That is why I have never forgotten it, and why I still say with complete certainty that what happened to me in that room was real. My family has always believed that some of us are more sensitive than most people. For as long as I can remember, there have been people in my family who could feel things others did not notice. We would pick up on emotions, sense when something was wrong, or know things that seemed impossible to know in a normal way. In our family, this was never treated as completely strange because it had always been there in one form or another. It was just part of who we were. Some people might call it intuition, others might call it psychic ability, but whatever name you use, it was something that had followed the generations before me and continued into my own life. I always believed it had something to do with our family background too. On my father's side, my grandmother was Cherokee with some Scottish mixed in. On my mother's side, there was Sioux and Irish. So I grew up hearing that our family came from people who were strong, emotional, spiritual, and deeply connected to things beyond the ordinary. Whether that was the reason or not, I cannot say for sure. But I do know this, in our family, people often knew things they should not have known. We felt emotions that did not seem to belong to us. Sometimes we would step into a place and instantly know whether something had happened there without anyone saying a word. For me, these things were not always dramatic. A lot of the time, it was more like a wave of feeling or a clear thought that came from nowhere. Sometimes I would sense sadness in a place where everyone else felt normal. Sometimes I would know something was wrong with someone before they said anything. It was not something I could turn on and off whenever I wanted. It just happened. It would come suddenly, and when it did, it was often stronger than I knew how to explain. I had told my husband about some of these experiences over the years. He listened, but he was not someone who believed easily just because a person felt something strongly. He knew I was being honest. He knew I truly believed what I was saying. But to him, that did not automatically mean it was real in a paranormal sense. In his mind, it was possible that I was simply very emotional, very intuitive, or very open to suggestion. He did not think I was lying. He just was not fully convinced that what I experienced came from anything outside myself. That was how he felt for a long time, until one particular day changed the way he looked at everything. My husband had grown up in a very old house, the kind of house that had been in the family for generations. It was the sort of place that carries history in every room. Old homes like that always seem to hold more than furniture and memories. They hold stories, grief, secrets, and lives layered over each other for decades. Many members of the family had lived there before, though not all of them were my husband's blood relatives. He had been taken in by his aunt and uncle when he was around 6 years old, so while he grew up in that home and belonged there in every practical way, the generations before that were not directly his own ancestors. Because of that, he did not talk much about the older people connected to the house. He knew pieces of the history, but not in an intimate way. The house was part of his life, but not every story in it belonged to him personally. Even before this experience, I had always been fascinated by old houses. There is something about them that pulls me in. I love the way they feel, the old wood, the narrow staircases, the rooms that were built for another time, the sense that people lived whole lives there long before you arrived. So when we went to visit his sister in early fall of 2007, and she was living there in the old family home at the time, I naturally wanted to see more of it. I asked my husband, Frank, if he would take me upstairs because I wanted to look around. He agreed, and we went up a narrow staircase into one of those big old-fashioned rooms that seemed to belong to another century. It was exactly the kind of room I could have explored for hours. It was full of old things, the kind that tell stories without saying a word. There were old toys, figurines, books, trunks, little keepsakes, and 2 or 3 beds. The room felt lived in by the past more than by the present. It was cluttered in that old house way that makes you want to open every trunk, touch every book, and wonder who each object once belonged to. At first, I was simply interested. I was looking around, taking it in, enjoying the feeling of being in a space so full of history. But that changed within minutes. We had not been upstairs long when I started to feel something come over me. It did not begin as a thought. It began as a feeling, and it hit me hard. There was an overwhelming sadness in that room. Not mild sadness. Not just the quiet feeling old rooms sometimes have. This was deep sorrow, almost despair. It was so heavy that it seemed to press into me from every side. It did not feel like my own sadness. It felt like I had stepped into someone else's grief so completely that I could barely stand under the weight of it. The more I stood there, the stronger it became. It was not just emotional discomfort. It was sharp, crushing grief, the kind that feels unbearable. I started to cry almost immediately, and not in a calm or silent way. Tears just came. Frank looked at me, confused and concerned, and asked what was wrong. I remember opening my mouth, meaning to tell him that nothing was wrong, or at least that I did not know what was wrong. But what actually came out of my mouth was something else entirely. The baby died. The words came out before I could stop them, as if they had pushed themselves forward from somewhere deeper than my own thoughts. The second I said it, I began sobbing. It was not controlled. It was not polite crying. It was full, deep sobbing, the kind that leaves you unable to speak properly. Frank had to take me back downstairs because I was in no state to stay up there. That part of the experience has always stayed with me because it happened so suddenly, and so strongly. I had gone upstairs expecting to admire an old room, maybe poke around in a few old boxes and ask a few harmless questions about the house. Instead, I was struck by this wave of grief so intense that it took over my body and brought words out of me that I had not been planning to say. In that moment, I did not know whose grief it was or where it was coming from. I only knew it was not mine and that it felt very real. Once I was downstairs and had some time to calm myself, I slowly began to sort through what I had felt. That is the best way I know how to describe it. Sometimes when something like this happens to me, it is not instantly clear. There is the emotion first, then later, if I sit with it long enough, details begin to settle into place. It is almost like sorting through a box of mixed-up memories that do not belong to me until one clear picture begins to appear. After I had myself under control, I told Frank what I believed I had felt. I said that the sadness came from a woman who had lost one of her newborn babies. It was not only the pain of the baby dying that I was feeling. There was another layer to it. Part of what made the grief so overwhelming was that she had not been allowed the time or space to truly grieve. She had another baby, maybe more than one, and older children too. Life had not stopped just because her baby died. She still had children who needed to be fed, held, changed, and cared for. She still had to keep going. And because of that, she had been forced to bury part of her grief and carry on with all the responsibilities around her. That was what made the feeling in the room so devastating. It was not just grief. It was grief interrupted. Grief denied its natural time. I told Frank all of this, not because I was trying to create a dramatic story, but because that was what I had felt with complete certainty. The sadness in that room had shape to it. It belonged to someone specific, and it had that specific pain inside it. I did not know who the woman was. I did not know the family history in that detail. I had never heard a story like that from him before. I was simply telling him what had come over me so strongly in that upstairs room. Later, Frank told me the history. The woman I had been feeling was his foster father's mother. She had given birth to triplet boys. One of the babies had died about a month after they were born. She had not just been grieving one dead child in an empty, quiet house. She had still had 2 newborn babies left to care for, and older children as well. Life would have demanded everything from her at the exact moment she was carrying the worst kind of pain a mother can know. And as if that were not tragic enough, one of the remaining triplets also died later as a toddler. Only the last one lived to old age. When Frank told me that, the room seemed to return to me in a whole new way. Suddenly the grief I had felt made complete sense. It had not been general sadness. It had been the sorrow of a mother who lost one of her newborn triplets, but did not have the freedom to collapse under that loss because she still had 2 babies who needed her every moment. She had to keep moving. She had to keep mothering. She had to keep living. That kind of grief leaves a mark. It sinks into a place. It becomes part of the walls, part of the air, part of the silence. Frank was shocked by what had happened, and I understood why. This woman was not related to him by blood, so he had never really talked about her in detail to me. There was no reason I should have known that story. He had not filled my head with old family history before we went upstairs. I had not been primed to expect anything. The information came through the feeling first, and only afterward did the real history confirm it. That was the moment something changed for him. Up until then, whenever I talked about paranormal experiences or psychic impressions, Frank knew that I believed what I was saying. He did not think I was faking anything. But he still held on to the idea that maybe it was all happening inside me, that maybe I was just interpreting feelings too strongly. After that day, he could no longer explain it away so easily. That was the day he knew I had not simply imagined something. That was the day it became real to him too. For me, it was not a moment of triumph or, "I told you so." It was more complicated than that. There was sadness in it, because what I had felt was so heartbreaking. Even after learning the full story, I could not stop thinking about that mother. I kept picturing a woman carrying babies in her arms while carrying unbearable grief in her heart, expected to go on as though there were no time to break. I thought about how often one in sorrow, especially in older times, was forced to stay quiet because life demanded too much from them. There were children to feed, laundry to do, meals to make, floors to clean, and another day waiting whether the heart was ready or not. The room had held all of that. That experience also reminded me of something I have always believed deep down. Places remember. Houses remember. Old rooms especially seem to hold on to emotions that were too strong to simply fade away. Most people can walk into such a room and see only dust, old beds, trunks, and forgotten objects. But sometimes, if you are the kind of person who feels things deeply enough, you walk into more than a room. You walk into the remains of a life, or a moment, or a grief that never completely left. The upstairs room in that house was like that. On the surface, it was just an old room filled with old things. But underneath, it held the sorrow of a woman who had stood in the middle of motherhood and loss at the same time. It held the grief of a baby who died too soon, and the pain of not being able to stop and mourn the way a heart needs to mourn. That was what reached me. That was what made me cry before I even understood why. When I think back on it now, I realize how fast the whole thing happened. We had only been upstairs for a few minutes. I had barely begun taking in the objects around me when the sadness hit. There was no slow build. No long ghostly silence. It came almost immediately, as if the room had been waiting for someone sensitive enough to feel what was left behind there. That alone has always stayed with me. It was not random. It was not vague. It was direct and overwhelming, and then it was confirmed by a history I had not known. That is one of the reasons this remains one of the most powerful experiences of my life. Many paranormal stories are about seeing something, hearing something, or witnessing movement. This was different. I did not see an apparition. I did not hear a voice. I did not watch an object move across the room. What happened to me was emotional, but no less real because of that. In some ways, it was more powerful. The grief did not merely brush past me. It entered me so fully that it came out in tears and words before I understood it. It was as though someone else's sorrow had reached across time and used my own body to speak itself. Frank's reaction afterward mattered a great deal to me too. Not because I needed to be proven right, but because it meant I was no longer carrying these experiences alone in quite the same way. Before that, I had always been the one who felt things while others stood outside of it. That can be lonely, even when people love you. They may believe that you believe it, but that is not the same as them truly accepting it as real. After that day, Frank crossed that line. He understood that I was not just reacting emotionally to old houses or making stories out of thin air. He had heard me say words I could not have known, then later confirmed the truth of them through family history I had never been told. That changed how he looked at my other experiences too. It opened his mind in a way that years of conversations had not. Sometimes one undeniable moment can do what 100 explanations cannot. This was that moment for him. For me, it also deepened something I had already known. Not every haunting, not every paranormal experience, is about fear. Some are about sorrow. Some are about memory. Some are about pain that was never fully released. The room upstairs in that old house did not feel violent or evil. It felt tragic. It felt burdened. It felt full of the kind of grief that had nowhere to go because life did not allow it the time to fully unfold. That can haunt a place as surely as anything darker can. Even now, when I think about that day in early fall of 2007, I can almost feel the shift that happened between curiosity and grief. One moment I was enjoying the old house, happy to be exploring a fascinating upstairs room. The next, I was being crushed by a sadness so strong it did not feel like my own. It still amazes me how quickly a place can reveal itself when something in you is open enough to receive it. I also think about the woman often. I never knew her. I never saw her picture before that, and I never heard anyone tell her story to me in detail. Yet I felt something of her life in that room. There is something deeply humbling about that. It makes you realize that ordinary people can leave behind powerful traces, especially when they suffer deeply. Not famous people. Not people whose names are written in history books. Just a mother in an old house, trying to care for living children while grieving a dead one. In a way, that is what affected me most. The humanity of it. The rawness of a woman having no room to fall apart even though part of her life had broken. I think that is why I cried so hard. It was not only the fact that a baby died. It was the feeling that she could not stop long enough to hold that loss in the way she needed to. She had to keep moving. Keep caring. Keep doing what mothers do. That kind of quiet suffering leaves a deep mark. And maybe that is what people like me are feeling when we walk into certain places. Maybe we are not always sensing ghosts in the dramatic sense. Maybe sometimes we are brushing against emotional echoes so strong they never fully faded. Maybe some people leave behind fear, anger, love, or grief the way others leave behind photographs and furniture. Maybe that upstairs room had held on to her sorrow for decades, waiting for someone who could feel it and recognize it. I do not pretend to understand exactly how it works. I only know what happened. I know I walked into that room as an interested visitor. I know I began to cry under an overwhelming sadness. I know the words, "The baby died," came out of my mouth without planning. I know that once I calmed down, I described a woman grieving a newborn while still having other babies and children to care for. And I know that Frank later confirmed that the woman connected to that room had indeed given birth to triplets, lost one as a newborn, and had been left with 2 babies and older children to care for. That is enough for me. It was enough for Frank too. From that day on, he never looked at my experiences the same way again. He no longer saw them only as feelings I personally believed in. He saw that sometimes they pointed to something real, something factual, something beyond guessing. And for me, that meant more than I can say, because it is one thing to live with these sensitivities and another thing entirely to have the person closest to you finally understand that what you feel is not just imagination. So that is the story of the old upstairs room in the family home, and of the grief that still lived there long after the woman herself was gone. It is not a story about fear in the usual ghost story sense. It is a story about sorrow, memory, and how deeply human pain can cling to a place. It is also the story of the moment my husband stopped doubting that what I experience is real. Some experiences do not give you a shadow in the doorway or footsteps in the night. Some give you tears that do not belong to you and words you could not have known. Some give you the heart of a stranger for a few unbearable moments. And once that happens, you never forget it. In the mid-1970s, my uncle and his family bought an old house in Newtonville, just outside Boston. I do not remember the exact year it was built, but I know it dated back to the late 1700s. Like many of the other old homes in that historic neighborhood, the year had been painted in black on the chimney. Even as a child, that alone made the house seem ancient to me. It felt like the kind of place that had been standing for so long that it had seen more lives than anyone could remember. The house had 2 staircases. One was in the front, and the other was in the back. The front staircase was especially unsettling to me because it was narrow and steep, the kind of staircase that creaks in old houses and makes you feel like you are walking through another time. We visited my uncle's family from time to time, and even though I was still young, there was always something about that house that made me uncomfortable. I could never explain it properly. It was not that I saw something right away, and it was not that anyone told me ghost stories about it beforehand. It was just a feeling. Every time I was there, I felt a kind of uneasiness that I could not put into words. Children often notice things without understanding them, and that was how it felt for me. I knew something about the house did not sit right with me, but I did not know why. At the time, my aunt and uncle were involved with the Boston Ballet. Both of my cousins were ballerinas, which, to me as an 8-year-old girl, was the most exciting thing imaginable. They seemed glamorous and talented and much older than me in every way that mattered. My younger cousin was 11 at the time, and I thought she was incredibly cool. So when they invited me to come to a performance of Sleeping Beauty one Friday night in November, I was thrilled. The plan was for me to go with them to the ballet and then spend the night at the old house afterward. That should tell you just how badly I wanted to go. Even though I did not like the feeling of that house, the chance to see the ballet and spend the night with my older cousin was too tempting to turn down. I pushed my discomfort aside because I did not want to miss something that felt so special. That night I put on my best dress and went with my uncle, aunt, and cousin to the Wang Theater. To me, the whole evening felt magical. I even got to go backstage with them and watch the dancers getting ready. I remember being completely in awe. Everything seemed elegant and larger than life. The costumes, the makeup, the energy backstage, the excitement of the performance itself, all of it stayed with me. For a little while, the strange feeling I always had about their house disappeared from my mind because I was wrapped up in how wonderful the night felt. After the performance, and after we had dinner, we finally headed back to the house. By then it was late. My cousin and I changed into our nightgowns and started getting ready for bed. The excitement of the evening was settling down, and the reality of spending the night in that old house began creeping back into my thoughts. Still, I tried not to let it bother me. I told myself everything would be fine. At some point, I remembered I needed to ask my uncle something. I do not even remember now what I wanted to ask him, only that it felt important enough at the time for me to go looking for him before bed. So I left my cousin and started down the back staircase toward the living room. The downstairs was dark and cold. Not just a little chilly, but the kind of cold that seems to sit inside an old house at night and settle into the walls. There was only a small amount of light coming in from the upper hallway, just enough to keep the downstairs from being completely black. The shadows were deep, and everything looked different in that dim light than it did during the day. Once I got down into the living room, I suddenly became very aware that I was alone. That alone was enough to make me uneasy, and I immediately turned to head back upstairs. But just then, something stopped me. Off the living room there was an alcove, and in that alcove stood a grand piano. As I turned toward the stairs, I heard what sounded like a man moaning. The sound was low and strange and completely out of place. It was not like a normal house noise, not the settling of pipes or the creak of old wood. It sounded human. I froze where I stood. My first thought was that it must be my uncle trying to scare me. He knew the house gave me the creeps, and it seemed like exactly the sort of joke an adult might play on a nervous child. Trying to convince myself that was all it was, I whispered, "Uncle Roy?" The moaning continued. By then, my eyes had adjusted more to the darkness. I leaned down a little, trying to see behind the piano because I was determined to catch him hiding there. I wanted to prove to myself it was just a prank and nothing more. But when I looked, there was no one there. Then, at that exact moment, I heard my uncle upstairs in his bedroom talking to my aunt. That is when my fear turned into pure terror. If my uncle was upstairs, then who or what was behind that piano? I remember feeling completely frozen, like my body did not know whether to run or scream. Every part of me understood that something was terribly wrong. The sound had been real. I had heard it clearly. And yet there was no person there to make it. At some point, fear finally pushed me into motion. I ran up those stairs faster than I thought possible. I do not think my feet really touched the steps. I flew upstairs and told my uncle what had just happened. But he did not believe me. Maybe he thought I had imagined it because I was already nervous about the house. Maybe he assumed I had scared myself in the dark. Whatever the reason, he did not take it seriously. That made the experience even harder to carry. When you are a child and something truly frightens you, you want the adults around you to tell you what happened and make it make sense. But instead, I was left with my fear and the knowledge that no one believed me. After that, I did not speak about it again for years. I kept quiet because I did not want to be laughed at or ridiculed. I knew what I had heard, but I also knew that saying it out loud seemed to get me nowhere. A few years passed, and eventually my uncle and his family moved out of that house. By then I was older, and enough time had gone by that I finally felt able to ask him about that night again. I asked if he remembered what had happened the night I had joined them at the ballet. He said he did remember it. But what surprised me most was what he told me next. He said that by then, he definitely believed the house they had been living in was haunted. Hearing that changed everything for me. For years I had carried that experience alone, thinking of it as this strange frightening thing that happened to me in a house no one else seemed to question. But now he was telling me that he believed there really had been something wrong there. That meant I had not simply imagined it. It meant the house had left an impression on them too. Then he started telling me what had gone on in the house while they lived there. There were times when objects would disappear and then turn up somewhere else later. That alone is unsettling because it creates the feeling that something unseen is moving through your life and touching your belongings when you are not around. They also heard strange noises at night, the kind of noises that could not easily be explained away once they started happening often enough. And in my cousin's room, The attic door would be closed at bedtime but somehow found open in the morning. That detail really stayed with me because there is something deeply creepy about a closed attic door being opened by morning, especially in an old house. Attics already feel full of mystery in older homes. A door that will not stay shut makes it feel as if something is passing in and out. Then my aunt and uncle made what my uncle later described as a terrible mistake. They decided to use a Ouija board to try to contact whatever spirit might be in the house. Like many people who experience unexplained things, I think they must have hoped for answers. Maybe they wanted to know if there really was someone or something there. Maybe they thought they could communicate with it in a harmless way. At first, they kept the questions simple. They asked things like, "Who are you?" and "Did you used to live here?" But instead of answering normally, the planchette kept moving to "Goodbye." That alone should probably have been enough warning, but my uncle kept pressing with more questions. He wanted answers, and he did not stop when whatever was there kept signaling that the communication should end. According to him, that was when the atmosphere changed. The room suddenly became extremely cold. Not ordinary cold, not a draft, but that heavy, unnatural cold people describe when something dark or hostile enters a place. He said the air itself felt heavy and oppressive, as if something had filled the room that did not belong there. It was not just fear from using the board. It was a physical change in the atmosphere. The whole feeling of the room turned wrong. Then, outside, their German shepherd started howling. That detail is especially chilling because animals often seem to react before people fully understand what is happening. The dog had been outside at the time, and suddenly it began howling. It was late at night, and the sound was loud enough that my aunt and uncle worried they would wake the neighbors. So, despite whatever fear they were already feeling, they went and dragged the poor dog into the house. That must have taken courage because by then they clearly knew something was not right. The board had gone from strange to threatening, the room had turned freezing and oppressive, and now the dog was reacting too. After that, they did not keep playing around with it. They went to bed, but they did not sleep. Instead, they sat in bed and read the Bible until the early morning hours, waiting for the terrible feeling to go away. Eventually it did. The bad feeling finally lifted sometime toward morning, but the experience had shaken them enough that they never used a Ouija board again. My uncle specifically warned me to stay away from one if I were ever tempted. He had learned the hard way that trying to force communication with whatever lived in that house was not just foolish, it was dangerous. Looking back, hearing all of that made my own experience fall into place in a way it never had before. The strange discomfort I felt as a child whenever I entered that house no longer seemed like vague childhood nerves. The moaning I heard behind the piano no longer seemed like something I might have imagined in the dark. It became part of a much larger picture, one that included moving objects, nighttime sounds, attic doors opening on their own, and a terrifying change in the atmosphere when my aunt and uncle tried to communicate with whatever was there. The house itself almost seems like a character in the memory now. It was already old when they bought it, built in the late 1700s and still standing in a historic neighborhood where age seemed to cling to every brick and beam. Old homes can feel beautiful and fascinating, but they can also carry something heavy inside them. That house had the narrow staircase in front, the back stairs I ran up in terror, the alcove with the piano, the attic door in my cousin's room, and all those rooms filled with the quiet presence of generations gone by. Sometimes I wonder what had happened there over all those years. How many people had lived there? How many had died there? How much sorrow, fear, anger, or loneliness had settled into its walls? As a child, I could not have put any of that into words. I only knew that I felt uncomfortable there long before anything openly frightening happened to me. Children often sense things before they understand them. We notice changes in atmosphere. We feel tension in places. We respond to things without having the language to explain why. That old house always made me uneasy, and now I believe there was a real reason for that. What happened that night after the ballet stayed with me because it was my first direct encounter with something in that house. The whole evening had been magical at first. Going to the Wong Theater, seeing Sleeping Beauty, going backstage, spending time with my ballerina cousins, All of it felt exciting and special. Then the night ended with me alone in the dark downstairs, hearing a man moaning behind the piano in an empty room. That contrast made it even more powerful in my memory. It was as though the beauty and excitement of the evening had carried me straight into something dark waiting back at the house. Even the way the experience unfolded still feels vivid to me. The cold downstairs, the dim hallway light, the shape of the alcove, the sound of my own whisper, "Uncle Roy?" The realization that there was no one behind the piano. Then hearing my uncle's voice upstairs and knowing without a doubt that whatever had made that sound was not him. That was the moment pure fear took over. It was the kind of terror that leaves no room for doubt, the kind that turns your whole body into motion before your mind can even catch up. I think what frightened me most at the time was not only the sound itself, but the fact that it sounded human. There is something especially disturbing about hearing a human sound in a place where no human being is present. A creak can be explained. A thump can be ignored. But a moan feels personal. It feels alive, even if what made it is not. And then there was the silence I kept afterward. That too became part of the story. I said nothing for years because I did not want anyone laughing at me. That is often what happens after frightening experiences, especially when they happen in childhood. You learn quickly whether adults are going to take you seriously, and if they do not, you keep your fear to yourself. So for years, I carried that memory as something private, something I knew happened even if I had no proof and no one willing to confirm it. That is why my uncle's later admission meant so much. It did not just validate the house as haunted. It validated me. The story he told about the Ouija board added another layer of warning that has stayed with me ever since. It is one thing to live in a strange house and experience odd things. It is another thing entirely to invite communication with whatever may be there. From everything he described, it seems as though whatever presence was in that house did not want to play along with their questions. The repeated move to goodbye almost feels, in hindsight, like a warning to stop. And when my uncle refused to stop, the atmosphere turned hostile. The cold deepened. The air became oppressive. The dog began howling. Everything about it suggested they had crossed a line. That is probably why his warning to me felt so serious. He was not telling me to stay away from Ouija boards because he had heard rumors or thought they looked silly. He was warning me because he had used one in a haunted house and felt the room change around him into something frightening and dangerous. He had seen firsthand what could happen when curiosity overpowered caution. Even now, when I remember that house in Newtonville, I think first of the feeling it gave me before I even had a reason. Then I think of that November night, the ballet, the old piano, the moaning in the dark, and the desperate run up the back staircase. And finally I think of my uncle years later, admitting the truth, telling me about the haunting, the disappearing objects, the attic door, the oppressive cold, the howling dog, and the Bible read in bed until morning. All of it together forms the picture I could not see as a child but understand much better now. That house was not just old. It was occupied by something unseen. Maybe it had once belonged there. Maybe it had attached itself to the house or to the land. Maybe it was tied to some part of the long history of the place. I do not know. But I do know that the house left its mark on me, and on the people who lived there. And for all the years that have passed since then, I have never forgotten the sound of that moaning behind the piano in the dark. Brian was the son of my godmother, and even though we were not related by blood, that never mattered to any of us. He was family in every way that counted. We grew up thinking of each other as cousins, and that is how I always held him in my heart. He was 3 years younger than I was, and he was one of the kindest, brightest, most lovable people I have ever known in this life. Some people leave an impression on you that lasts no matter how much time passes. Brian was one of those people. He had a way about him that made you feel happy just being around him. He was warm, easy to love, and full of life in a way that made it hard to imagine the world without him in it. In the late 1980s, when I was 21 years old, I went to visit my younger sister, who was attending Salem State College at the time. It was the weekend before Thanksgiving, and what should have been an ordinary visit became one of those dividing lines in life, the kind that separates everything into before and after. During that visit, my mother called us. I can still feel the heaviness of that moment, even now. Her voice carried the kind of news that changes the air around you the second you hear it. She told us that Brian had been killed the night before in a terrible car accident in Virginia. He was only 18 years old. 18. Even now, that number feels too small beside the word death. At that age, life is supposed to be wide open. A person is supposed to be full of plans, movement, jokes, dreams, road trips, music, beaches, and all the ordinary things young people think will go on forever. Brian was still at the age where the future should have been stretching out ahead of him, not closing down behind him. But in one moment, it was all gone. I went into a kind of shock after hearing the news. That is the best way I can describe it. The world did not feel real anymore. I could walk, speak, listen, and move through the day, but everything around me felt distant, as though I had been pushed behind glass and was now watching life happen from somewhere outside of it. I was inconsolable for a long time afterward. Brian was the first person I knew who was even close to my own age to die, and that made the loss hit me with a kind of force I had never experienced before. Until then, death had always seemed like something that belonged to older people, to another part of life, to some distant stage that had not yet reached into my own world. But Brian's death shattered that illusion completely. He was not old. He was not sick. He was not someone I had slowly prepared myself to lose. He was just there in my life one moment, bright and alive, and then suddenly he was gone. That kind of loss leaves a hole in a person that is hard to describe. It is not just sadness. It is disbelief, anger, confusion, helplessness, and the ache of knowing that the world kept moving even though part of your own world had stopped. During that short Thanksgiving week, I found myself doing something I had never really done before in such a serious way. I would leave work during my lunch break and go to a nearby church. Sometimes I would pray. Sometimes I would just sit quietly and think. I was not even always sure what I was asking for. I think mostly I wanted a place where I could be still with my grief for a little while before going back out into the ordinary world, where people were buying groceries, driving to appointments, making dinner plans, and doing all the normal things that suddenly felt unreal to me. Grief can make even the simplest daily routine feel strange. On one of those visits to the church, I did something small and simple that stayed with me forever. I asked Brian to ask God for a little snow for Christmas that year. That may sound odd to some people, but it made sense to me in that moment. We had always looked forward to the first snowfall. There is something about the first snow of the season that feels special when you are young, and even later in life, it can still carry that same quiet magic. That year had been unusually dry so far. There had been no snow yet, and I remember feeling that same old wish for a white Christmas, mixed now with the pain of his absence. So I asked him, almost as though he were still near enough to hear me, to ask God for a little snow for Christmas. Then I forgot about it. Or maybe that is not exactly the right phrase. I did not completely forget Brian, of course. There was no forgetting him. But I forgot that specific request. I went back to trying to live normally while still carrying the grief with me every day. That is how mourning often works. You do not stop hurting, but life starts demanding things from you again. You go back to work. You answer questions. You smile when expected. You move from one day into the next, all while feeling as though some part of you is still standing back at the moment when the terrible news arrived. A few weeks before Christmas, I was driving home from a babysitting job one night. It was one of those ordinary drives that becomes unforgettable only because of what happens in the middle of it. As I drove, I started thinking about Brian again, and before long I was crying. I cried all the way home. The grief had a way of rising suddenly like that, as if some thought, some memory, or some invisible thread had been touched. When I reached the top of the driveway where our house sat on a hill, I parked and stayed there for a while, crying even more. Then something on the windshield caught my eye. Snowflakes were falling onto the glass and melting. At first, I just stared at them. I stopped crying and watched the little flakes come down and disappear into tiny beads of water. The sight was so delicate and so unexpected that for a moment it seemed to pull me out of my own sadness. I remembered what I had asked for in the church weeks earlier, but even then I did not immediately connect the two things in any serious way. I just sat there watching the flakes melt, quiet and puzzled. Then I stepped out of the car. What I expected to see was a sky full of snow, or at least a few more flakes drifting down. Instead, I looked up and saw a completely clear night sky. It was beautiful, cloudless, filled with stars. The bare trees were moving a little in the breeze, and the whole sky above me was open and clean and dark in that sharp winter way. I stood there with my mouth open, honestly shocked. There were no clouds. No storm. No visible reason for snow to be falling. Yet I had just seen flakes land on my windshield and melt right in front of me. Where had the snow come from? What had I just witnessed? As I stood there trying to understand it, my mother pulled into the driveway. She asked what I was doing, and I told her what had happened. I told her about the flakes on the windshield, and how the sky was perfectly clear. She just nodded. I do not know if she fully believed me or not, or if she simply did not know what to say. At that moment, I did not press her. Some experiences feel too tender to defend. We went inside, and she asked if I was all right. As soon as she said that, I started crying again. Then something else happened. From upstairs, I heard my father yelling for one of us to come upstairs quickly. There was urgency in his voice, enough that I ran. I went up to my parents' bedroom and found my father kneeling in front of the large picture window almost as if he were praying. He waved me toward him and said, "Come here, you have to see this." I did not know what he was looking at, and for some reason, fear rose in me right away. Maybe it was because I was already emotionally raw. Maybe it was because the strange snow had unsettled me. Or maybe it was because grief makes a person feel thin-skinned, as though the ordinary boundary between this world and something greater has become easier to cross. Whatever the reason, I felt suddenly frightened. I knelt down beside him, and he pointed out the window. "Keep watching the sky," he said. So I did. A few seconds later, a glowing green chunk seemed to drop across the sky and burn out before it reached the earth. Then came more. We were watching a meteor shower. Shooting stars crossed the sky one after another, bright and beautiful and almost unreal. I do not know whether this had anything to do with the snow on the windshield. Maybe the two things were connected. Maybe they were not. But what I felt in that moment was overwhelming. I felt, with a certainty deeper than logic, that God, or some greater power, or something beyond what I could see, understood my grief. I felt seen. I felt as though I was not alone in it. That feeling was so powerful that it almost frightened me. It was not fear in the ordinary sense, not fear of being harmed, but fear the way people sometimes feel when they are suddenly close to something sacred or immense. I wanted to run to my room, pull the covers over my head, and hide from the force of it. It was too much to take in at once. I was mourning an 18-year-old boy I loved like family. I had just seen snow fall from a clear sky after once asking him for it, and now I was kneeling at a window watching the heavens streak with fire. Everything in me felt open and shaken. Time passed, as it always does, though grief has a way of making time feel strange. The following summer, my family had plans for our usual vacation on the Maine coast. Every year we would rent a beach house for a week, and Brian had been part of that vacation almost every summer. He belonged in those memories so completely that it was hard to picture the trip without him. I could still see him arriving at our house with a surfboard or boogie board tucked under his arm, ready for the ocean, ready for fun, ready for the kind of simple joy that beach vacations always seemed to hold. Brian looked exactly the way people imagine a surfer boy. He had tan skin, sun-bleached hair, and that easy, bright coastal style that made him seem made for summer. I can still see him that way in my mind, smiling, carrying a board, moving toward the beach like that was the most natural thing in the world. I dreaded that vacation. The Maine trip had always been tied to him in my mind, and now the thought of going without him felt unbearable. It was not just that I would miss him there. It was that his absence would be visible everywhere. At the beach. In the house. In the group photographs. In every ordinary moment where he should have been and was not. Grief is often hardest not only in grand moments, but in traditions. The places and routines you once shared become painful because they keep reminding you of the missing person over and over again. At that time, I had just started a new job in sales, and I was traveling often. One day I was in an area where there was a little shop that offered tarot card readings. I cannot fully explain why I went in. I just felt pulled toward it. Maybe grief made me more open. Maybe I was still searching, consciously or not, for some sign that Brian was alright. Maybe I only wanted someone to tell me something that would help me breathe a little easier. Whatever the reason, I went inside. The woman doing the reading started out by telling me ordinary things, the kind of details people expect from a tarot reader, about my life and possible future events. Then suddenly she stopped. She looked at me and asked if I had recently lost a brother or a cousin in a car accident. I remember feeling stunned. I asked her how she knew that. She said he kept coming up in the cards. That was all it took. I burst into tears right there. I was embarrassed to be crying in front of a stranger, but there was no stopping it. The grief was still so close to the surface that any unexpected mention of him broke me open. The woman told me that he did not want me to be sad anymore, that I needed to stop crying because he was okay. I spent the rest of that day in shock. Whether a person believes in tarot or not, that moment struck me deeply because I had not gone in there telling her my story. She had reached directly into the center of my grief without knowing me. A few weeks later, I had a dream about Brian. In the dream, he asked me why I was crying. I told him it was because I would never see him again. He looked at me in a way that said more than words could have said. It was as if his expression itself meant, "You know better than that." Then he had to go. That dream stayed with me because it did not feel like an ordinary dream. It felt gentle, sad, and strangely reassuring all at once. He was not there to give me a long speech. He was not there to explain heaven or the afterlife or anything dramatic like that. He was simply there long enough to remind me, in that quiet way dreams sometimes can, that the connection was not gone just because his body was gone. He had to leave, but the feeling he left behind remained. Years passed. Life continued to unfold. I grew older. I changed. The sharpness of the grief softened over time, though it never disappeared entirely. That is how certain losses work. They stop bleeding the way they did in the beginning, but they remain part of the shape of your life forever. Then, on the morning of my wedding in April of 2006, I felt him near me again. It was not like seeing him in front of me. It was not even a voice. It was a presence, a feeling so familiar and so distinct that I knew immediately who it was. I took it as a sign that he was happy for me, and that he approved of the man I was marrying. That mattered more to me than I can easily explain. A wedding is a threshold moment, one of those days when you become deeply aware of who is with you and who is missing. To feel Brian near on that morning was a gift. It did not take away the sadness that he could not be there in the ordinary living sense, but it changed the feeling of the day. It made me feel that he had not been left behind in my past. He was somehow still present in the important moments. My godmother flew out for my wedding, and when I told her I felt her son near me that morning, she said she felt him too. That response meant so much to me. It told me that the feeling was not mine alone, that perhaps a mother's connection to her son had also reached into that day in a way words cannot fully explain. Then, just a few weeks ago, something happened that brought him back into my heart in a different way. I was in the garage, searching for pictures to include with another story I was working on, one about the spirits of Goodale Cemetery. While going through old photographs, I found a picture that had been taken years before during one of our vacations on the coast of Maine. My sisters, Brian, and I had always met other kids our age while vacationing with our families. On the last day of one of those trips, we had decided to take a group picture before everyone went their separate ways. Someone had the idea that it would be fun to make a human pyramid. Brian, being the lightest of all of us, had been placed at the very top. When I looked at that picture again after all these years, it felt like time had folded in on itself. There we all were on that windswept beach, smiling, suntanned, young, completely unaware of how precious the moment really was. And there was Brian at the top, his sun-bleached hair tossed by the breeze, one hand raised toward the sky. That image struck me deeply because it held exactly who he was in my memory. Alive. Bright. Laughing. On the coast. Reaching upward without even knowing the meaning that gesture would one day hold for those of us left behind. There was no sadness in his face in that picture. Only youth, freedom, light, and joy. When I saw it again, I knew that was how I wanted to remember him forever. Not broken by the accident. Not only as the 18-year-old boy whose death shattered me, but as the beautiful, sunlit soul he had been in life. When I think of him now, I think of all of it together. I think of the terrible phone call when I was 21 and the world suddenly changed. I think of crying in church during lunch breaks. I think of asking him for snow and then watching flakes fall from a clear sky. I think of kneeling beside my father at the picture window, watching meteors burn through the darkness while feeling that heaven itself somehow knew my sorrow. I think of the tarot reader who spoke his loss before I did. I think of the dream where he gently reminded me that I knew better than to believe I would never see him again. I think of my wedding morning and the quiet certainty that he was there. And I think of that photograph on the main beach, with his hand lifted toward heaven and his face full of light. All of those moments, taken together, have made me feel that death is not always the end in the way we fear it is. I am not saying grief disappears. It does not. There are losses that mark you permanently. Brian's death was one of those losses for me. But alongside the pain, there have been these moments, these signs, these dreams, these feelings, that have carried a different message. A softer one. A steadier one. A message that says love does not vanish just because a life ends too soon. He was the first person near my age that I lost, and because of that, he opened in me a whole different awareness of mortality, sorrow, and the unseen. Before Brian died, death still belonged mostly to other people's stories, to older relatives, to worlds that did not yet feel like mine. After his death, I understood how quickly life can break your heart. But I also began to sense, slowly and imperfectly, that love continues in ways that grief itself cannot erase. I do not know exactly what happened with the snow on the windshield. I do not know if it was heaven's answer, Brian's answer, or simply one of those moments that defies easy explanation. I do not know if the meteor shower was directly tied to him, or if it only became meaningful because of the place my heart was in at that time. I do not know exactly how a tarot reading can call up someone who has died, or why certain dreams feel more real than others. But I do know what these moments did for me. They told me I was not abandoned in my grief. They told me the world is perhaps wider, stranger, and kinder than we always realize when we are hurting. There are some people whose memory grows dimmer with time, but Brian never became one of those people for me. Maybe that is because of the way he died, so young and so suddenly. Maybe it is because of the many times since then that I have felt him near. Or maybe it is simply because he was one of those rare souls who leave beauty behind them, not only pain. Even in grief, when I think of him deeply enough, I do not only feel loss. I also feel warmth, salt air, youth, laughter, stars, and that raised hand in the photograph reaching into the sky. That is why when I say rest in peace, I do not say it with hopelessness. I say it with love, and with the quiet belief that peace is exactly where he is. And if I have learned anything from the years since he died, it is that sometimes the people we lose are not as far away as we first believe. Sometimes they answer in snow. Sometimes they come in dreams. Sometimes they stand near you on your wedding morning. And sometimes they wait quietly in an old photograph until you find them again and remember that love, in the end, is stronger than absence. For as long as I can remember, I have noticed things that other people do not seem to notice. I do not mean little details that most people miss. I mean things that feel impossible to explain. Ever since I was young, I have seen images shaped like people, but not in a clear, direct way. It is almost always out of the corner of my eye. I will be walking through the house and think I saw someone pass through the hallway, only to turn and find no one there. Or I will be standing in front of a mirror and catch the quick image of something rushing behind me, so fast that by the time I turn around, the space is empty. These moments never last more than a second or two, but they happen enough that I have never been able to dismiss them completely. Even when I try to act calm, they leave a feeling behind, a cold little shock that does not fade right away. It is not only the things I see. I also hear things that should not be there. Sometimes I hear laughter when the house is quiet. Sometimes I hear people talking when no one is around me. Sometimes I hear footsteps when I know for a fact that I am the only one awake, or when I know my husband and son are both asleep. These sounds do not always come loudly. Often they are faint, just enough to make me stop and listen harder. But they are real enough that they grab my attention every time. It is a strange way to live, always wondering if the next sound is just the house settling, or if it is something else entirely. Looking back, maybe I should not be surprised that my life turned out this way. My family was always somewhat unusual. Strange is probably the better word, though when I was growing up, it did not seem strange to me because it was all I knew. I was raised watching my mother and her sisters, my aunts, take an interest in things most families would have avoided. They held seances. They talked about feelings, signs, and spirits as if they were part of everyday life. They went on walks and hikes looking for missing people from our area. This was not something they did once or twice out of curiosity. It was something they truly believed in. If there was a missing person, especially a young girl, they would talk among themselves, get a feeling about a place, and then decide to go looking. Now that I am older, I realize how odd that sounds. But at the time, I accepted it the same way a child accepts the world around them. If the adults you trust act as if something is normal, then to you it becomes normal too. So I remember going with them sometimes, walking into wooded areas, listening to them talk in quiet voices about clues, signs, and energy. They said they could feel when they were getting close to something important. They believed certain places held traces of what had happened there, and that if they followed their instincts, they might find something tied to the missing person. I remember one time in particular when we went deep into some woods near an old schoolhouse that had been shut down. That place already felt unsettling before we found anything. It had the kind of silence that feels heavy, like even the air is waiting. The trees stood thick around us, and the deeper we went, the farther away normal life seemed. Then we found something that made the whole place feel even darker. It looked like some kind of occult setup. There was a large circle on the ground made from branches and sticks, carefully arranged, not random at all. Inside the circle were animal bones, including skulls that looked like they could have come from sheep or cattle. That alone was strange because neither of those animals were common in our town. It was not the kind of thing you would expect to find hidden in the woods, and certainly not laid out that way. I still remember the feeling that went through me when I saw it. I was young, but even then I understood enough to know that what we had found did not belong there. It did not feel natural, and it did not feel innocent. It looked like it had meaning to whoever placed it there, but none of us knew exactly what that meaning was. My mother and aunt stood around it quietly at first, taking it in, and then started speaking softly about what it could mean. They did not seem shocked so much as deeply interested. That in itself stayed with me. Where another person might have run, they leaned in and tried to understand. That was not the only strange thing we ever found. Sometimes during those walks, we would come across torn clothing caught in bushes or scattered near the edge of the woods. Other times it was a single abandoned shoe, or a piece of jewelry that looked cheap but strange enough to make you wonder who had left it there and why. None of it seemed valuable in the normal sense. It was never the kind of thing that would matter to police as proof right away, at least not from the way I understood it then. But it always left the same question hanging in the air. What happened here? Why is this here? Who was here before us? And in those moments, the woods themselves felt like they were full of unfinished stories. I grew up being taught to trust my feelings and my instincts. My mother and my aunts believed deeply that some people could pick up on things other people could not. They would say that a feeling in your stomach, a strange chill, a sudden thought that came out of nowhere, those things mattered. They were not to be ignored. So from a young age, I learned to listen to my own reactions. If a place felt wrong, I paid attention. If a picture seemed to hold more than what was visible at first glance, I stared harder. If a moment felt charged in some way I could not explain, I did not brush it aside easily. That kind of upbringing changes the way a person moves through the world. It makes you more open, but it also makes you more vulnerable to fear. The seances were another big part of what I grew up around. My mother and aunts would gather together, sometimes with other relatives, and try to make contact with something beyond the normal world. There would be praying, quiet voices, meditation, and long stretches of waiting. Usually one of us younger ones, like me or one of my older cousins, would be asked to take pictures while they did this. We used Polaroid cameras, so the photos would come out and develop right there in front of us. That was part of what made it so intense. There was no long wait, no chance to forget about the moment. You took the picture, and then everyone stood there looking at it as the image slowly appeared. Those moments fascinated me even when they unsettled me. We would all lean over the pictures together, looking closely for anything unusual. And most of the time, at least to us, there was something. We would see shapes in the background, faces in strange places, and what looked like letters or words hidden in the details. Sometimes someone's hair would seem to form the image of a face. Sometimes the folds of a curtain, the reflection in a window, or a mark on the wall would look like something more than it should. There were times when the faces we thought we saw were so clear that it felt impossible to believe they were accidents. We would stare and point and ask each other if we all saw the same thing. Afterward, we would go back and look at the actual room or the actual object in the picture to see if the image had really been there or if the photo had somehow created it. Sometimes the thing we thought we saw in the picture was not there in real life at all. That was what made it so strange. It felt like the camera had picked up something our normal eyes did not. At least that is what my family believed. And when you are young and the adults around you are all speaking in serious voices and treating it like evidence, it is hard not to believe it too. We did this kind of thing for years. The pictures gave us faces, shapes, letters, and words, but nothing ever fully came together into one clear answer. It was always just enough to stir the imagination and deepen the mystery. Someone would say, "This face is so clear. I do not know who this person is, but I wonder if he had anything to do with one of the disappearances." Another would say, "These letters must mean something." But in the end, nothing ever connected neatly. It was always just strange enough to make us wonder, and just unclear enough to leave the questions open. There were also Ouija boards, tarot cards, readings, and all the other things people often connect with the paranormal. To me, as a child, they were just part of the world I was raised in. They were around the house, around family gatherings, around conversations. No one sat me down and said this was evil or dangerous. Instead, it was treated more like a path to understanding what could not be seen. That does not mean there was no fear connected to it. There was. But it was the kind of fear mixed with fascination, the kind that pulls people deeper instead of pushing them away. As I got older, though, something in me began to shift. Over the last almost 10 years, I found God in my life in a way I had not known before. That changed how I looked at many things. It made me begin to believe that a lot of what my family had done was not right in the eyes of God. I do not say that to judge them or to call them bad people. I do not think they were bad people. I love them for who they are and for the family they were to me. But I chose a different road for myself. Where they leaned towards seances, cards, and searching for signs in everything, I began leaning toward prayer, faith, and trying to draw a line between what is from God and what is not. That choice did not make the strange things stop. That is one of the hardest parts to explain. I changed my path, but my experiences did not vanish. Even now, to this day, I still see things in pictures, in clouds, and in trees. Sometimes it feels like no matter where I look, if I stare long enough, something reveals itself. And what I see is not comforting. It is frightening. I see deformed faces. I see creatures. I see devilish faces. I see letters and words in almost any image I look at for too long. It can be a photograph, a pattern in the sky, or the way branches twist together in the wind, and suddenly I will see something staring back at me. I know that some people would say the mind is made to find patterns, that human beings naturally see faces where none exist. Maybe there is truth in that. But that explanation has never felt complete to me because of how intense some of these images seem. Some are so sharp and disturbing that they do not feel accidental. They feel like they are there waiting to be seen. I can be looking at a normal family photo or at the clouds at sunset, and then all at once something twisted appears to me in it, something ugly and unnatural, and it changes the feeling of the whole image. At times I wish I could simply turn that part of my mind off. There are moments when I do not want to see more than what is in front of me. I do not want every shadow, every shape, every picture to feel layered with hidden things. It can be exhausting, and it can make ordinary life feel tense. A person should be able to walk through a room, look out a window, or stand in front of a mirror without wondering what else is there. And yet there is another side to me too, a side that has always been drawn to fear. I love the feeling I get from scary movies, haunted houses, and ghost stories. When I am with other people, being scared feels almost exciting. It is a rush. It makes my heart race in a way that can be thrilling. I like hearing stories that give me chills. I like the build-up of tension, the mystery, the feeling that something could happen at any moment. That side of me has probably always existed, and maybe growing up the way I did fed it even more. But there is a big difference between enjoying fear when you choose it and feeling fear when you are alone and it comes to you uninvited. That is where the fun ends. Because when I am by myself and I hear laughter in an empty room, or footsteps when everyone else is asleep, it does not feel thrilling. It feels wrong. It feels personal. It feels like something unseen is aware of me. I have felt the presence of what I can only describe as spirits around me, laughing, talking, or moving from room to room. I cannot always prove it. I cannot point to a shape and say there it is in a way that would convince another person. But the feeling is real enough that I know it when it comes. There have been times when the television will turn off by itself, then turn back on again. The stereo in the living room has done the same thing. I have heard the distinct sound of a key going into the front door, followed by the knob turning, only to find that no one is there physically when I go to look. Those sounds are so specific, so ordinary in their meaning, that they are especially disturbing. Hearing a random bang in a house can be explained away. But hearing what sounds exactly like someone unlocking your door and starting to come in, only to find no one there, is something else entirely. That kind of moment freezes you in place. The cats react too, and animals make it harder to dismiss everything. We have 2 cats at home, and there are times when they will suddenly go wild, tearing through the house as if something is chasing them. Other times they will stop in the middle of what they are doing and stare upward or toward an empty part of the room as if something is there that I cannot see. Anyone who has lived with cats knows they can be strange by nature, but there is still something eerie about seeing them focus on empty space with such seriousness. They seem alert, watchful, and unsettled, and it feeds the fear already in me. When this happens during the day, I can usually brush it off more easily. Daylight makes most things feel less threatening. But at night the house changes. Every sound becomes sharper. Every shadow seems deeper. The hallway becomes a place where I expect to catch movement at the edge of my vision. Mirrors become harder to look into for too long because I start wondering what I might see behind me. A small sound from another room can make my chest tighten instantly. There are times when I sit still and listen, trying to decide whether what I just heard was real, and part of me already knows it was. Sometimes I wonder whether growing up around all those things opened something in me. Maybe being taught from childhood to search for signs made me more likely to notice them. Maybe all those seances, all those pictures, all those walks looking for clues, all those talks about spirits and energy, trained my mind to pick up on things it otherwise would have ignored. Or maybe it did more than train my mind. Maybe it invited things. That possibility bothers me more now than it used to. When I was younger, all of it felt more like mystery than danger. Even when it was creepy, it still carried a feeling of discovery. But after finding God, I began to view it differently. I began to feel that some doors are not meant to be opened. Some things are not harmless curiosity. Some things may answer when called, but that does not mean they come from a good place. That is part of why I stepped away from the practices my family believed in. I did not want to go further down that road. Still, even with that distance, I cannot deny what continues happening around me. I do not sit with Ouija boards. I do not do readings. I do not take part in seances. I do not go chasing after signs the way I once did with my family. And yet the signs, or whatever they are, still seem to find me. That is why this all feels so complicated. I chose to leave that world behind in action, but the experience of it never fully left me. There are times when I try to test myself. I ask whether I am just overthinking. I wonder if stress makes me more alert to every sound in the house. I question whether the images I see in clouds and pictures are simply patterns my brain is putting together. I ask if the TV or stereo might just be faulty. I even wonder if the cats are only reacting to normal little things I cannot hear. I do try to be fair with myself. I do not want to turn every strange moment into something supernatural just because of how I was raised. But then something happens that feels too sharp, too clear, too perfectly timed to dismiss. A laugh when no one is home. A shadow rushing past the hall. The sound of the front door unlocking when everyone is accounted for. A cat staring at a corner of the room as if watching someone invisible move. A face in a picture that feels too real to be chance. Those moments put the doubt and the fear side by side. And no matter how much I want to settle on one explanation, I never fully can. It is strange how fear can become part of a person's identity without them choosing it. I did not set out to become someone who notices things others do not. I did not ask to feel watched when I am alone, or to hear footsteps when the house should be silent. But when something happens often enough, you stop thinking of it as a rare event and start thinking of it as part of your life. That does not make it easier. It just makes it more familiar. Familiarity is not the same thing as comfort. In some ways, the familiarity can make it worse, because then you start expecting it. You start bracing for it. You walk into your own hallway and part of you is already prepared to see movement out of the corner of your eye. You stand in front of a mirror and know there is a chance you will catch something behind you that should not be there. You hear a floorboard creak and your body reacts before your thoughts do. Living like that slowly wears on you. I think about my mother and my aunts sometimes and wonder how much they truly understood about what they were involved in. Did they believe they were helping? Did they think they were uncovering truths? Did they ever feel afraid in the deep way I do now, or had they become so used to that world that the fear changed shape for them? I cannot know fully. What I do know is that they passed something down to me, whether it was a sensitivity, a habit of attention, or a connection I never asked for. Even the missing girls and the objects found in the woods come back to me at times. Torn clothes. A shoe. Cheap jewelry. Bones in a circle. Strange feelings near dark places. All those things left impressions on me long before I understood how much they would stay. I think part of why I still see the world the way I do is because I grew up in an atmosphere where darkness was not hidden from me. It was approached, looked at, questioned, and in some ways even welcomed. A child raised around that does not come out untouched by it. The older I get, the more I understand that fear is not always loud. Sometimes it is quiet and constant. It is the fear of hearing something when the house should be silent. The fear of seeing movement where there should be none. The fear of not trusting your own eyes, yet not being able to ignore what they catch. The fear of wondering whether something is really there, and the even greater fear that maybe it is. There are nights when I lie in bed listening and trying to decide whether what I hear is part of the house or part of something else. If I hear a laugh in another room, my whole body goes still. If I hear steps in the hallway, I listen harder instead of moving. Sometimes I do not want to turn on the light because part of me is afraid of what I might see, and another part is afraid I will see nothing and still feel that same presence. Both possibilities are unsettling in their own way. And yet, despite all of that, I still cannot say I am someone who wants all mystery gone from the world. That is the contradiction in me. I still love ghost stories. I still love the rush of fear in safe places, the fun kind, the chosen kind. I still feel drawn to the unknown, even while I am frightened by it. Maybe that pull never fully leaves a person once it becomes part of them. Maybe that is why so many people who fear the dark also feel drawn to look into it. But I know this much. There is a difference between enjoying the idea of being scared and living with the sense that something unseen may be moving around you. One is entertainment. The other changes the way you feel in your own home. Home is supposed to feel safe. It is supposed to be the place where you can relax, where footsteps have a known source, where a turning doorknob means someone you love is arriving. When those ordinary sounds begin to feel uncertain, the comfort of home weakens. That is one of the worst parts of all this. It is not just that I experience strange things. It is that they happen in the place where I should feel most secure. I have prayed over these experiences. I have asked God for peace, for protection, for clarity. Sometimes that helps. Sometimes just saying a prayer out loud changes the mood in the room or calms my own spirit enough to settle the fear. There is comfort in turning toward faith when the unexplainable starts pressing in. At least faith gives me something solid to hold on to when everything else feels uncertain. Still, I would be lying if I said prayer made all the experiences stop completely. It did not. What it gave me was a different way of facing them. Instead of feeling pulled toward them the way I once did when I was younger, I now feel the need to guard myself against them. That is a very different mindset. I no longer wonder what every image means or feel tempted to dig deeper into every strange sign. Sometimes I choose not to look too closely because I do not believe every hidden thing deserves my attention. That may be one of the hardest lessons I have learned. Just because something can be noticed does not mean it should be followed. Just because a door appears open does not mean it is wise to step through it. The world is full of things we do not understand, and not all of them are meant for us to explore. Even now, though, when I catch movement in the hall or hear laughter when no one is there, part of the old fear and curiosity rises together. I still wonder what it is. I still wonder why it seems tied to me. I still wonder whether I was born sensitive to these things or whether sensitivity was built into me by the way I was raised. I still wonder if what I see in pictures, clouds, and trees is something spiritual, something psychological, or some strange mix of both. Those questions have never fully left me. What has changed is the way I choose to live with them. I do not chase the answers the way my family did. I do not set out trying to make contact or gather proof. I simply live with what comes, trust in God as best I can, and try to keep my home, my mind, and my spirit grounded. Some days that is easier than others. There are still moments when I feel a rush from the spooky and the unknown, especially in stories, movies, and haunted attractions. But when I am alone and the air changes in my own house, that rush becomes something colder. It becomes the old truth I have known all my life: some fear is fun, and some fear feels like it is looking back at you. That is what it feels like to live with this. It is seeing shapes of people where no one stands. It is catching something move behind you in a mirror and turning too late. It is hearing laughter in an empty room and footsteps in a silent house. It is growing up among women who searched the woods for signs, who held seances, who trusted instincts, and who taught you to do the same. It is finding faith and choosing a different path, only to realize that changing your path does not erase everything that came before. It is seeing frightening faces in pictures, in trees, in clouds. It is hearing your front door open when no one is there. It is watching your cat stare at something invisible and knowing they sense something too. It is loving the thrill of being scared with others but dreading that same fear when you are by yourself. And more than anything, it is carrying the uneasy feeling that the world around us may contain far more than we can explain, and that some of us, whether we want to or not, seem to notice it more than others. It all started when I was in preschool, not long after my family moved into an apartment in Alameda. I was very young then, so some memories from that time are the kind that feel half dream and half real. but the fear I felt was real enough that I never forgot it. Even now, when I look back on those first strange nights, I can still remember the feeling of lying awake in a room that was supposed to be safe, listening to things that should not have been there. The first night we moved in, my sister Casey and I heard music coming from the closet. It was not loud party music or anything clear enough to make out, but it was there, like a strange sound drifting in from somewhere it should not have been able to come from. At the same time, we also heard what sounded like rollerblading on the ceiling. That was what it reminded us of, wheels moving back and forth overhead, fast and smooth. But we were in an apartment, and even at that age I knew that something about it was wrong. It did not sound like normal footsteps. It sounded like someone gliding across the ceiling right above us. At first, maybe because we were children, we tried to tell ourselves it was just a weird building, maybe noisy neighbors, maybe old pipes or something settling. But deep down, both of us knew the sounds did not feel normal. The apartment already had that kind of heavy feeling to it, the kind that makes you feel watched before anything even happens. That first night was only the beginning. About a week later, strange things started happening in the apartment itself. Ants began coming out of places that made no sense. They came out of the bathtub, from the kitchen wall, and from my bedroom closet. It was not just one little line of ants the way you sometimes get in a house. It felt sudden and wrong, like things were spilling out from places they had been hiding. My sister and I hated it. The apartment already felt creepy, and now it felt dirty and alive in a way that made it worse. We were just kids, but it felt like the place did not want us there. Then came the night that truly burned the fear into me. It was the night of May 1st. My dad was out at sea, and my mom was working the late shift at McDonald's. So it was just me and Casey there in the apartment, alone late at night. I remember the feeling of that night very clearly. There was something about being alone in that place without my parents that made every small sound seem bigger. The hallway outside felt darker than usual. Every corner of the apartment felt full of waiting. At around midnight, Casey and I started hearing fighting in the hallway. It sounded like two people arguing and struggling, angry and violent. The noise was close enough that it felt as if it was right outside the door. We sat there listening, frozen, not sure whether we should move, call for help, or just stay quiet and hope it stopped. Then suddenly there was a scream. It was the kind of scream that makes your blood run cold because it sounds full of terror and pain. The second we heard it, both of us felt fear hit us so hard we could barely breathe. And then we saw them. Two bloody red eyes. They were not clear like a normal person standing there, but they were there, staring at us in the darkness. I can still remember how unnatural they looked, how they seemed to glow with this horrible red color. Casey and I both screamed at the same time. We threw ourselves under the covers and stayed there for the rest of the night. We did not get up. We did not go looking. We did not dare peek again. We stayed hidden, shaking and trying to make it until morning. I do not know if I slept at all that night. If I did, it could not have been for long. A year later, we moved to Concord. For a little while, I thought maybe that nightmare part of our lives was over. I thought maybe whatever had been in that apartment would stay there. I was wrong. Not long after we moved into the new place, I started hearing crying coming from the attic. It was not every hour and not every minute, but enough that I noticed it and could not ignore it. It sounded sad and distant, the kind of crying that makes you feel uneasy because it seems to come from somewhere trapped. That was when I knew, or at least believed with all my heart, that whatever had started in Alameda had followed us. As time passed, more things started happening in Concord. There would be flashes of light, doors slamming for no reason, and people getting hurt in ways that never felt like accidents to me. It was as if the strange presence was not content just making noise. It wanted to be noticed. It wanted us to be afraid. And it worked. Then one night, the night before we were supposed to move again, I looked out my bedroom window and saw a man holding a knife. Just seeing him there was enough to send a cold wave of fear through me. I stared for a second, trying to make sense of it. Then I got up and went into the backyard because some part of me needed to know if he was real. There he was again. But something about him was off. Even before he disappeared, I could tell there was something not right about him. It was not just the knife. It was the way he moved. When I walked toward him, he started backing away. He did not turn and run like a normal person caught where they should not be. He just kept moving backwards slowly, almost like he was floating away from me. He backed up all the way toward the fence, and then he vanished. Just like that. 1 second he was there, and the next he was gone. No sound, no footsteps, nothing. That was one of the moments that stayed with me the most, because it was not just hearing something or seeing something in the corner of my eye. I saw him clearly enough to know he was there, and yet he disappeared in a way no normal person could. In 1999, we moved again, this time to Oakley. At first things seemed normal. That was always how it went. There would be a short period where life felt almost peaceful, where I would start hoping maybe this new place would finally be different. But peace never lasted. About a year later, on May 1st again, it started up all over. That date became something I feared. It was like every time May 1st came around, something bad waited for us. My best friend Sam was sleeping over that night. We were together when we both heard footsteps in the crawl space under my apartment. That made it worse somehow, because it was not just me hearing it. Sam heard it too. We sat there listening to the slow movement beneath us, as if someone was under the floor, walking around in a place no one should have been able to walk. A year or two later, my sister's friend, whose nickname was Big Sam, was helping me wash dishes. We were just doing something ordinary, standing there talking and working, when one of the glasses suddenly slid across the counter by itself and smashed onto the floor. It did not wobble and fall. It moved. It was so sudden that both of us just stared for a second before reacting. Later that same night, Big Sam and Casey were upstairs while I was downstairs, and the power had gone out. They heard it first, and then I heard it too. It sounded like heavy boots walking on hardwood floors. But the problem was, I had carpet. There should not have been any sound like that at all. And yet there it was, heavy steps moving through the dark house. Then we moved again, this time to Brentwood, and that was when things became worse than they had ever been before. At Brentwood, the haunting did not feel like something in the background anymore. It felt aggressive. There was banging and scraping on the windows and walls. My computer would turn on and off by itself. My bed would shake. It got so bad that I could not sleep in my own room. That is how strong the fear became. When your own bedroom starts to feel like the worst place in the house, it changes something in you. You stop feeling safe anywhere. Night after night, I would lie there waiting for the next noise. Sometimes it was a bang on the wall. Sometimes the bed would tremble under me. Sometimes the computer would suddenly come alive for no reason. Every little thing in the room started to feel connected to whatever was in there. I hated being alone in that space. Even during the day, my room never fully felt normal again. It always felt charged, like something unseen had claimed it. Then one night, I reached a point where I could not take it anymore. I decided to bless my room. That room was where it all seemed to center, so that was where I started. The second I began, everything went wild. My light started flickering. My TV started going crazy. My computer seemed to lose its mind. My bed started shaking. Then a wind began blowing through my room, and it made no sense at all because the room was closed up. Papers and clothes flew around like they were caught in a small twister. For a moment it felt like the whole room had come alive in anger, like something was fighting back because it did not want to leave. Then just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The heaviness was gone. The fear was gone. I stood there in the silence afterward and knew something had changed. For the first time in a long while, it felt like I had my life back. At least that is what I thought then. But it was not fully over. I still had one ghost left, and I did not know then how much worse things were about to get. For almost a year, things were quiet. After so much fear, that silence felt strange. Part of me wanted to believe it was finally over. Part of me was just waiting for it to start again. Then on March 20th, 2007, my birthday, it returned. It was just after midnight, and I was about to fall asleep when something woke me up. At first I did not know what it was. Then I heard it clearly. Knocking on my closet doors. Slow, real knocking, coming from inside the room. I lay there listening, wide awake now, feeling that old fear rising in me again. The next day I called my sister and asked her about it, thinking maybe she knew something. What she told me made everything worse. She said, "I forgot to tell you. Me and Big Sam used the board, and we contacted a girl who had been murdered by her ex-boyfriend. She hates guys." At first, I thought it sounded almost ridiculous. A ghost that hated guys. I even thought it was kind of funny in a nervous way. That was a mistake. I should never have laughed at it, even in my mind, because later that same night I was home alone, and I got my answer. I was sitting there watching Full House, just doing something normal, trying to relax, when out of nowhere my backpack flew and hit me in the head. Not brushed against me. Hit me. I jumped up in shock. Then the hall lights started flickering, and screaming came from my room. Real screaming, loud and awful. Against my better judgment, I went to check. The second I opened my bedroom door, I got the shock of my life. Things were flying around the room. My TV was going crazy. My computer died completely. Then I looked into the mirror, and saw a face staring back with 3 knife cuts across it. I did not stay. I grabbed my bedding and slept in the living room. After that, I kept sleeping in the living room because I could not force myself to go back in there at night. Things did not stay inside the house either. On June 1st, 2007, I was at school eating lunch when something or someone tripped me. My friends were about 5 feet away from me, far enough that I knew it was not one of them playing around. I did not know what it was, but by then I believed that girl's spirit was more than just a ghost. I started thinking she might be a demon. Later that day, during 8th period, everyone had gone outside, but I stayed in the classroom to catch up on my work. While I was inside, I saw smoke above the door. It looked real enough that I panicked and ran outside because I thought there was a fire. But when the teacher checked, there was no smoke and no fire. Later, while we were outside reading books, something shoved me even though my classmates were a good 3 or 4 feet away. I felt it. It was not my imagination. Something pushed me. That night at 9:45, I was getting ready for bed and went to brush my teeth. The bathroom door was shut, which was normal. But when I finished and tried to open it, it would not move. It felt like somebody was holding it shut from the other side. I pulled harder, and then suddenly the door flew open so hard that I fell backward and hit my head on the sink. I ended up with a bump on my head from it. That was one of the moments where the haunting turned from scary to dangerous in a way that could not be ignored. Then in September, around 5 o'clock in the morning, I was getting ready for school. My backpack was a mess, and I stepped outside to feed the dog. When I came back in, the backpack was gone. I looked everywhere for it until I found it on my bed, completely cleaned out. Everything was gone except my homework and binder. That should sound silly compared to all the bigger events. But things like that were part of what made the haunting feel constant. It was not always huge dramatic moments. Sometimes it was just impossible little acts that reminded me something was there and watching. At 10:38 one night, I was fast asleep when my computer turned on by itself. The thing was, that computer had died 6 months earlier. It should not have been able to turn on at all. That was the kind of thing that made me feel like I was losing my grip on reality. Because how do you explain a dead machine suddenly coming to life in the middle of the night? Then came October 1st, and that is when it became violent in a way I will never forget. At about 7:30 in the evening, I was lying in bed reading when my light went out. At first I just sat there in the dark, annoyed more than afraid, because I was used to lights acting strange by then. But then I heard moaning coming from under my bed. I bent over to look underneath, expecting nothing and dreading everything at once. I saw nothing under there. But when I tried to get up, I could not move. Something was holding me down. It felt like a foot pressing on me, keeping me pinned. I struggled, but I could not get up. Fear hit me so hard I could barely think. Then I started to pray. The second I prayed, it stopped. The pressure lifted, I could move again, and my light turned back on. That moment changed something in me because it was one of the clearest times I felt that prayer actually broke whatever hold that thing had on me. November 7th, 2007, became another day I could never forget. At 6:11 in the morning, I was listening to Cat Country 103 while getting ready for school when the radio started going crazy. It flipped from channel to channel, then went dead. Right after that, I heard scratching on the wall and footsteps coming toward me. Then, before I ran out of the room, I heard a voice say, "Get out." I did not stay to question it. I ran. Later that same day, at 12:38 in the afternoon, I was typing this whole story out at school when I started hearing knocking on the wall behind the computer in room A104. By then it felt like there was nowhere I could go to get away from it. It was in my house. It followed me to school. It seemed to move into every part of my life. Around the same time, my sister Casey was living in Boston, and she called me one night in a panic. She said she had been hearing crashing noises like someone was breaking in, but every time she checked there was no mess. Her doll had gone missing and later turned up on top of the TV even though it had been on her bed. Then, while she was talking to me on the phone around 10 p.m. her time, we both heard a laugh. At first we thought one of us had done it, but then a second later I heard the same laugh coming from my closet. That was one of the worst feelings in the world, because it meant the strange things were not just happening around me in isolated moments. It felt connected, like whatever was involved could move from place to place, from house to house, from person to person. It made the whole thing feel larger and more impossible. On November 9th, just after midnight, I came back from the bathroom. The house was dark as always, but I saw a bright light coming from my room. My lamp was off. The only thing in there that should have been lit was my alarm clock, and this light was much brighter than that. When I opened the door, there was a big flash, and then it was gone. At 5 o'clock that same morning, I was awake sending an email to my sister when I heard voices in my room. I started looking around to see where they were coming from, and when I found the source, it was coming from my dead computer. I leaned in and put my ear close to it, and it shocked me. Not enough to seriously hurt me, but enough that I jumped back. The second it shocked me, the voices stopped. That dead computer became one of the creepiest parts of the haunting. It felt like it had become some kind of doorway for whatever was there. On December 5th at 10 o'clock in the morning, I was listening to my brother's MP3 player when, in the middle of my song, I heard what sounded like my grandfather's voice saying he loved me and missed me. He had been dead for 3 years. That moment was different from the others. It did not feel cruel or violent. It felt sad and strange. But it still shook me because it made me question even more what was happening around me. Was everything evil? Were there different spirits? Were some trying to help and others trying to hurt? Around that same time I kept seeing a little boy. I felt like he was trying to tell me something, maybe warn me about something. The last time I saw him, a twister hit Greensburg, Kansas, and that made me feel like maybe he appeared before bad things happened. It made me start thinking I had some kind of power to see and talk to the dead. I did not want that power, not really, but by then my life felt full of things no normal explanation could cover. At 10:32 that same day, I felt something go through me and show me how they died. I cannot explain that in a way that sounds sensible, but it felt like a flash of understanding, not something I thought up on my own. And something told me it was going to get worse before it got better. At 10:49, I saw that girl with the 3 knife cuts in her face again through the window to the book room. That was when I truly started feeling like I was breaking down under the weight of it all. I felt like I was losing it. I did not know how much more I could take. On December 8th at 9 o'clock that night, the boy appeared to me again. This time I could hear him better and understand him more clearly. He warned me that if I kept trying to find the truth behind the haunting, something really bad might happen to me. Then he looked at me and said, "She's coming." When I asked who, he disappeared. Later that night, at 10:28, I was sitting on my bed trying to contact the boy, but something else came through instead. It was the girl, or her. She told me, Give up. You will never free him or the others. They will be trapped here forever, and you will die trying." Then she disappeared. Before bed, I wrote a question on a piece of paper and left it on the chair. I asked the boy who she was and why he was scared of her. The next morning, when I checked the paper, there was an answer. The boy said she was his sister. He said she hated him and fought with him a lot, but he was still close to her. Then he appeared to me again, and I asked how she died. He told me she was murdered by her ex-boyfriend. When I asked how old she was, he said she was 19. Then he vanished. Right after that, my yearbook flew across the room and nearly hit me in the head. At noon that same day, I was eating lunch when I saw, out of the corner of my eye, a girl walking toward my room. I set down my sandwich and went to check. I saw her leg go into my room, and then the door shut. I went to open it, already afraid, but I still was not prepared for what happened next. The second I opened the door, a head came flying toward me. I do not even know how to describe the horror of that moment. It was one of those things so shocking that your mind almost refuses to accept it. Then the door slammed by itself. I stumbled back in terror, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst. Even now, that moment stands out in my memory as one of the most horrifying of the whole haunting. At 10:45 that night, I asked the boy to appear again and talk to me. He did. When I asked him how he died, he told me he had walked to the creek near my house and drowned himself. I asked him why, and he said he wanted to be with his sister. I cried when he told me that. Then I asked how old he was when he died. He said he was 15. On December 10th, at 2:33 in the morning, I got up for a drink of water. On the way back to my room, the whole house suddenly became freezing cold. That was how I knew it was her. I started running toward my room, but the hallway seemed to get longer and longer. It felt impossible, like the house itself was changing around me. When I finally reached my door and got inside, it slammed shut behind me and started shaking. Then the closet doors began opening and closing. My light flickered. My movies flew off the shelf. Stuff flew around the room. Then there she was. She stood there staring at me with that evil expression, and I backed up slowly, trying to reach the crucifix on my wall. The second I touched it, she disappeared. At 6:12 that morning, I woke up to find the boy staring at me. He told me his sister was really mad at me and would do anything to stop me from helping him and the others. By that point, I felt trapped in a nightmare that had somehow become my normal life. Then came Christmas Day, 2007. I went to take a shower, and while I was in there I felt a sharp pain run down my body. When I looked in the mirror, I saw scratches forming on my skin. Not marks that had been there before. They were forming right in front of me. That was the moment I knew I needed help from someone stronger than me. I got dressed and called my friend, who was a priest, and asked him to help me get rid of her. At 10 that night, we started the exorcism. That was when all hell broke loose. The lights flickered wildly. The house started shaking. Screams echoed through the rooms. Then the light bulbs exploded. Mirrors shattered. My friend fainted. I grabbed him and started running. As we moved through the house, doors slammed one by one. It felt like the whole place was fighting us, trying to trap us inside. Somehow we made it outside. Once we were out, we kept praying even harder. Then a bright light burst out of every window and door of the house. And after that, it was gone. The heaviness was gone. The fear was gone. I was no longer scared of my house. Even my dog was not scared anymore. The house felt empty in a normal way for the first time in years. Quiet did not feel threatening anymore. Darkness was just darkness again. After everything I had lived through, that peace felt unreal at first. I kept waiting for the next knock, the next voice, the next flicker, the next shaking bed, the next scream from the room. But none came. It was over. At least, as far as I know, it was finally over. What stays with me the most when I think back on all of it is how young I was when it began. It started when I was just a preschooler, and from there it moved with my family from place to place, year after year, as if it had attached itself to us. It shaped the way I saw houses, bedrooms, closets, mirrors, and night itself. Things that should have been ordinary became connected to fear. Even a simple sound from another room could send me into panic because I had spent so long learning that danger could come from nowhere. There were times I thought I would never get my life back, never sleep normally again, never feel safe in a bedroom, never trust silence. The haunting was not just about ghosts or spirits, or whatever those things were. It was about living with constant fear. It was about dreading night. It was about wondering if the next thing that moved would be harmless or violent. It was about feeling like you were being watched all the time. And yet, somehow, I survived all of it. I made it through the red eyes, the screaming, the footsteps, the crying attic, the knife man, the things flying through rooms, the dead computer, the voices, the pushing, the scratches, the freezing halls, and the girl with the knife cuts. I made it through years of fear and confusion and got to a place where my house finally felt like home instead of a trap. Even now, if I hear a strange sound late at night, part of me still freezes. I do not think a person goes through something like that and ever fully forgets how it felt. But I also know what peace feels like now, and I know what it means to have the heaviness finally lifted. That matters. After so many years of terror, the silence became something beautiful. What happened to me still sounds unbelievable when I say it out loud. Some people may hear it and think it sounds impossible. Some may think I imagine parts of it. But I know what I lived through. I know how many moments were witnessed by other people. I know the fear was real, the violence was real, and whatever was in that house wanted to break me down. In the end, it did not win. It all started in preschool in that apartment in Alameda, with music in the closet and rollerblading sounds on the ceiling. At the time, I had no idea that those strange noises were the first signs of years of terror. I was just a child in a new home, trying to sleep. I could never have imagined how long it would follow me, how far it would go, or how hard I would have to fight to be free of it. But I was freed. And after everything, that is the part that matters most. My great-grandfather was one of those rare people who leave a warm feeling behind them long after they are gone. Even now, when I think about him, I do not think of him as just an old relative from the past. I think of him as a bright spirit, a happy soul, someone who loved deeply and lived fully. He loved his family more than anything. He respected hard work and the value of a single dollar. He was a wonderful artist, and everything he did with his whole heart. If he took on something, he gave it everything. That was just the kind of man he was. Looking back, I think that is probably why he decided to build his own home from the ground up. He was not the kind of person who wanted something half done. If he was going to make a home for his family, he was going to make it himself, with his own hands, his own effort, and his own love built into every part of it. I wish I could tell you exactly what year the house was built, but honestly, I do not know. It had been in our family for a very long time. Long enough that it felt less like a house and more like a piece of family history. My grandmother and her sisters grew up there. Later, my mother grew up there too. Then, years after that, my brothers and I lived there for most of our childhood. It was not just one family's home for a little while. It was the kind of place that held generation after generation, memory after memory, joy after joy, and maybe a few strange things too. It was a beautiful house in a beautiful area. My great-grandfather had chosen a very historic part of Denver to build it. In fact, it was only about 2 houses down from Molly Brown's house, which I always thought was interesting, even though it does not really have anything to do with the haunting itself. Still, there was something about that whole area that felt old, rich with stories, and full of the past. Maybe that matters, or maybe it does not. But the house itself always felt like it had a personality. It did not feel plain. It felt lived in, loved, and deeply rooted. My earliest memories of that house go back to when I was about 5 or 6 years old. At that time, my great-grandparents were still living there, and we would go visit them. Those visits are some of my sweetest early memories. The house always smelled like a strange but comforting mix of cookies and perfume. The cookies came from my great-grandmother, and the perfume was hers too, soft and old-fashioned. It was the kind of smell that belonged to her so fully that even now I cannot think of one without the other. My great-grandfather would usually be sitting in his chair, sketching or working on a pastel drawing. His fingers would be stained in all kinds of colors, blue, red, pink, whatever he had been working with. He always seemed to be creating something. The radio was almost always tuned to jazz. That music seemed like part of the air in the house. Sometimes he would get up, still humming along to whatever song was playing, and try to dance with my great-grandmother. She would laugh and say, "Oh, Joe, stop." But it was the kind of protest that came with love, not annoyance. Then they would settle back into their little routine again, like a picture of warmth and home. Those memories matter to me because they are part of what makes the story so strange. When people hear ghost stories, they often think of dark houses, mean spirits, or places full of fear from the beginning. But this house was not like that, at least not at first. It was full of love. It was full of family. It was full of memories that should have made it feel safe. Maybe that is why the strange parts of the story stand out so much. They happened inside a place that also held happiness. I have spoken with my grandmother about the house, because she lived there most of her life. She has always been a big skeptic, the kind of person who does not jump to supernatural explanations. According to her, she never experienced anything strange there. That makes some sense to me in a way, because the house had been built from the ground up by my great-grandfather. Maybe to her it was simply home, solid and ordinary, a place shaped by family and not by fear. But for my mother, when she was young, the story was very different. When my mother was about 4 years old, she had an imaginary friend named Tabby. At least, that is what everyone called her at the time, an imaginary friend. But according to my mother, Tabby was connected to all kinds of weird things that happened in the house. My mother slept upstairs in a large room with her cousin Teresa. They shared a bathroom, and almost every morning my mother would wake up and go in there only to find that the carpet in the bathroom was completely soaked. To this day, none of us understand why my great-grandfather had carpet put in a bathroom, but apparently he did. My mother would go ask Teresa what she had done, assuming maybe she had gotten water everywhere, but Teresa would still be asleep and would say she had not gotten up at all. This went on for years. I am not even sure whether it ever really stopped, or whether everyone simply got used to it. Of course, there is a normal explanation people could offer. Maybe it was plumbing. Maybe the carpet was a terrible idea and water was leaking somehow. That is very possible. But it is one of those things that becomes stranger when it sits beside everything else that was happening in the house. My mother also used to hear footsteps on the stairs late at night when everyone else was asleep. She said the footsteps would go up the stairs and then, after a few quiet minutes, they would come back down. It happened just once each night, almost around the same time. Not over and over, not in a way that sounded like random house noises, but in a pattern, as if someone was making the same trip every night. Up the stairs. Pause. Back down. If you have ever lived in an old house, you know they can make all sorts of sounds, but this was not the random settling of wood. It sounded like someone walking. Still, the memory that stayed strongest in my mother's mind happened one afternoon after school. She had brought a friend home and had run upstairs quickly to drop off her books. She was only supposed to be gone for a moment. Instead, she froze in the doorway. On her bed, pressed clearly into the blanket and pillow, was the perfect indentation of a small body and a head, as if a child had been lying there only seconds earlier. It was not wrinkled bedding in a vague shape. It was a clear impression, the outline of a small person resting on the bed. My mother panicked. She ran back downstairs and after that refused to sleep on her own side of the room. She slept on Teresa's side instead. That image has always disturbed me. There is something about an empty bed holding the shape of a child that feels deeply unsettling. It is not loud or dramatic like a movie haunting. It is quiet, still, and wrong. It is the kind of thing that stays in a person's mind because it feels too exact to ignore. Shortly after that, my grandparents and my mother moved out to California because of my grandfather's work, and for a while the story of the house belonged more to the older generation than to my own. Sadly, my great-grandfather passed away when I was still very young. My great-grandmother was later moved into a nursing home, and that was when my own family moved into their house. My mother, father, brothers, and I all moved in. By that point, the house already carried years of family life, years of stories, and maybe years of unexplained things too. My brothers took the upstairs room, the same room where my mother and Teresa had once slept. I ended up downstairs in the room that had belonged to my great-grandmother. At first, I do not remember being especially scared of the house. It was just a family house, full of old furniture, familiar smells, and the feeling that it had known us forever. But then strange things started happening to me too. One night I was having trouble sleeping. I was lying there awake in the quiet when I heard humming coming from the living room. It sounded soft and familiar, almost gentle, not angry or frightening. Still, hearing a voice-like sound in the middle of the night when everyone should have been asleep was enough to make me get up and go check. When I looked, there was nothing there. No one sitting in the living room, no radio on, no source for the sound at all. That humming happened more than once. It would usually happen late at night. Most often it came from the living room, though sometimes it seemed to be outside. It was never loud and sharp. It was always more like a presence carried in sound, the kind of thing that makes you stop and listen hard because you are not sure whether you really heard it. But I had heard it. Enough times to remember it clearly. One of my great-grandfather's favorite possessions was a truly awful knit tapestry of an owl. It was ugly. There is really no nicer way to put it. He loved it though. No one else did. So after he passed away, no one knew what to do with it, and it just stayed in the house, shoved into a closet. Then one day we came home and found that ugly owl tapestry hanging on the closet doorknob, displayed in exactly the same way my great-grandfather had always kept it. My mother immediately believed it was Grandpa Joe. To her, it was obvious. My father, on the other hand, refused to believe that. He wanted a more practical explanation, even if there really was not one. After that, the tapestry got moved down to the basement closet. Things like that are hard to explain because they are not huge dramatic events. They are small, personal details, the kind of thing that means more because of the emotional connection. Anyone can hear a strange noise and wonder if it was nothing. But finding a beloved object arranged in the exact place and manner a dead family member used to keep it feels different. It feels intentional. As I got older, the strange things seemed to happen less often. Or maybe they did not happen less often and I just stopped paying so much attention. Childhood is funny that way. Sometimes you live with a certain level of weirdness for so long that it stops feeling shocking. It becomes part of the background of life. But there are still a few moments that stand out in my memory very clearly. On weekends I had a habit of trying to stay up as late as I could and eventually falling asleep on the couch. My father would usually be the one to come downstairs, wake me up, and tell me to go to bed. It was a normal routine in our house. So one weekend, when I heard a male voice telling me to get up and go to bed, I obeyed without thinking much about it. It sounded ordinary. It sounded familiar. I got up, went to my room, and did not think about it again. The next morning, I mentioned it casually to my mom, and she looked at me like I was crazy. That was when I remembered that my father and brothers had gone camping that weekend. They had not even been in the house that night. There had been no man there to tell me to go to bed. But I knew what I had heard. It had been a distinct male voice, calm and clear. My mother, who by that point was used to strange things in the house, simply said, "Oh, it was Grandpa Joe." That response might sound odd to some people, but in our house it almost made sense. By then there was a feeling among us, especially my mother, that if something strange happened but did not feel cruel or threatening, it might be my great-grandfather. And honestly, the idea fit. It was exactly the kind of thing he might have done if he were still there in some form, calmly telling a stubborn kid to stop sleeping on the couch and go to bed properly. As I grew older, I started developing my own artistic skills. In that way, I always felt close to my great-grandfather, even though he had passed when I was still young. He had been an artist, and I felt some of that same pull in myself. One day I was working on a project for art class and getting more and more frustrated because it was not turning out the way I wanted. Anyone who has ever cared deeply about making something knows that feeling, when your own hands seem unable to create what your mind sees. In a fit of anger, I threw the drawing into the trash and stormed out of the house to go to a friend's place. A few hours later, when I came home, the drawing was sitting right in the center of my bed. As far as I knew, no one else had been home. No one should have taken it out of the garbage. No one should have placed it there. Yet there it was, neatly laid out in a place where I could not miss it. My mother, of course, had her own explanation ready. She believed it was my great-grandfather, the artist, telling me not to give up. And honestly, whether that is what it was or not, I have always loved that idea. Out of all the strange things in the house, that one felt almost kind. It felt like encouragement. Not long after that, my great-grandmother passed away in the nursing home. Her death brought a sadness over the family, but something else came with it too. About a week or so after she died, we started smelling that same cookie and perfume mixture in the house. It would drift from room to room, moving almost as if it had intention. It often seemed to return to my room, but it was always strongest right when you first walked in the front door. It was such a specific smell, one tied so clearly to her, that none of us could ignore it. The scent never felt frightening. It was strange, yes, because smells do not usually travel like that or appear from nowhere, but it was also deeply emotional. Smell is tied to memory in such a powerful way. To walk into the house and suddenly smell the exact combination that had always meant my great-grandmother felt like being visited. It felt like she had come back, not to scare us, but simply to be there. The last major incident I clearly remember happened on Christmas. In our home, it was a family tradition for my parents to turn on Christmas music on Christmas Eve and leave it playing all night and into Christmas Day. It was one of those little traditions that makes a house feel magical when you are growing up. But on this particular Christmas morning, we woke up and instead of Christmas music, old-time jazz was playing on the radio. Not random music, but the exact kind of jazz my great-grandfather had always listened to. The strange thing was that the tuner had not been moved. The radio was still set where it had been left, on the Christmas music station. Every year, that station played Christmas music all season long. Yet that morning, for about half an hour or so, it switched over to the kind of jazz my great-grandfather loved. Then it switched right back to the normal Christmas programming. We could not figure out why. It made no sense. But in that house, by then, not everything needed to make sense to feel meaningful. After that, life changed in more ordinary but painful ways. My brothers and I grew older. My parents' marriage began to fall apart. There was more fighting in the house, more tension, more sadness. Eventually they separated, and in the end the house had to be sold. I have often wondered whether the growing conflict in the house changed something. If my great-grandparents were really there in some way, maybe all the anger and fighting made them uncomfortable. Maybe that is why the strange encounter stopped. Maybe whatever warmth or presence had stayed in the house for so long could not live peacefully alongside all that conflict. After we left, we never had another encounter like those. The story could probably end there, but there is one more layer to it that has always made me wonder. After all the incidents in the house, my mother became fascinated by the paranormal. At some point, she went to visit a psychic. During that visit, the psychic described her childhood imaginary friend Tabby perfectly. She even knew her name. That shook my mother deeply. It also opened up a whole new set of questions. Could some of the things we thought were my great-grandfather have actually been Tabby? Could the child-shaped indentation on my mother's bed all those years earlier have been Tabby? Could the soaked bathroom carpet, the footsteps on the stairs, and all the strange things from before my great-grandfather's death have belonged to some separate child's spirit who had been in the house long before we tried to explain everything through Grandpa Joe? It is possible. In fact, it may be more likely for some of those earlier events. A child presence would fit the body shape on the bed. It would fit an imaginary friend who seemed too real. It would fit the feeling that something small and active was moving around upstairs. My mother also says that to this day she has extremely vivid dreams about the house. Not normal dreams, but the kind that feels so real she can physically feel the cold hardwood stairs under her feet. That detail always gets me. It is one thing to dream of a place you once loved. It is another to feel it as if you are really there again. She has even joked, or maybe half seriously wondered, whether she herself is haunting the people living there now because of how real those dreams feel. And if that idea, strange as it sounds, has any truth to it, then it creates another possibility. Is it possible that some little girl in that house now is hearing footsteps going up and down the stairs at night? Is it possible those footsteps belong to my mother in some strange dream state crossing some kind of astral plane? My mother has wondered that herself. She thinks it might be possible. If that is true, then it makes you wonder about the whole first set of events too. Could the house have always held layers of time, memory, and presence, all crossing each other in ways we do not understand? Could the bizarre things that happened while we lived there have been echoes, not only of the dead staying behind, but of the living returning in dreams and leaving traces of themselves? Could Tabby have been a spirit, or could Tabby have been some strange crossing of time, some child from another moment in the house's life? Could my mother have been hearing and seeing things connected to herself, to another child, or to someone who had once lived there long before our family? I honestly do not know. That is the truth of it. I have no clear answers about these things. All I have are memories, family stories, moments that felt too real to dismiss, and a house that seemed full of more than one kind of life. Some of what happened felt loving. Some of it felt playful. Some of it felt mysterious. Very little of it felt truly evil. That is one reason I have always looked back on the haunting with more curiosity than terror. Even the strange things were wrapped in family feeling. The humming in the living room. The ugly old tapestry back where my great-grandfather liked it. The male voice sending me to bed. The drawing lifted out of the trash and placed on my bed. The cookie and perfume smell after my great-grandmother died. Even the jazz on Christmas morning. None of that felt violent. It felt personal. At the same time, there is something deeply unsettling about not knowing who, exactly, was there. Was it really my great-grandfather? Was it my great-grandmother? Was it Tabby? Was it all of them at different times? Were some of the things we experienced not spirits at all, but some kind of overlap between memory, time, and emotion? It is very easy to say, "It was Grandpa Joe," because that explanation feels warm and comforting, and maybe sometimes that was true. But the child on the bed, the imaginary friend, the footsteps from long before, those may belong to a different story entirely. Sometimes I think houses like that become containers for family energy. Generation after generation passes through them, bringing love, fear, loss, childhood, growing older, arguments, celebrations, illness, death, and memory. Maybe after enough time, a place starts holding some of all of it. Maybe people who are sensitive to those things can feel it more than others. That could explain why my grandmother, the skeptic, experienced nothing, while my mother, and then later I noticed strange things. Some people walk through life without picking up on anything beyond the surface. Others seem to notice every little shift in the air. What I do know is that the house never felt empty. Even when no one else was around, it had a feeling to it, like it remembered the people who had loved it. That is not always a frightening thing. In fact, sometimes it is beautiful. The idea that my great-grandparents might have stayed around their home for a while, especially because they loved it so much, is not something that scares me. It makes emotional sense. My great-grandfather built that place himself. His art lived there. His music lived there. His family lived there. My great-grandmother filled it with cookies, perfume, and warmth. Why would the traces of people like that disappear so easily? And yet the mystery of Tabby lingers. My mother's imaginary friend was too specific, too connected to repeated strange events, to be brushed aside lightly. If the psychic really described her perfectly and knew her name, then something about Tabby was real in some way, whether as a spirit, an energy, or something we simply do not understand. And if Tabby was real, then perhaps the house held more than just the kind, loving presence of my great-grandparents. Perhaps it held an older story too, one belonging to a child whose footsteps still moved on the stairs long after midnight. I sometimes imagine the people living in that house now. I wonder whether they have noticed anything. I wonder whether they hear footsteps on the stairs late at night, or smell perfume and cookies when no one is baking, or find things moved in ways they cannot explain. I wonder whether they have ever heard jazz playing when it should not have been. I wonder if a child there has ever had an imaginary friend with a strange name. Maybe they have. Maybe they have explained it away. Or maybe the house grew quiet when our family left, as if what stayed there had only wanted to remain with the people it knew. The idea of my mother haunting the house through dreams is strange, but also strangely fitting. She has always been tied to that place so deeply. It held her childhood, her fears, her cousin, her imaginary friend, her family history. If anyone could return to it in dreams so vividly that it left footprints of feeling behind, maybe it would be her. And if that can happen, then the boundary between haunting and memory becomes much less clear. Maybe what we call haunting is not always the dead refusing to leave. Maybe sometimes it is the living loving a place so fiercely that part of them keeps going back. In the end, I cannot tell you for certain what happened in that house. I cannot tell you who was responsible for which strange event. I cannot say with confidence that it was all my great-grandfather, or all Tabby, or some other force altogether. I can only say that the house was full of stories, full of family, and full of moments that never fit neatly into ordinary explanations. My great-grandfather was a happy man, an artist, a builder, and someone who poured himself into everything he loved. My great-grandmother filled that house with sweetness and warmth. My mother grew up with footsteps, soaked carpet, and a child-shaped indentation on her bed. I grew up with humming in the living room, an ugly old tapestry moving on its own, a voice sending me to bed, a drawing returned from the trash, and the scent of cookies and perfume drifting through the hall after death. Then, on Christmas morning, jazz came back to remind us of the man who had once hummed and danced in that house. Maybe all haunting is really just memory refusing to disappear. Maybe some of it is love. Maybe some of it is confusion. Maybe some of it is the strange way places hold on to the people who belong to them. Or maybe there are truly spirits, some kind, some restless, some childlike, moving in and out of old houses while the living try to guess at their meaning. Whatever the truth is, that house was more than wood, stairs, and walls. It was a living part of my family. It held our past in a way that felt real, sometimes comforting, sometimes unsettling, always unforgettable. And even now, when I think of it, I do not think first of fear. I think of jazz on the radio, colored fingers stained with pastel, cookies and perfume in the air, and the feeling that some homes never really let go of the people who loved them. It was early on New Year's Eve, sometime in the evening, when twilight was still hanging over everything and the snow outside reflected what little light was left in the sky. I sat by the apartment window staring out at the snow and ice, feeling the kind of winter boredom that only comes when the season has barely begun and already feels endless. Everything outside looked frozen solid. The roads were slick, the sidewalks were buried, and the whole world seemed wrapped in cold. I remember thinking how miserable it all looked. The television was on in the background, droning out the same warning over and over again, telling people to be careful if they were going out to celebrate. The announcers kept saying the roads were icy, that more snow was on the way, and that things would only get worse as the night went on. It felt like a cruel joke. Winter had not even properly started, and I was already tired of it. After a while I got up and crossed the room to switch off the television. I had no interest in hearing another warning about the weather. My mom had gone out to a poker party with some friends, and they were planning to stay up all night playing cards and celebrating. I honestly hoped she had a good time. She and my dad had not been split up for very long, and I knew she needed some joy in her life. My sister was spending the night at a friend's house, and since my dad had forgotten to pick me up, I was going to be home alone. I was not exactly happy about that, but I was trying to make the best of it. I figured I would turn on the stereo, eat junk food, curl up with a book, and do all the normal teenage things that make being stuck inside feel less miserable. As I crossed the small living room from the television toward the stereo, the lights flickered. Normally, on a night with wind and snow like that, I would not have thought much of it. A storm can do strange things to electricity. But there had already been so many odd things happening in that apartment that I froze where I stood. The fear hit me instantly, sharp and cold, and I felt my whole body start trembling. I looked around the room and tried to calm myself down. I told myself it was only the weather. Just wind. Just snow. Just bad power lines. I tried repeating that in my mind because I did not want to give in to panic over something that had a logical explanation. Still, even while I was telling myself that, I decided I would bring some candles and the battery-operated radio into the living room with me while I ate and read. I wanted something comforting close by in case the power really did go out. So I went into my room to grab a few candles and my book. When I came back around the corner to go into the living room again, I saw that hand. I had seen it before, and the sight of it this time was no less horrifying. It was the same weathered hand from my earlier experience, the same awful hand that looked old, wrong, and unnatural. It was curled around the edge of the wall as if whatever it belonged to had just slipped around the corner into the living room. I could see it brushing along the corner of the wall, the fingers curling there in a way that looked too deliberate to be my imagination. It was as if something had just gone around the bend and left the hand visible for one terrible extra second. The second I saw it, everything in me stopped. I stopped breathing. I stopped walking. I stopped thinking clearly. It was one of those moments where fear becomes so total that your body does not know what to do except lock itself in place. I was terrified. I started slowly backing up toward my room, unable to take my eyes off the corner. Then I heard laughter. It was not loud. It was not a whisper either. It seemed to come from all around me at once, almost like it was being played through hidden speakers in the apartment. There was something deeply unnatural about it. It did not sound warm or human. It sounded cold. That is the best word I have for it. The very sound of it chilled me in a way that went deeper than hearing a creepy laugh should. It felt like ice moving through my body. It made the whole apartment seem colder in an instant. I kept backing up into my room, my eyes fixed toward the living room. From where I stood, I could not see fully into the room because of the corner. I could only see part of the wall, and the space near the entrance. As I stared, shadows started moving across that wall. These were not vague, drifting shadows like the kind headlights cast through curtains. These were the kind of shadows you get when someone is moving around in a room. They crossed the wall in shifting shapes, like bodies or figures passing back and forth just out of sight. I stood there completely transfixed. I do not even know how long. The apartment itself was mostly quiet, but I could hear one more thing besides my own terrified breathing. There was a swishing sound, soft but distinct, like fabric rubbing together. It was coming from the living room. That detail still unnerves me more than some of the bigger ones. Hearing a strange bang or seeing something for a second can be explained away by a frightened mind. But the steady sound of fabric swishing, as if someone in heavy clothing were moving around just beyond the corner, made it feel horribly real. It gave the impression of presence, of occupation, of someone or something being in my apartment and moving through my living room while I stood frozen in the doorway of my bedroom. Finally, some survival instinct broke through the fear. A voice in my head practically shouted at me to stop standing there and call someone. So I started backing toward my phone, never taking my eyes off the shifting shadows and the wall where they were passing. My hands were shaking badly. My mouth felt dry. I could still hear the swish of clothing now and then. The first number that came to mind was a boy I had been dating on and off for a few months. We were more friends than anything, but he was someone safe, someone I trusted enough to call in a panic. He answered after the fourth ring. I was so scared I could barely speak. All I managed to squeak out was, "Please come get me. Now." He immediately knew something was wrong. He kept asking, "Kim, are you okay? Where are you?" All I could say was, "Home. Hurry." Then I hung up. I did not want to stop watching the wall any longer than I already had. Then, all at once, the laughter came again. It came from all around me, just like before, and this time I felt something else too. A terrible cold moved through me, a cold so deep it felt like it passed through my bones. Then suddenly it was over. The feeling in the apartment changed in an instant. The heavy, threatening pressure that had filled the air lifted. I looked back toward the wall, and there were no more shadows. No more swishing sound. Nothing. It was as if whatever had been there had left. And yet, even though I somehow sensed that it had gone, I still could not move. I was too terrified. I stood near the phone, frozen, my whole body locked in place. Time stretched strangely in those moments. It felt like I stood there for an hour, but it could not have been more than 5 minutes. Then headlights swept into the driveway and shone through the curtains. I heard a car door slam, and then someone knocked at the door. It was my friend. The relief that hit me was so strong it almost made my legs give out. I threw open the door and ran outside without shoes, without a coat, without thinking. I was crying and shaking and trying to tell him what had happened all at once. He kept telling me to calm down, his hands on my shoulders, trying to steady me, trying to get me back inside before I froze. We went back into the apartment and sat on the couch. He asked me what had happened, speaking gently but seriously. He told me he had brought 2 of his friends with him just in case I was in some kind of trouble, and they were waiting in the car. I remember asking him if they would come in and stay for a while. I did not want to be alone for even one more second. I asked if they could just stay, watch a movie, do anything, as long as they did not leave me there by myself. He said they would. I told him I was going to go put on dry socks and that I would be right back. That should have been such a normal thing. A harmless little moment. But it became the worst moment of the night. I went into my room and heard the front door open and close behind me as he stepped back outside to get his friends. I sat on the edge of my bed and pulled off my wet socks, rubbing my freezing feet. Then I heard a light scraping sound. I looked up. There, in the corner of the hallway, she was standing. It was the same thing I had seen before. The same face. The same piercing blue eyes. The same pointed teeth. She was staring directly at me, smiling. Even now I can see her clearly in my mind. She seemed to be standing far higher than a normal person, as if her head was about 7 feet off the ground. She was dressed all in gray. The clothing looked old, almost like an ancient bathrobe or dressing gown that hung all the way down to where her feet should have been, loosely tied at the waist. Her teeth were all pointed, every single one of them, and because she was grinning at me, I could see them too clearly. There was nothing decayed about her face that I could notice. No rot. No damage. Just that awful grin and those pointed teeth. But it was her eyes that were worst of all. They were vivid blue, bright and cold, and looking into them felt like looking up through freezing water, as if I had fallen into an icy lake and could see the surface but could never reach it. Every time I stared into those eyes I had the same drowning feeling, like being pulled somewhere cold and deep. Her hair was steel gray, and although there was no wind or breeze in the hallway, it looked like it was being blown back away from her face. Her face itself was sallow, harsh, and terrible to look at. She was not just frightening. She was wrong in a way that made my whole body react before my mind could. I screamed harder than I think I ever had in my life. It was one long, panic scream. My friend came running back through the front door with his 2 friends right behind him. They came rushing into the bedroom, and by the time they got there, she was gone. I was crying so hard by then I could barely see. I remember the room spinning, my chest aching, my body shaking uncontrollably. I was nearly hysterical. The next clear thing I remember is being stuffed into the front seat of my friend's old Pontiac between him and one of the other guys, all of us driving away from my apartment. They kept asking me what had happened, but I could not explain properly. I just kept crying and shaking my head. I do not even know whether I was refusing to explain or simply could not force the words out. My mind was still back in that hallway with those blue eyes and pointed teeth. We were heading to the house where my mom was playing cards. I just needed to get to her. I needed to be somewhere other than that apartment. Outside, the roads really were as bad as the weather people had warned. My friend had to start slowing for every stop sign far earlier than normal because the streets were so icy. We were only about 4 blocks from my apartment when we approached a 4-way stop. That was when one of the boys in the back seat said, "Why would anyone be walking on a night like this? Especially an older person. They could fall and hurt themselves." I looked up. There she was. She was standing in the center of the crosswalk. She looked gray and misty in the falling snow, but it was her. There was no mistaking her. She turned and looked right at the car, right at us, and smiled. That same awful smile. We all gasped at the exact same moment. I know that because I heard the sound of all of us sucking in our breath together. For a second no one said anything. We were all staring. She kept smiling as she crossed the street, and then she was simply gone. One of the boys asked if everyone had seen her disappear. The others tried to reason it away immediately. They said the snow was heavy, that it was probably playing tricks on our eyes. That was why she had looked misty, and that was why she had seemed to vanish. But the truth was obvious in the silence that followed. They had all seen something. Whether they wanted to admit it fully or not, they had seen her. The rest of the ride to my mom is mostly a blur in my memory. I remember the car feeling too small. I remember my own breathing finally starting to slow down a little. I remember trying not to look out the windows. I remember the awful certainty that whatever had been in the apartment had followed us out into the world, out into the snow, out into the street itself. That frightened me in a new way, because it meant there was no simple safety in leaving. You could run from the apartment, and still meet it waiting in the road. The next day, when we went back to the apartment, it was made clear to us that she had returned there that evening. That whole night has never left me. What stays with me most is not just the terror of seeing her, though that was bad enough. It was the feeling of being trapped between two different fears. Inside the apartment, I was afraid because something invisible but active was there. I could hear it, sense it, almost watch it moving through the room without seeing it directly. Then when I did see her, I realized that the thing behind the sounds, the shadows, the cold, and the laughter had an actual face. A body. Eyes. Teeth. Clothing. Presence. It was not just a vague haunting anymore. It was specific. That made it much worse. There is something uniquely horrible about going from sensing a thing to seeing it clearly. Before that, fear still has room for denial. You can tell yourself you heard something wrong. You can say the lights flickered because of the weather, the shadows moved because of passing headlights, the cold came from a draft. But once you see a figure standing in the hallway staring straight at you, smiling with a mouth full of pointed teeth, there is no room left for that kind of comfort. And the details of her made the fear unforgettable. I still remember the strange height of her. The gray clothing hanging all the way down. The way her hair moved without wind. The sharpness of all her teeth. But most of all I remember those eyes. Blue eyes should not have felt so evil, and yet they did. They were not lively or human. They were cold in the purest sense of the word. Looking into them felt like death by freezing. Not dramatic, not fast, but quiet and helpless, like falling into icy water and knowing the world above you is slipping farther away no matter how hard you try to rise. Even the sounds from earlier in the night now feel different when I think about them. That swishing fabric sound in the living room makes more sense now because of what she was wearing. The old robe-like gray clothing could easily have made exactly that soft dragging, rubbing sound as she moved. That makes me shiver every time I think of it, because it means while I stood there staring at the wall and the moving shadows, she may have been pacing just beyond the corner, wrapped in that gray garment, close enough for the cloth to brush and whisper as she moved. And then there was the laughter. That laughter is difficult to describe properly because it was not simply eerie in the way horror movies make laughter eerie. It was emotionally cold. It felt stripped of warmth, stripped of life, stripped of anything human. It was laughter without joy, and hearing it felt like being mocked by something that understood fear and enjoyed it. That may be why it unsettled me so deeply. It was not just a strange noise in the apartment. It felt intentional, directed, cruel. Even now, thinking back on the sequence of that night, there was a terrible kind of intelligence to it. First the lights flickered, just enough to put me on edge. Then I saw the hand. Then came the laughter, the shadows, the sound of swishing cloth, the heavy feeling in the air, the cold that moved through me. It was as if something was slowly building the fear, drawing it out, letting me feel it grow while I stood helplessly trapped by my own terror. Then it left just before my friend arrived, almost as if it knew exactly when to go and exactly when to return later, when I was alone for just a moment in my room. That timing has always bothered me. It did not attack while I was with someone. It waited until I was alone again, until I was most vulnerable, until I had that one small private moment sitting on my bed changing my socks. Then it appeared right in the hallway where I could not avoid seeing it. It wanted to be seen. I have never doubted that. It wanted me to look at it. It wanted me to understand that what I had sensed in the apartment had a form. And the crosswalk sighting proved something else too. It was not only mine to see. That matters to me because fear has a way of isolating you. It makes you doubt yourself. It makes you wonder if you have imagined the whole thing, especially after the worst moment has passed. But when the boys in the car gasped too, when one of them spoke first about the figure in the street, when all of them tried to explain it away too quickly afterward, I knew I had not imagined that part. We had all seen her there, misty and gray in the snow, turning to smile before disappearing. The snow itself made the whole thing even more unreal. Snow can soften the world, blur the edges of things, and make ordinary streets seem dreamlike. But that night it had the opposite effect for me. It did not make her less frightening. It made her look almost suspended between worlds, like she was not fully flesh and not fully fog, but something halfway in and halfway out. That is what made the others reach for the snow as an explanation. It was easier to blame weather than to admit they had watched a thing vanish from the middle of the road. I also think about how alone I was before my friend came. My mom was out trying to have one good night. My sister was gone. My dad had forgotten to get me. There is something especially vulnerable about being young and alone on a winter holiday, when the world outside is dangerous enough on its own and the place you are supposed to feel safe in becomes frightening too. I had wanted such ordinary things that night. Music. Junk food. A book. A little peace. Instead, I got one of the most terrifying nights of my life. That contrast matters because horror often grows best out of normal moments. If the apartment had already been a place of obvious terror every second, maybe it would have been easier to stay alert, easier not to relax. But that night had started with such a simple plan. I was bored. The TV was annoying me. I was thinking about books and snacks and being irritated at winter. The ordinary feeling of those moments made what followed far more shocking. One second I was planning a quiet evening by myself. The next I was staring at a dead-looking hand around the corner of a wall. And once the night was over, there was no clean ending, because the next day confirmed she had been back again. That is one of the worst parts of hauntings in general. There is rarely a satisfying finish to the immediate event. No neat ending, no police report, no explanation, no tidy closure. The terror peaks, people run, the night ends somehow, and then life has to continue while the haunting remains unfinished. You are left carrying the memory forward into every ordinary day that follows. Every hallway looks different after that. Every corner feels dangerous. Every flickering light or shifting shadow becomes suspect. The haunting changes the way you live in the place even when nothing is happening. If I think back to that apartment now, I remember the layout almost through fear. The living room corner. The wall where the hand appeared. The small stretch from my room to the phone. The hallway where she stood. The window where the headlights came through. The front door I flew through barefoot into the snow. Each piece of the apartment is tied to some moment of terror so precisely that the whole place exists in my memory less as a home and more as a map of fear. And yet, despite how powerful the memory still is, What frightens me most is not even the visual image of her standing in the hall. It is the possibility of what was happening in the living room before that. There is something about unseen movement just around the corner that I find almost worse. The hand, the shadows, the fabric swishing, the cold laughter, all of it suggests she was there first as a presence before she chose to show herself fully. She was close enough that if I had stepped around the corner sooner, maybe I would have seen more. Maybe I would have met her face to face in the living room. I do not know what would have happened then, and I am grateful I never found out. There is also something deeply unnatural about the way the atmosphere changed after the laughter and cold passed through me. The air became lighter. The apartment suddenly felt empty again. That kind of sudden shift is something people who have not experienced it may not understand, but it is very real. Some places or moments feel heavy in a way that has nothing to do with weather or mood. Then suddenly that heaviness is gone. It is as noticeable as a person leaving a room. That was exactly how it felt. It had been there, filling the apartment, and then it was not. But if there is one lesson I learned that night, it is that absence does not mean safety. The room can feel lighter and still not be safe. The apartment can seem empty and still not be empty. The danger can lift for a moment only to return in another form, in another room, or even outside in the middle of a snowy street. When I remember my friend arriving, I still feel overwhelming gratitude. There is something sacred about rescue arriving right when terror has left you frozen. His knock at the door was the first normal sound that had felt safe in what seemed like hours. His headlights through the curtains, the slam of the car door, his voice trying to calm me down, all of that pulled me back toward the ordinary world for a moment. It reminded me that there were still real people, real warmth, and real help. Without that, I do not know how long I would have stayed frozen beside the phone. But even rescue could not erase what I had already seen. That is why, even now, New Year's Eve feels a little different to me. Most people think of that night as parties, noise, countdowns, new beginnings, and celebrations. For me, one New Year's Eve will always also carry snowlit twilight, warning voices on the television, flickering lights, the edge of a weathered hand around a wall, cold laughter in the dark, and a gray figure with blue eyes and pointed teeth smiling from the hallway and then from a crosswalk in the snow. Some nights divide your life into before and after. That was one of them. Before that night, I had known fear in the apartment, but there was still room for doubt, room for questions, room for telling myself I was probably more frightened than I needed to be. After that night, there was no such room left. I knew I had seen something. I knew others had seen it too. I knew it could move from hidden presence to visible form. I knew it could appear indoors and outdoors. I knew its stare, its smile, its clothing, its laughter, and the impossible cold that came with it. That is knowledge you do not want. And once you have it, you cannot give it back. For a long time after, I think part of me expected to hear that laughter again every time the lights flickered during a storm. I think part of me watched corners differently, especially those blind corners where a room turns out of sight, and you have to step into the unknown to see what is there. I think part of me always remembered that even a tiny, ordinary act, like going to get dry socks, can turn into a moment of horror if the wrong thing is waiting where you think only a hallway should be. And maybe that is why this memory remains so sharp. It is not just that I saw something terrifying. It is that everything around the terrifying thing was painfully ordinary. A winter storm. A television warning. A mother out with friends. A teen girl planning snacks and music. Wet socks. A friend in an old Pontiac. A four-way stop. The horror lived inside those ordinary moments, and made them unforgettable. That is what happened to me that New Year's Eve evening in the apartment. The snow fell harder. The roads grew worse. The night deepened. And inside that cold, ordinary winter setting, something old, gray, smiling, and impossible came out of the shadows, laughed in the dark, and made sure I knew it was there. My mama is one of the strongest women I have ever known. She has lived through so much in her life that it feels like there is almost no situation she cannot understand. No matter what someone is going through, she always seems to have a warning, a lesson, or a quiet bit of wisdom that somehow fits. She does not show off what she knows, though. In fact, she is the opposite. She keeps most of her hardest experiences to herself. Whenever people ask why she does not talk more about the things she has been through, she usually says the same thing. She says some people just have to learn by living it. They cannot really understand a lesson just because someone else told them about it. They have to walk through it themselves. That is the kind of person she is. Strong, thoughtful, and never dramatic. She does not waste words. She does not complain much. She just keeps going. She has always done everything she could for us kids, all 5 of us. I have 2 stepsisters, 1 stepbrother, and 1 nephew who has always been part of the family too. Then there is my brother and me. Mama loves all of us like we are equally hers. It has never mattered to her who came from where or what label anyone wanted to put on the family. If you belong to her heart, then you are hers, and that is the end of it. Even the ones who do not live with us have always been loved, worried over, protected, and fought for by her. There have been times when she stood up for them even when their own mama did not think it was necessary. That is just how she is. Once she loves someone, she does not do it halfway. Most of the time, Mama is the one helping everyone else. She is the one fixing things, handling things, carrying things, and figuring out what to do when nobody else knows. She hardly ever asks for help. In fact, if you know her well, you understand how unusual it is when she does. She will wear herself thin before she admits she needs anyone. That is why one evening at dinner stands out so clearly in my mind. We were all sitting together, eating like we usually did, when she said she needed to talk to us. Her voice was calm, but there was a tiredness in it that made me pay attention. She explained that she was going to be working long hours for a while and would really appreciate it if we could help more around the house for a few weeks. She did not make a big speech about it. She did not beg. She simply asked. And of course, all of us said yes right away. We told her we would help. We told her not to worry. But saying it and doing it were 2 different things. When it came down to it, Mama would still come home from work and end up doing far too much herself. Maybe we helped some, but not the way she needed. Things were not done properly, or they were done halfway, or they were forgotten altogether. We were kids, or at least not Mama, and that seemed to make all the difference. We used to joke that maybe that was why she was the mama, and we were not. Because no one could keep a house, a family, and a life moving the way she could. No matter how hard anyone else tried, it never looked quite right until Mama touched it. Still, even as she kept going, you could tell she was carrying more than normal. That was because this was not just any difficult season. This was after my papa passed away. He had died in November, and the loss of him sat in the house like another piece of furniture. It was everywhere. In the silence. In the way Mama moved. In the way certain rooms felt when you walked into them. In the small unfinished things he had left behind. In the way everyone lowered their voices when his name came up. Grief does that. It turns ordinary spaces into reminders. It makes even simple tasks feel loaded. There were a few boxes of Papa's things left in the house after he died. Nothing huge, just boxes of the kind people put aside because they cannot bear to decide what to do with them yet. Mama had been putting off going through them. Every now and then someone would mention it gently, and she would brush it off, not rudely, but in that quiet way that meant the subject was over. She said she was not ready. She said she would get to it. But deep down, I think it was more than that. I think going through those boxes would make his ending feel final in a way nothing else had yet. As long as they were still there, untouched, maybe some part of her could pretend he had only stepped out for a while. Maybe as long as his things were waiting, so was he. I understood that more as I got older than I did then. At the time, I only knew those boxes mattered because Mama kept avoiding them, and Mama did not usually avoid anything. One day she finally decided to go through them. It was one of those ordinary home evenings that started off so normal that you would never guess it would turn into the kind of memory that stays with you forever. She told us to go into the family room and watch television while she sorted through some things in her bedroom. That alone felt strange. Mama was not the kind of mother who sent us off to watch TV as a solution. Usually she would rather have us reading, playing games, or doing something useful. So the fact that she specifically wanted us in another room told me something was different. She needed privacy. She needed quiet. She needed space to be alone with whatever was in those boxes. At first I did what she said. I went into the family room. The television was on. Voices and music and whatever show was playing filled the space, but I do not remember any of it because my attention kept drifting back toward the hallway. I knew Mama was in her room. I knew she was with Papa's things. And for some reason, I felt pulled toward her, even though I knew I should leave her alone. After a little while, I needed something, though now I could not tell you what it was. Maybe I really did need something. Maybe I just wanted an excuse to go near her room. Either way, I ended up at her bedroom door. I did not walk in right away. I stopped in the doorway and looked. Mama was sitting on the bed. There was a box beside her on the left, open, with some of Papa's things in it. She was crying. That image shook me immediately because Mama almost never cried. She was the kind of woman who could be cut open emotionally and still stand up straight. You knew she felt things deeply, but she did not break in front of people if she could help it. So seeing her sitting there with tears on her face frightened me in a way I was not prepared for. Of course, I knew Papa's death had hit her hard. Everyone knew that. She had been holding his hand when he died. She had been right there with him at the end. And when the men came into the house with the bag to take him away, she had passed out. I had never forgotten that. It was one of the clearest signs of how much it had broken something in her, even though afterwards she had gone back to being strong because that is what she always did. So I stood there in the doorway and watched her because I did not know what else to do. I did not want to interrupt. I did not know how to comfort her. I did not know whether to go in or go away. I was frozen between wanting to help and knowing I was too young to really do anything. Then something happened. Mama tilted her head slightly to the right, as if she had heard someone say something to her from that side of the bed. Her face changed in a small, listening kind of way. Then, in a soft whisper, she said, "What?" I remember that clearly because it made my skin prickle all at once. And then I saw the right corner of the bed sink down. Not bounce. Not shift because she moved. Sink, the way a bed does when someone sits down on it. It happened right there, in the empty space beside her. The mattress pressed inward with the weight of something unseen, something heavy enough to leave a visible impression. I stared at it, and could not make myself move. I knew what I was seeing. Or at least, I knew I was seeing something that should not have been possible. Mama did not scream. She did not jump. She did not even look surprised. That is what made it even stranger. She acted as if she was not alone and as if whoever or whatever had joined her there was expected, or at least not unfamiliar. She started talking quietly. I cannot remember every word because fear and shock have a way of blurring things, especially when you are young. But I remember enough to know what the heart of it was. She said she needed help. She said she could not do this all on her own. Her voice was low and emotional, like someone speaking honestly to another person they trusted completely. It was not the voice of someone performing or imagining. It was the voice of someone truly confiding in another presence. And she kept talking for a while. I stood there listening, hardly breathing. I could not hear every sentence clearly, but I knew she was carrying on a real conversation. Not in the sense of answering herself, but in the sense of pausing, listening, then replying, the way people do when they are being spoken to. Every once in a while she would tilt her head slightly or change her expression, as if reacting to whatever she was hearing. There was something so intimate and heartbreaking about that moment that even now it feels difficult to explain properly. My strong mama, the woman who handled everything, was sitting on her bed with a box of her dead husband's belongings beside her, talking to someone I could not see because she felt she could not bear it alone. Whatever I had expected grief to look like, it was not that. It was gentler, stranger, and in some ways more moving than anything I could have imagined. After a while, her whole posture shifted. She lifted her chin a little and took in a deep breath, the kind of breath she always told us to take whenever we were overwhelmed and needed to pull ourselves together. It was her regrouping breath, the one that meant she was gathering herself back up. Then she wiped away her tears. Not in a rushed way, but calmly. She smiled, just a little, and said, "Thank you. I needed you." Then she closed the box and put it away. That was all. No dramatic ending. No huge sign. Just those words, that small smile, and this sense that whatever help she had needed, she had received it. The second she did that, I ran from the door. I did not want her to know I had seen anything. I do not know exactly why, except that the moment had felt private in a way I knew I was not meant to witness. It was not just about fear. It was about respect. I felt like I had accidentally stepped into a room where something sacred or deeply personal was happening, and I was not supposed to be there. So I ran back down the hall and acted like I had seen nothing. But of course I had. And I have carried that moment with me ever since. The strange thing is, I was not entirely shocked by the idea that Mama might see or hear things. Not really. I think, even before that moment, part of me already suspected that she moved through life with senses open to things the rest of us did not notice. There had always been something about her, a way she would know things, a way she would sometimes fall quiet at odd moments, a way she seemed stronger than one person should be able to be. Looking back, I wonder how often she had help from the other side and simply never let us know. She was never the kind of person who would sit us down and say she had seen a spirit or heard a voice. She did not talk like that. She kept things to herself. If something unexplainable happened, she would tuck it away somewhere private and go on with life. Maybe she thought she was protecting us. Maybe she did not want us growing up fearful. Or maybe she simply believed some things were not for talking about. But after that day, I could not shake the feeling that she had connections she did not share. I started replaying little things in my mind. Moments when she seemed to understand too much. Times when she gave exactly the right comfort in exactly the right tone, as if she had learned it somewhere deeper than ordinary experience. Times when she seemed to carry the emotional weight of a whole family, and still stand up straight, as if someone unseen was helping hold her up when we could not. I also thought a lot about Papa. When someone dies, especially someone deeply loved, people often wonder whether they are still near. Whether they watch over those they left behind. Whether they come back in small ways. Some people dismiss those thoughts right away, but others hold them quietly because grief makes the unseen feel closer than before. Standing in that doorway, watching the bed dip beside Mama, I could not help wondering if it was Papa. The idea settled into me almost immediately, though I could not prove it. He had just died in November. She was going through his things. She was overwhelmed. She asked for help. Something sat beside her. She spoke to it with familiarity, not fear. Then she found enough peace to put the box away. If that was not Papa, then who was it? That question has stayed with me too. At the same time, there was a softness in the moment that made me think of love more than fear. Nothing about it felt threatening. There was no coldness, no heaviness, no darkness in the room from what I could tell. Mama was crying, yes, but grief had already put the sadness there. What arrived beside her seemed to bring steadiness, not more pain. Her face changed from broken to comforted. Her breathing calmed. Her tears stopped. She thanked whoever it was. Those are not the details of a frightening visitation. Those are the details of help. And that thought has comforted me for years. Because life can be so brutal sometimes. Death can leave such a terrible emptiness behind. The idea that in one of her hardest moments my Mama might not have been alone has meant something to me ever since. Strong people are often the loneliest in their suffering because everyone assumes they will be fine, that they can carry anything. But even the strongest people need help. Even the strongest people need someone to sit beside them when the world becomes too much. What I saw that day made me think that maybe Mama was never as alone as she appeared. It also changed the way I thought about strength. Before that, strength had looked to me like never crying, never asking, never needing. That was how Mama seemed most of the time. But that moment showed me another kind of strength too. Strength can be admitting you need help. Strength can be whispering that you cannot do it all by yourself. Strength can be sitting with your grief instead of running from it. Strength can be accepting comfort, even when it comes from a place other people cannot see. As I got older, I began to understand Mama better in general. I understood why she did not always tell us her stories. I understood why she said people sometimes had to learn through living. Maybe she knew there are truths nobody can hand to you. You have to meet them yourself. You have to stand in a doorway of your own someday and see something you cannot explain before you understand how wide the world really is. That one memory also made me more aware of the possibility that the world is not as sealed off as we pretend. Most of us go through our days acting as if only the visible matters. We trust what can be touched, named, measured, and explained. But every so often something slips through that neat way of thinking. A feeling. A voice. A dream too real to ignore. A moment when a bed sinks under the weight of someone who is not there, at least not in the usual sense. I do not claim to know exactly what happened that day. I cannot prove it. I cannot explain it scientifically. I can only tell you what I saw. I saw my mother crying on the bed with a box of my dead papa's things beside her. I saw her turn as though someone had spoken. I saw the empty corner of the bed sink down as if someone sat there. I heard her say she needed help and could not do it by herself. I watched her talk for a while to someone I could not see. Then I watched her gather herself, wipe her tears, smile, and say, "Thank you. I needed you." That is what happened. And from that day on, I believed even more strongly that Mama hears and sees things she does not want us to know about. Not because she is strange. Not because she is dramatic. But because she has always seemed to walk through life with one foot planted in this world and the other close enough to something beyond it that help can still reach her when she truly needs it. Sometimes I wonder how many times in her life that has happened. How many nights did she sit alone with some burden while the rest of us slept, and someone unseen stayed with her until she was able to breathe again? How many decisions did she make after one of those silent conversations the rest of us never knew took place? How many warnings, how many comforts, how many pieces of guidance came to her from a place she knew better than to explain to anyone else? And if that is true, maybe that is part of why she is the way she is. Maybe all that quiet strength comes not only from suffering, but from never having to carry it entirely alone. I think about Papa too, and whether he was the one on that bed. I like to think he was. I like to think that even in death he came when Mama needed him, just as she had been there for him at the end, holding his hand, refusing to leave him alone. There is something beautiful in the idea of that love circling back, of one last kindness returned. She sat with him while he passed from this world, and maybe later, when she was trying to sort through what he had left behind, he sat with her while she tried to keep going in it. That feels right to me. Of course, maybe it was not Papa. Maybe it was someone else from the other side, some unseen helper, some presence that had always watched over Mama. I cannot know for sure. But whatever it was, I believe it came with care, not harm. The room did not grow darker. The fear did not deepen. It comforted her. That is what matters most. Years have passed, but that image has never blurred for me. The light in the room. The box beside her. The tears on her face. The small turn of her head. The sinking mattress. The quiet conversation. The final smile. It all remains fixed in my memory with a kind of clarity that ordinary moments rarely keep. That is how I know it mattered. There are moments in life when you feel as though you accidentally looked behind the curtain for a second and saw that the world is larger, stranger, and more tender than you realized. That was one of those moments for me. It did not make me afraid of the dark. It made me believe in comfort. It made me believe that the people we lose may not always be as far away as they seem. It made me believe that my Mama, strong as she is, has probably never been carrying everything by herself, even when it looked like she was. And honestly, I am glad. Because if anyone deserved help from the other side, it was her. She had spent her life helping everyone else, raising kids, protecting the family, carrying grief, swallowing pain, and pushing forward when other people would have crumbled. She was the one people leaned on. The one who kept going. The one who taught lessons, offered warnings, and held everything together. And that day, for once, she needed someone to lean on. Someone came. I still never told her what I saw. Maybe I should have. Maybe she would have explained it. Or maybe she would have just looked at me in that knowing way she has and said very little. But somehow it always felt right to leave it unspoken. It was her moment. Her grief. Her comfort. I was only the witness. And maybe that is enough. What I do know is this. I think Mama sees and hears things she does not want us to know about. I think she has gotten help from the other side more than once. And I think what I saw that day was proof. Not loud proof. Not the kind that makes a room shake or a voice thunder from nowhere. Just the quiet kind. The kind that sits down beside a grieving woman on a bed, listens while she cries, helps her find her breath again, and leaves her strong enough to face one more day.